Broken Gates. By Dandra Sunja. First Draft. Chapter 1, No Choice. A deafening screech chased Anisha and Murdera down the decrepit tunnel of an ancient tomb. Their footsteps echoed by the stone walls and the footsteps of those that pursued them relentlessly. It wasn't supposed to be like this, thought Anisha. Her first adventure was supposed to be something easy. Her first party wasn't a match for a lant hive even with Murdera, the guild master with them. Glancing over to the dwarf, he trudged on behind her in his heavy bronze steel armor. His silver blood poured from a gash on his forearm, and just from a quick look she could see it was already hardening, causing his fabric coating to be stiff with the hardened metal. There was so much on him, and not all of it was his. They were all that's left, the two other beginner adventurers, Nathal Hound, a knight, and Julu Nadra, both human. She had been so excited to finally be a part of the party. She tried, but she just couldn't. When the moment came Julu needed her, she couldn't cast a single spell. She tried opening her gate, but quickly began losing control. It took everything she had just to close it again. And by then it was too late. Oh gods, she left her, she panicked and ran. What kind of healer mage if she ran away? She was still running. She didn't stop until she ran into Murdera, who was already injured when they met up. Nathal was grabbed from behind, and his screams were quickly silenced by one of the lance legs piercing his neck collar with one of their long street-like legs, breaking his armor like roots crack rocks. Don't stop, Thorniar! Murdera yelled from behind. He came to a stop and turned to stand before the horde of lance that charged down the hallway. They were so fast, only the tightness of the tunnels and their over-eagerness to kill them causing them to stumble over each other. Murdera, you can't take them all. She stopped now. She had to stop. She couldn't leave Murdera, not after everything he'd done for her. Murdera didn't respond at first. Instead, he hefted his warhammer and twisted the handle. The crystal on the bottom shifted from a red to gray one. He slammed the pommel of the hammer into the ground, shattering the crystal. The mana flowed into him in one massive surge of energy. With the other hand, he raised it and a gray circle appeared. A magic ring began to form. Complex runes swirled together before firmly settling with a flash. The horde broke on an invisible wall. Their needle-like tree limbs clawed and scratched at the wall, causing Murdera to slide back with it, but he still held firm, pushing back with everything he had. GGE8TO the D-door. Thorn ear. He grunted through gritted teeth. Murdera, I can help dash, he cut her off. I'm not planning on dining here, Halfkin. You need time to prepare a spell, and I'm giving you that. Now for once in your life, do as you're told. Anisha still didn't move. She couldn't, she wanted to listen, but her legs locked her in place. The hordes pushed ever closer and closer, the barrier flickering with each passing moment. Develt's forge. Murdera cursed. May my blood harden and form steel. With his other hand he held his palm towards Anisha. A smaller ruin she'd never seen before began appearing on his hand. Its yellow hue shocked her. He's multicasting? The yellow magic circle was unknown to her, but what it did hit her hard. A powerful burst of air slammed into her chest, sending her flying back 5, 10, 15 feet, landing on her back and coming to a sliding. Finally stopping once she was inside the small room. Murdera! She cried out, trying to lift herself up from the ground and get to her feet. But before she reached the door, another burst of air shot out. This time it wasn't aimed at her. Instead, it slammed into the door, shutting it with such force that some of the hinges bent inward, effectively selling her in. Anisha pounded on the door with all her might and cried out for the only person she considered a father figure to her. Murdera! Murdera! Please! Murdera! Yet her cries remained unanswered. Her head slumped against the door, and the strength left her body, causing her to slide down to her knees. You brush beard, stone head rotted dash. She couldn't think of any other insults she's learned from him over the years. Tears blurred her vision. They fell, leaving droplets of water patterns staining the fine dust layer that covered the floor. You idiot! You know I didn't have any magic crystals left. She had lost the bag before they lost Nathal. A land had ripped that strap as she nearly ducked its stabbing attack. Without those crystals she had no means to use her magic. She had lost any hope of surviving along with them. But not all of them. A thought crept into her mind. And no. That's an evil magic I can't. So you will let Murdera die? No. I won't, I'll find another way. There is no other way. It would be so easy to save him with your true power. The thoughts kept coming, with ever-louding vigor and force. Anisha tried to cover her ears, but that didn't help as the thoughts were coming from her own mind. They were her own thoughts and no one else's. She knew that. And And she knew they were right. It was the only way. Resolutely she stiffened her back against the door, and stifled a few more tears that were beginning to fall. But these ones were not from fear, but of sadness. She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to be this way. But what other choice have the gods given her? She can't let Murdera die. She reached into her back belt pouch, usually a place for storing herbs she found on her carrier routes before becoming an adventurer. From it she slowly pulled out a small cylindrical object wrapped in a thick leather. The leather was showing signs of degradation, as if it was a well-used piece of material, but in truth it was only a week old. Parts of it flaked away and tears marred the surface. Carefully she unwrapped it. In her palm she held one of the most vile things in all of Bortone. A black crystal. To anyone else it would give a feeling of unease and fear. But in her hand it felt wonderful. The power in the crystal pulsed through her palm, and synchronized with her own beating heartbeat that rang in her ears. It created a hypnotic effect. Yes, it felt so good to finally use it. She hadn't felt this since her first summoning a year ago. The power she felt back then. The spell came so easily to her. She didn't have to struggle to control the little mana she had in her body. It obeyed her. As all things should. Its power could give her that. All she ever wanted was right there if she could just use it. No. She screamed. Shaking her head, trying to physically rid it of those thoughts. Raising the defiled crystal above her head she intended to toss it at the nearest wall, shattering it completely. I will not be controlled. She said through gritted. But no. She couldn't destroy it. She had to use it. She had to control it. Not the other way around. Taking a few moments to steady her breathing she clenched the crystal in her hand and power began to pulse up her arm, then her shoulder, making its way through her chest and then finally, her gate. A black ash began to pour from the tip of the crystal. Its flakes caused the dust of the ground to engulf in a small smoldering purple flame, leaving a black char. She had to work quickly. She moved to an opening in the room, pushed an ancient table over and out of the way it shattered into a pile of splintered wood, frayed rope, and a cloud of dust. Sitting herself down in the center of the room she placed her hands together making a ball-like shape with them, then she began the ritual. The crystal floated upright around her in a large circle. The outer lines were vital for any magic, it's what allowed the user to further manipulate what the spell would do. The crystal began to draw out the shape of the one spell Anisha knew the best. A summoning circle. The circle was far more complex than most magic circles. Over 100 different symbols had to be made, each one clearly defining the purpose of the spell, and the conditions on which a summon could accept her summoning. What made it even more complex was the flow rate of the crystals. Where a magic user could start and stop the flow of mana in a normal crystal, a black crystal never stopped converting mana once started. So the runes or symbols had to be made all in one fluid motion, like cursive writing, one symbol leading to the next in a perfect flow. Not a single mistake or the summoning could go very, very, very wrong. The circle itself acted similar to how adventures got quests. Someone made a request with certain specifications and posted it on the guild's board. The problem with that comparison was how similar they truly were. Because just like the board, anyone, or anything, that meets those specifications could answer the call. And if the summoning went wrong, and she couldn't bind whatever came to her, her very soul could be dragged away, never to be reborn again. She shuddered at the thought, but pressed on regardless. Maybe just a little slower now, making sure everything was perfect. The crystal disintegrated as she added the last rune. The rune for a proper binding wasn't fully complete, she could still use it but she'll have to supply it with her own mana once she was found. By whatever answered her call. A purple hue of light shone from the circle as the ritual finished. And with it Anisha's vision began to darken. The room faded away to nothing. Anisha was alone, in an endless sea of black. But she wasn't alone. She could feel the darkness move around her, like she was submerged in water. She was in Moda. The dark river. The realm of the dead. She wasted no more time and sent out her cry for help. A wave of energy dispersed from her, and the river lurched with it. Its water-like feel increased and felt more like a raging rapid trying to sweep her away. But the circle she was in protected her, as long as she stayed in it. But the protective runes wouldn't last long. She needed to hold until something came. After what felt like hours, Anisha began to lose hope, nothing came. The swirling storm of void continuously beat on her protective shielding, slowly wilding her strength down by the minute. With more effort she sent out another call. Purple energy surged from under her fingertips and shot out into the dark, tendrils feeling their way through the void like a snake in brush. None of them finding anything. This wasn't how it should be. Her first summon was so easy compared to this. Why wasn't there anything here? Did she mess the circle up? Did she mess up one of the cursive symbols? One of the tendrils sent something back. A solid wall. Or what felt like a wall. Curiosity and desperation caused by the dwindling shield made her rush her next decision. She sent out another surge of energy, but purely at the wall. Her magic slammed hard into a magic barrier in the void. She pressed again, sending out even more of her dwindling energy. For a split moment she felt it break, and her magic entered it. But it was quickly pushed back out. And the barrier repaired the hole. Sweat poured from her skin, as she began to feel the drain from her failed efforts. She couldn't send out another call. All she could do now was wait, and hope something would come. She took a meditative mindset and only focused on maintaining the barrier, trying to conserve as much mana as possible. Her concentration was disrupted when she heard something out in the void, or rather someone. She heard a man's voice call out, but the words were lost to the roaring of the river. When she didn't hear it again, she began to wonder if it was just her imagination. But that idea was dismissed when she saw his boots just outside the ring of light. Her body was so weak, she tried to look up and see him, but her head wouldn't move. Every muscle was locked in place, fearing that any movement would cause her to collapse. She was so tired. And it was taking everything she had to maintain the barriers. To her surprise, he seemed to understand she was tired, and lowered himself down into a squat in front of her. There before her, standing completely unfazed by the roaring rapids of the river, was a human man. He wore strange armor, a gray tunic that covered every part of his body and was barely covered by white metal strapped to his shoulders from a full-body harness that dipped and woved in between the gray tunic. They covered his forearms and chest. The 3 white plates strapped together covering his chest, however, caught her eye the most. A gnarled hole was punched clean through. And the once brilliant white armor was stained with his blood. There was so much blood on that part of the armor that she figured that was the wound that killed him. A human? Anisha thought in a panic. No, 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 no. She couldn't summon a human. That's necromancy. The dead need to stay dead. And not to mention, humans don't go to Moda when they die. Or at least most don't. She remembered overhearing a few adventurer humans talking about their afterlife. What did they call it? Varadun? Vardan? The name didn't matter right now. What did matter was why was a human in Moda. Only the most vile of people spent their afterlife in here, and even then only for a little time before being grabbed by a Drogmary and taken to be reborn. For him to not only walk unfazed by the river's power, and was around long enough to answer her call. Oh Kunskap, help her. What kinda horrendous acts has this man done to be sealed away behind that barrier in the depths of Moda? She could send him away. Maybe wait for something else, preferably not an intelligent being. But could she really risk it? In all the time she'd been here, nothing else has answered her call. Her first summon Bruin only took a few minutes to appear. And was relatively easy to bind with the summoning spell. What would happen if he resisted? Maybe this was the gods helping her. After all, a person should never be forced to do something against their will. But a human who ended up in Moda. She looked up at the man, trying to lift her head just a bit higher to see his face. A kind boyish-like smile, and genuine concern on his face was all she saw. His hair was black and short-cut with a long strand of it sticking out and to the left unnaturally. His face spotted with faded scars that looked well tended to only leave the faintest of signs of ever being there. A warrior. She concluded, and one who seemed to be concerned for her. He held out his gloved hand to her. Trainer Dul HJL? He said. W what? Anisha couldn't understand what he was saying. She was starting to feel faint from her oversue of mana. Dul Arasaret? He asked. I don't understand you. Anisha said back. His head tilted, clearly not understanding what she said either. HVA Vardet? He responded. They couldn't understand each other. Would the ritual even work? How could they make the deal that would determine what he would get in exchange for being summoned? How much freedom would he be granted? How would he be a usable summon if he couldn't understand her? She had to do it. She had to make this work. Binding him by force will take all of her re-emitting energy. If she pushes too hard she might even break her gate in the process. But it's the only option left now. She's gone this far. She set her mind and took a shaky breath in preparation for what was about to happen next. Even if he was an evil soul, no one deserved to be controlled like this. She was summoning him to fight the horde of monsters and probably die all over again. I am so sorry. She said, lowering her head even lower and placing her unsteady hands on the circle floor that began to pulse with energy again. The man was startled by the circle, his eyes went wide and he took a few steps back away from her. HVA dash? He was cut off. Bind! Anisha yelled out. Black chains shot from the circle and began wrapping themselves around him. One pierced his chest, passing right through his white armor. He gave a shout of pain as black smoke poured from his chest. Anisha tried to tune out the screams of pain. She knew she was hurting him because she could feel it hurt through the chain that led back to her. In exchange for your resurrections, you will be my summon. We will be linked and my life will be yours. Anything that hurts me will hurt you too. That was one of the first conditions to give. This way it prevented the summon from just killing their summoner when they got their body back. He grabbed at the chain with his arm and pulled it, but it was too late, it had latched onto his gate. And nothing short of death would loosen it. In exchange for your strength, I will give you a new body. One in its prime. You will use this body to live again and fight at my side. She added that last one to ensure that when he came back he would be at his strongest. This drained the vast majority of her remaining mana, only leaving a bit left. 2 more chains shot up and out of Anisha's body and wrapped themselves around his arms. They began to pull him down into a kneeling position. Gods, was he strong. She pulled and pulled with all her might, and he pushed back with all of his. She had to end this quickly. She just needed to place one more chain. The one that would let her control him fully. The last chain rose up and moved like a snake about to strike. He stared at it, seeming to know what was coming next. He turned his head away and tried to pull away from her grasps. Kom deg vek for meg. HVAGJR do, he shouted through gritted teeth. Please calm down. It will be over soon. She knew he couldn't understand her, but she just had to try to calm him down before. He broke his chain. The black chain that wrapped his left arm shattered and turned to mist. That wasn't good, he shouldn't be able to do that. She needed to get the last chain in before he truly broke free. In exchange for your soul's refinement, our minds will be linked. My thoughts will have sway over yours and you will obey my will. She said hastily before she flung the last chain as fast as possible, going straight for his head. With a sigh of relief, it was finally over. She lifted her head, but was shocked by what she saw. He caught it? He held the chain a mere inch from his face. It writhed in his grip and tried to escape his grasps, but he didn't let it go. His other arm, the one that held some strange work of metal that only now did she realize he had been holding this whole time, began to pull the chains up. He slowly began moving the tip of the item towards her. SPO det. He yelled, more anger in his voice now. Ikiok lag meg. He said, more pleading in his voice. But Anisha didn't stop, she pulled down even harder. Her whole being ached from the effort. Every part of her body was straining from the effort it took to just hold him still. There was a bright flash followed by a loud booming sound, and Anisha lifted her hands from the circle to cover her ears. Even for a Healthman, her hearing was exceptionally sensitive to loud noises. And now all she could hear was a dull ringing. Even her own exhausted breaths couldn't be heard. Fluid began to spill down her left arm. Looking over at it, it was bleeding. A deep gash was sliced across her arm, and blood began to pour from it. She had to stop the bleeding. If any of the blood landed on the runes and messed up the circle, she could lose her last bit of protection. Anisha looked back at the man, who still continued to fight her restraints. He looked resolute in what he had done, the smile long gone, now replaced with stone-cold determination. He was determined to kill her if it meant being freed from the chains. Anisha placed her right arm back on the ground and pulled on the chain that wrapped around his right arm, but he pulled back even harder than before, pulling the tip of the weapon to point ever closer to her body. What was that thing? It was some kind of weapon. Was he gonna kill her? What would happen if she died here? The more he pulled, the more he slipped from her grasp. No, she couldn't fail here. Not now. With one last cry and all of her remaining energy she had left in her whole being, Anisha cried out, bind. Once more. Hundreds of chains shot up from the circle. Forming a wave-like wall over them, the chains came crashing down over both of them and submerged them in utter darkness. Chapter 2, Soldier from the Void. Anisha re-emerged from the black soot that covered the ground. Her magic circle disintegrating and purple flicks of flame died out around her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Her hands shook on their own, unable to stop moving. Her shoulders slumped and her whole body felt heavier than stone. Did it work? She thought to herself, glancing around the room. She didn't see the man. She failed. And now she will die. The monsters could still be heard outside their door, their haunting screechings becoming white noise as Anisha truly began to give up. She tried, she did everything she could, but her magical inabilities weren't enough. A last remaining purple ember flared with a little sudden burst of energy. Anisha watched, unsure of what was beginning to happen. The small purple ember floated away and stopped dead, a few feet off the ground. Then the black soot that stained the floors, her clothes, and her hands began to lift off the ground. Floating towards the purple ember, they began to form a mass around it. The swirling increased, and soon she had to cover her eyes as the particles began to spin faster and faster around the ember. She tried to get up and move away, but she couldn't even stand anymore. Fearing the result of this runaway magic, she scooted away on her hands and knees. A body began to take shape from the soot. First, a skeletal structure was formed from black cloud to hard white bone, then it was wrapped in tendons that snaked through and joined the bones, muscles overlapped muscles, and finally skin. Black hair sprouted from the head, with one strand of black hair sticking out. The man's body was then covered in his gray full-body tunic. His armor formed, brilliant white with a stain of red on the chest. In his hand came his weapon that cracked like thunder. Anisha couldn't believe what she was seeing now. She did it. She actually did it. And not only that, she made the link. If she focused, she could see a few green chains floating in there connecting her gate to his. She really did it. The relief was short-lived, however, as the banging on the door and screeching of the lance soured her achievement. Murderer, he was still out there. Murderer. She cried out, hoping to hear the dwarf's gruff voice. You better have that spell ready. Thorn ears. He yelled through the door, followed by the clanging of metal on monster limbs. He was still alive. Anisha had to act quickly. She had to open the door to get to him and allow her summon to fight for them as they made their escape. The summon floated in the air still, unmoving, his once bare body now covered with the armor he had worn in Moda. While she was relieved, when she first summoned him and his body was taking shape, she was a little concerned that he would come, well, without his clothes. A thought that made her cheeks almost as red as her hair. She never thought of that before. Buren was an animal, so she never considered if everything would come with the person or just the body would be remade. Anisha started to make her way to the door, sweeping her hands over the black charred floor, removing the evidence of her magic she had just used. She'll have to think of some way to explain where this man came from. Her legs struggled to move, so she resorted to crawling on her hands and knees to the door. Grabbing the handle, she pulled herself up and braced herself to try yanking the door open. With Murderer's help, they should be able to get the door open long enough to pull him in. She glanced back at her summon, who still floated in the air, unmoving and, more alarming, bleeding. Blood poured from the wound in his chest, but that shouldn't be happening. The deal should have made him have a new body, so why was it still there? Get back, girl. Murderer yelled from the other side of the door before being thrown through it. The dwarf shattered the wall and he went flying backwards, crashing into a pile of wooden debris and stone in the back of the room, exploding in a cloud of dust and beard hair. A wooden branch stalked its way through the door. Anisha's eyes landed on the blood-stained sharpened tip. Another leg followed, and soon another. A head made of vines and eyes stalked through, followed by a round body that looked like a round ball of leaves. A chittering click from its concealed beak froze Anisha to the bone. Without the door to hold on to, her legs gave out from her and she collapsed to the ground. She just couldn't do it anymore. She was a failure, and not even breaking one of the most sacred rules of magic wasn't enough to save them. All it did was bring another person to the slaughter. She glanced up, through tear-filled eyes. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She cried out before a dark slumber took over her. Murderer was only out for maybe 1 to 2 seconds, and no more. His dwarven blood bolstered him to get up again and fight those Delvet forsaken monsters one last time, ensuring his blood in his veins will form only the finest of gold veins upon his death. He pushed himself up and out of the debris, slamming his hammer into the ground and a gust of wind shooting out, dispersing all the dust from the room. Grabbing his silver blood and abominable corrosive green blood-stained hammer with both hands, he prepped for the fight. His march towards his foes was halted, however, when a new threat entered his gaze. A man in white armor stood hunched over. On himself, with the dust cleared away, he could see the iron-rich red blood pooling at his feet. A human, recognizing his brother Kin's blood type. His wound was bad, a hole from his back poured blood, and judging from his hand on his chest, he figured he had been impaled by one of the lance. Murderer held out his hand. Though he wasn't partially skilled in healing, that was supposed to be the half-breed's Anisha's job. He did know how to at least stop a wound from bleeding. Green energy swirled around his hand. Pointing his hand, he focused his magic on him while also keeping his eyes on the lance that began to slowly enter the room. Knowing they were trapped, they took their time to approach. The magic completed, a simple feedback from his magic circle informing him that there was no more healing to be done. The man rose up holding a hand to his head, shook it around, and took a step back, steadying himself on his wobbling legs. Take it easy, adventurer, it'll take time to still recover from your head being rung like a bell. The man turned and looked at him. A human in his mature years looked back at him with confused, almost glazed-over eyes. These new adventurers were always quick to grab the fanciest armors but always forgot to get good head protection. Murderer couldn't recognize the armor style from any known patterns or kingdoms. It was rather unique and his dwarfish instincts were intrigued by its overall uniqueness. Perhaps a custom set. Just sit this one out, lad. I'll handle them. Murderer was the guild master of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom. Even if this wandering adventure wasn't assigned to them, it was his duty to look after all adventures in the area. HVA? He finally said something. Even though it was gibberish, Murderer took it as a good sign that he was getting back to his wits. Speaking of wits, he needed to refocus. In all the confusion, he wasn't sure where Anisha had gone to. He had to. A lance head hung over Anisha's body, thick oozing tendril vines slid across her face. Its jaws chittered a few inches from her face. Over my bronze-covered hide will you eat my guild courier? Murderer shouted. He charged and slammed his hammer square on the side of the lance's spider-like head, smashing it against the wall in a spray of green ooze and fake leaves. Its body collapsed, but before it fell on Anisha, he used his right boot, hooked Anisha's body and slid her back towards the man. Another lant quickly climbed over its dead counterpart, sensing that their prey wasn't beaten just yet. Get her to safety. He called back, bracing his shield. The second lant put its full weight on his tower shield that was slung over his shoulder. A third one pushed past and started making its way to the two young adventurers. Devilot's Forge. Don't you ignore me. He braced his shield with one arm and jammed the head of his warhammer at the leg of the third, but it merely stumbled a bit before continuing its march towards the weaker two. Don't just stand there. Defend yourself. Murderer commanded the man. Murderer cursed under his breath upon seeing the man's face. Fear, utter shock coated his face. He was panicking and was going to run. Develop strengthen me. Murderer had to hold them all off. No was coming to save them. He was their only chance to survive. But what could he do? He was pinned by one lant while another just ignored him like he was some scrap of fool's gold left by the wall. Murderer could only watch as the lant approached the man. Standing back on its back four legs, it raised its from two, preparing to stab straight through the man. It lurched forward but didn't find its mark. The man with surprising speed dodged at the last possible moment. One of the legs glancing off his white armor. Coming to a rolling stop, his expression changed from fear to the face of a fighter. Furrowed brows and a tense muscle, Murderer has seen enough fights to know that he was no longer out of it but back in the moment. Resolve set, the man looked about as if looking for something and finding it on the floor. A small metallic rectangle device that Murderer didn't even know what to make of. Its shape was odd and served no clear purpose, but by the way the man eyed it desperately, Murderer figured it must be important. The lant went for the stab again, standing up and attempting to stab him again. But the man dodged again, a little slower now, and his recovery wasn't as smooth. He held his chest and a thick cough of blood came from his mouth. The healing Murder did early only sealed the wound, but it couldn't fix what was damaged inside. Undeterred by the stumbling, the man continued his way to the object. Grabbing it, he held it with expert precise. There was no wasted movement, or fiddling with what apparently were the handles as many others did when desperately grasping for a weapon. The warrior stood taking a sturdy-looking stance. He braced the object against his right shoulder and leaned his head on the device, gazing at the beast. Murderer waited. He wasn't sure for what, but when it happened he couldn't believe it. Thunder rode from the weapon and the beast roared out in anguish as a red magic crystal shot out of it and pierced one of its eyes. Another crack of thunder and the monster backed up again. Again and again the weapon boomed with power, and more crystals shot out. The monster's face was a pincushion of magic crystals. All of them zapped and surged with sudden bursts of energy. The lant screeched one last time before being silenced by another crystal. The man turned his attention to the hallway, where the rest of the hive festered now in a ravenous rage, once more trying to claw their way into the room. The stranger pointed his weapon down the hall and Murderer recognized the stance he was taking. It was similar to one used by heavy crossbow users or a hand-held ballista. Not wanting to be caught in the crossfire, he pushed back on the lant with his shield and dove out of the way. Scooping up Anisha's body, he braced his shield between them and the weapon. The thunder cracked once more, but now even faster. Delvet's Vogue, he couldn't even tell one crack from the other. His ears hurt from the sound that echoed. And even in Anisha's passing out state, he felt the half-beat elf girl twitch at each deafening boom of the weapon. The screechings of the lance were cancelled out as the warrior's weapon cried out even louder and seemingly with more fury than even a dragon. When the barrage finally stopped, Murderer cautiously peeked out from behind the shield. The warrior stood there stone still, smoke poured from the end of the weapon, and occasional zaps of yellow energy came from the back of it. Murder cautiously stood up from behind the shield. He never truly considered the danger of this man. As far as he knew, he could be a bandit, or a rogue infiltrator from a rival kingdom. With weapons like those, he must have high status with some nobles. Murder stood up from behind his shield. With a quick turn, the man turned his weapon on Murder and pointed it at him dead center. Murder quickly raised his hands, showing he was unarmed, having had to drop his hammer to grab Anisha. "It's all right, lad, calm down. I'm Guild Master Murder Stormchin of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom." The warrior didn't lower his weapon, but his stock still stands loosen a little. HVA- Vomeg. Vomeg? He said in a questioning tone. But Murdera couldn't understand him. "What's your name, stranger? I wish to thank you properly and share your deeds today." "And name? HVA Vardet?" He asked, a little more confused. His weapon lowered a little more, but his shoulders showed that he was still on edge. See, could he really not understand common? There was no place on Boratone that didn't at least know some common tongue. Just where he was from, wondered Murdera. But his questions had to wait. One of the lamps slowly began to pull itself from the pile of its dead hive. A few red crystals shone from its head, but none were dead center. Murdera hefted his shield. Having abandoned his hammer, it was his only means of protection. The stranger turned his attention, also pointing his weapon at the monster. It charged and reared back, preparing to stab the man. Murdera braced for another crack of what he was now theorizing was magic-made thunder. But it didn't come. Instead, he heard a very quiet click. The man looked at the side, and in what Murder guessed in his tongue muttered a curse under his breath. What was wrong? Did he overuse the weapon? Murdera could only stand by and watch again as the lance charged into the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. One of its legs came out and slammed down on the man's chest piece. A blow that would almost certainly puncture or dent most armors. But once again the man's equipment left Murdera speechless. The lance leg slammed into the armor, but didn't so much as distort the paint on the armor. It crashed another leg, and only for it to not pierce the white armor. The force of it still caused the man to cry out in pain as the weight still fell on his already injured chest. Murdera couldn't stand by this time. Leaving Anisha, he charged with his shield. Bashing into its side, its weight barely budged from his weight. But he dug his boots in and pressed with all his might he could muster. The lance screeched in protest, now trying to get one of its long branch limbs up and over his shield to stab him, but Murdera held tight to his shield, not allowing the creature to get another nick of his silver blood. The weight of the lance suddenly shifted, and the lance's own weight was used against it as it began to bend back and tip. Murdera looked in shock as the man had grabbed the lance's front two legs and was now pressing it backwards. Such raw strength was rare to find in a human, even rarer for one as young as him. The man pressed hard, getting to his knees, then standing he pushed back against the creature. It screeched in protest as it tried to resist. It can't use any of its other four legs as Murdera was blocking two of them, while the other two it used to desperately keep its balance. Resurgent to its second weapon, it shot out its vine tendrils and wrapped them around the man's arm. That wasn't good. Lant venom is a paralysis type that can freeze an entire person's body in a matter of seconds. The man's right arm slowly began to wane, and the leg now bolstered by his prey's weakening moved towards his neck, hoping to stab him in a weak spot. But with the brashness of a dwarf, the man released both legs and shoulder, charged the underside of the lant, not only toppling it but sending it flying back a few feet. It sprawled on its back, spear-like tree limbs jutting upward, trying to find leverage to flip it back over. Taking the opportunity, the man unsheathed a small bladed knife with an extreme bend in it. Almost similar to a hawk's beak or a reptile's claw. He rushed it. Right arm gone limp, but wielding the knife in his left hand, expertly flipping reverse grip, he drove the tip into the lance's neck before dragging it around its entire throat. The chittering and sprawling legs slowly died away. As the last lant died on the floor, Murdera could only stare in awe. The man slowly stood, his body tethering from side to side. He turned to face Murdera, giving him a slight nod of his head. The guildmaster took that as a sign that it was dead, and that he wasn't going to find Murdera. His eyes moved over to Anisha's, his face then twisted into a mix of shock, confusion, and anger. Murdera instinctively moved between the stranger and Anisha. He wasn't sure what Anisha had done to warrant that reaction from him, but he wasn't going to take any more chances today. The man looked back to Murdera, his eyes started to glaze over again. He caught himself with a stumble, and with a flourish of his right arm he crossed it against his chest and proudly stated Verden Het, before falling over and going unconscious. Chapter 3, Aftermath. Anisha stirred from her deep and groggy sleep to the sound and smell of a crackling fire. She felt horrible, like she hadn't had any sleep in 6 months. Every muscle and fiber ached in protest to being moved at all. But her body wasn't the only thing that hurt. Deep inside her, her gate burned. Its overuse causing excess mana to pour from it. Instinctively from years of training she began a breathing pattern to slow her thoughts and calm her gate. Once she felt the mana stop flowing she began to inspect her soul. In her mind she could picture it in front of her. A singular ring-like structure with holes running through it. Her hands move around the gate inspecting it for cracks or breaks. Letting out a long breath when she found no damage. Rolling onto her side she rubbed at her face and eyes, trying to clear her vision of its blurry effect. The tingling in her face made her hands instinctively touch the side of her face only to feel nothing. Her momentary movement of panic got the attention of the firekeeper, his battle-worn bronze metal armor shifting as he sat on a log near her. Her ears twitching to the subtle rustle of chainmail underneath it. Lance venom shuts down the nerves. It's only temporary, mind you. So don't start ya panicking until after ya scoldin's done, girl. Murderer tone showed no visible emotion, it was stone cold like the mountains of his home. But years living with him she's become accustomed to deciphering the dwarf's subtle signs, hunched forward focusing on the fire instead of her hinted that he was deep in thought most likely because he had questions for her, and he meant to get the answers from her but was taking the time to think them out. She struggled to sit up but she forced herself to at least be upright. If she was going to face the justified wrath of her teacher then she would do it showing the proper respect. Anisha was a complete and utter failure as an adventurer. And she showed Murderer her true character today by resorting to dark magics in a vain attempt to try to help. Anisha sat and waited, her face trying to match the dwarf's emotionless features, but it was a struggle to maintain it as time went on. The questions didn't come. No, Murderer always liked to make her squirm for a bit before starting. He sat there blowing smoke rings from his jade and gold pipe that he only ever used after a hard fight, or sometimes at night to just relax, but she's not supposed to know that. Which made Anisha even more nervous. If he was this on edge, she really was in trouble. As she sat and waited, Murderer's punishment was starting to work on her, but she wasn't going to speak first. But as time marches on so agonizingly slow, her mind starting trying to guess what he would ask by going through the day's event. Her first quest slowly came back to her. The ruins, the lance attacking, running, desperation. And then. Oh gods! She actually did it. Her eyes furrowed and her lips twisted as realization set in. Now clear of adrenaline she was thinking straight again. The momentary crack in her mask caused Murderer to slightly glance toward her. He saw her crack. She performed necromancy. The thought almost made her vomit what little was left in her stomach. In the moment the choice felt so obvious and justified. But now that they were out of it. Guilt riddled her. She's no better than a Avist-worshipping crypt defiler. Her hands trembled as she recalled the moment she had succumbed to the temptation of dark magic. The memory clawed at her conscience, twisting her stomach into knots. Images of the summon she had raised flashed before her eyes, the fear on his face when she started bounding him, the ound that killed him pouring a seemingly never-ending amount of blood, his body forming. Right in front of her made from the defiled crystals. She pressed her lips together, trying to suppress the rising tide of guilt that threatened to consume her. The weight of her actions bore down on her shoulders like a leaden cloak, suffocating her with the fear of condemnation and exile. She couldn't bear to meet Murderer's gaze, knowing that behind his stoic facade lay the judgment she dreaded. Is that what has Murderer so on edge? Did he figure it out? Of course he must have. How else could a random man's corpse in foreign armor just appear in a room they had already searched? She had to explain herself. Maybe Murderer would just leave her here and not bring her to the guards to turn her in. He would show her some mercy, wouldn't he? Who was she kidding? Murderer's been looking for every excuse to get rid of her since she was 5. Gods, she even knows the only reason she was given the courier job was so he wouldn't have to deal with her burdensome existence every day. The silence was more agonizing than any punishment she's faced from him before. He sat there unmoving, almost like he didn't even acknowledge her existence. Oh, Biscuitin's embrace helped me. She thought. The fearing of Murderer's next actions overwhelmed her and she started to say something, anything. The guilt was becoming unbearable. Murderer dash, she chalked out, fear in her voice, and she was on the precipice of completely breaking down in front of him. Avist take that steel-headed old guildmaster for breaking her from simply ignoring her. 2 dead and rotting adventures, 2 injured, and a dented fool guildmaster. Murderer cut her off, as if she hadn't just spoke. His voice was low and grumbly, but clear to understand. I knew you weren't ready, but against my better judgment I took you along with Nathal and Julu. He paused for a bit, lowering his pipe, his face contorted slightly as he was trying to think of what to say. I thought they could have maybe helped you. Shown you the ropes that I clearly wasn't able to. I thought some real experience with my supervision would help you overcome your magic blockage. He took another puff of his pipe before continuing. It was the wrong call. He let out a smoke-filled breath of smoke. After sticking the pipe back in his mouth, he continued. I didn't expect to have you experience the hard reality of adventuring so soon. Seeing a comrade fall in battle never gets easier, you just get more accustomed to it. He gestured to the neatly wrapped remains of a man's body, white cloth stained red. Anisha didn't see another body. Seeing Anisha's gaze, Murderah continued. After making a camp and making sure you two weren't gonna die, I headed back into the ruins. I found him, half gnarled to the bone near where you ran into us. I couldn't find Julu's body. All I found was a blood trail leading into the inner lance nest. Poor girl, she shouldn't have lived long through the pain. Tears filled Anisha's eyes at the mention of Julu. She let her down. She left her to die, once the lance attacked, because she couldn't use her accursed magic when she needed to. And now she was dead, and they didn't even have a body to return to her family. Their deaths are my fault, girl, not yours, stated Murderah with a heavy voice. He truly believed that this was all his fault, but it wasn't. Anisha was the weak link that broke the chain. She could have helped if not for her inability to control the other magic types. A shield could have locked the lance in hallway to let Julu and herself escape. She could have healed Nathal, she could have done anything else than what she actually did. But something else stung at Anisha's conscience. Did Murderah say both were alive? Slowly she looked around the campsite. Across the fire laid a man on a stretcher. His white armor now removed and grey tunic peeled back to expose his bare bruised and bloodied chest. Her summon, on impulse she felt through their bond, feeling for life. And she found it, fastening on the chain, the green chains that bound them appeared before her, meaning that he was still very much alive. One of the chains led to the injury in his chest that wasn't healed when he was summoned, and another wrapped around his right arm. Two chains, however, floated idle by not making contact with his body at all. The one that led to his left hand was shattered at the tip when he broke free. And the last one remained intact, but since it never made contact with his mind, it floats a short distance from his head. At first Anisha didn't know how to react to the situation. In her panicked state she never considered what to do with the man after escaping the lance. Admitting to herself she had planned on the man's death, stalling the lance long enough for Murderah and herself to get away. But with him very much still alive, that just makes everything far more complicated. Tracking her gaze, Murderah's eyes rested on the injured man. He won't make it through the night. An air of loss in his voice. You're out of magic and all I can do is surface level healing. There's nothing we can do for M. Such a waste of talent. What do you mean? Anisha asked. How would Murderah know anything about the man? He was practically dead when she summoned him. Murderah turned his gaze from the man and back to Anisha, who sat patiently for an explanation. When I first saw him he had a wound straight through his chest, from end to end. But he didn't go down. Once he got a hold of himself, he braced his weapon and laid waste to 10 lance in the span of a few seconds. And then when one lance clawed its way through its dead kin and attacked him, he grabbed it by the legs and physically held it back. With no magical enhancements. Murderah took another puff after his explanation. A person can't do such things unless they go rigorous training. Trainings like that don't leave a man unscathed. Gesturing to the man's bare chest with his pipe, Murderah continued his assessment. However, this man has not a scratch on him save it be the ones he got today. Not one scar mars his body. Which can only mean one thing. Anisha's heart felt like it jumped to her throat. Here it comes, he knew, he had to know. He's a prodigy nobleman from a far-off kingdom. Murderah concluded, tapping his pipe on leg armor. A noble? Anisha asked. Skeptical, but this was his real conclusion. Yes, a noble born. They are pretty rare to see as adventures, but I've seen it before. Powerful families send out their kids to get some real-world experience and build connections. It's the only way to explain his powerful weapon that only the greatest of weaponsmiths could have crafted. And he must have had access to some of the greatest healers for his training. There's no doubt in my mind this man's taken a beating, the way he continued to fight even with wound like that. Gesturing at the wrapped chest wound. It takes great mental resolve to be able to keep your wits and push through the pain like that. Murderah nodded to himself after explaining his thoughts to Anisha, most likely feeling more confident in his assumption now that he said it out loud. Oh. Yes, I see, that does seem like the only logical and likely explanation. Anisha didn't know whether to cry from relief or cry from guilt that her hidden actions may not be discovered. She sat there feeling relieved that she wasn't going to be exiled or taken to the authorities for execution. But Murderah said he would die. After hearing what that, not only did he save their lives, but was an impressive fighter. She couldn't feel anything but sadness at being unable to do anything for him after what she'd done. Cautiously she stood up, a little shaky, but she steadied herself on her staff that was laid close by. Using it to support herself, she walked over to her summon. She kneeled at his side and just watched him for a bit. His breathing was labored, and after some time she noticed it was beginning to slow down. She reached out and held his hand. Trying to send comfort through their bond to him, she wanted to convey her gratitude and apologies. Thank you for saving me. I'm so sorry for what I did to bring you here. Please rest, and return to your rest. He stirred a little. Free? He said in a weak voice only Anisha heard. Free. Segvrast, he muttered again. With more energy. Anisha still couldn't understand what he was saying. It pained her that his final words were not understood. She had to make this right, she couldn't just let him die. Not after everything that's happened. But what could she do? She has no magic crystals left, and even still she'd probably not be able to maintain the spell to do healing. She began to rifle through her summon stuff. Opening the two side satchels on his side, she pulled out metal rectangles that at once she realized what was inside shocked her along with gave her hope. It was full of red power crystals. She could feel the large of amounts of mana pouring from it. Now that she started looking for it, she could feel mana all over the man. From his very gray magic poured from it. Then she felt it. A small flicker of green magic. Coming from his chest piece. Grabbing it, she felt around the thick but surprisingly light piece of metal. Gazing into the hole in the backplate, she noticed that the backplate was actually hollow. Feeling around, she found a small lip under the bottom section. Pulling slightly, the covering on the back slid down, revealing a thin profile backpack. Inside was an array of items Anisha couldn't even begin to guess what they were. More of those rectangles full of red crystals were on the right. But he left, she found what she was looking for. A thin pencil-like object with a thicker cap at the end held what she needed. Uncapping it, she saw a thin blade made of green crystal. What are you doing, girl? Murderah, who finally took notice of her actions, got up and started moving towards her. Leave the man's items alone, so we can send it back to. Anisha held out the small knife made of crystal to the dwarf. I can heal him with this. She stated that with far more confidence than she thought she had. What in Develt's forge, a blade made of healing crystals? Murderah was now more intrigued by the design than what Anisha had said. Anisha held the knife in her hand. Carefully she reached out to the crystal, through her gate, out her arm up the knife's hilt and into the crystal itself. She felt a slight surge of mana ripple back to her gate. Her gate like a sore muscle ached as she began her magic. She had to image herself pulling open her gate by hand. But it was heavy and wanting to shut. But she had to do this. Even if it meant breaking her gate. Her own mana began pouring into the crystal and the spell began. Slowly, ever so slowly, she crafted a few magic runes in the air. The thin blade would not be enough to heal him. But it should be enough to get him to tomorrow. Where they will take him to a proper healer who knew what they were doing. As the magic progressed, the blade shone brightly, but slowly began to fade. And then it burst. In a cloud of green dust and magical energy, the blade, exploded. The shaft of the rod it was attached to was split like a tree when struck by lightning. Anisha instinctively dropped it, expecting it to burn. But instead of pain, she felt slightly refreshed, actually. Devilots. Girl. What are you doing? Murderah yelled, shock and confusion on his face, his stone face facade now cleared away. I don't know. I was just trying to heal him. I'm sorry, Murderah, I just wanted to save him. I thought if I went slow my magic wouldn't go out of control. I don't know what happened, everything felt fine, I was doing it. At least I thought I was doing it right. Tears now openly poured down her face, her runaway mouth only put to a stop as she struggled to take a breath. Murderah shifted in his heavy armor. A little discomfort on his face seeing her so openly show her emotions. Bah, damn your eyes, girl, that wasn't you. Murderah's words made Anisha gain a little control back. It wasn't? Tell me, girl, do crystals ever explode? He asked. It's such a simple answer. No, they don't. She shook her head. That's right, they don't, or at least they shouldn't. Something tells me there's more to this man's equipment than its peculiar design. Reaching down into the man's armor backpack, he shuffled a few things around before giving a grunt of confirmation. And they chim just as I thought. Pulling out a thin metal emblem, he held it up to the campfire to see it better. Ha ha. Just as I thought. He held it down for Anisha to see. It was a metal emblem with a rather strange bird she had never seen before. Its feathers were white and orange, and its legs were long. In one of its talons it held a red crystal. The design was incredibly intricate, unlike anything she had seen before. Is that a noble crest? Murderer finished. I've never seen one of its kind, so that confirms that he's no noble from close by, but based on its royal color, its master craftsman make, and an family animal on it. I'd say it's best to confirm that he's a noble from yet a far-off land that few probably know about. The only question I wanted answered now is, what's he doing all the way here in the Eastern Frontier Kingdom? Anisha's confusion with the man only increased. Sure, she assumed he was from some far-off land. But to be so far away that not even a guildmaster wouldn't recognize it? Things she had to consider for later. Turning back to her summon, he laid on the ground. But somehow he noticeable was breathing better. Placing her hand on his bare chest, she felt his breaths come and go, with relief. He's doing better. Anisha said, not sure of how though. At this point she just decided to not ask any more questions. And would instead just focus on his needs. Through the night she stayed by his side, dabbing his forehead with a washcloth as he continued to have the occasional nightmare. Free. He says that a lot. Anisha noticed. She wondered what it meant, and also wondered if perhaps it was actually someone he was calling out to. Whenever he seemed to be troubled, she reached through their bond and tried to send soothing thoughts to him, trying to reassure him that he was safe. It worked surprisingly well despite the language barrier. Perhaps her bond allowed some form of understanding to pass between them. When dawn broke, Murderer returned with a cart he had bought off a local farmer. The said farmer was more than willing to sell it at a fair price after the adventurers had dealt with the lant infestation. Putting the body of their dead party member and the injured body of the stranger, they set out on their day's journey back to the guild. As they made their way down the dirt path in silence, Anisha couldn't help but feel the completion of her first quest did not feel as satisfactory as she had hoped it would. Chapter 4, Eastern Frontier Kingdom. The road back to the guild took Anisha and Murderer a day and a half to get back. The extra load of the cart slowed down their pace tremendously. Anisha stayed by her summon side, walking next to the cart, checking his breathing, and every now and again reaching through the bond to see how he was doing mentally. His nightmares had diminished in occurrences, but he still shifted in his sleep. Anisha shared his unease. She wasn't sure what was gonna happen next. She was walking straight into a place where if anyone found out what she'd done, not just her but her summon could be executed for the crime of necromancy. Murderer's reputation as a guildmaster would be tarnished. She knew not to push her luck any further than she already has. By her luck or curse she managed to summon a dead noble's son back to life, so it explains his overall strangeness. But she doubted she could keep up the charade for long. Another concern came to her mind, that being what would her summon do once he came back to consciousness? Does he remember being dead? Will he thank her for bringing him back or despise her for defiling his body with Moda's black crystals? Anisha's concerns had to be put on pause once the gate caller yelled out to get their attention. In front of her stood the towering double-door gate that was the main entrance for the kingdom. The gate caller wore a pointed helm with a yellow plume. From his elevated balcony in the gatehouse he ran through the usual questioning. Who wishes to enter the gates and what is your business here? Called the gate caller. Murderer took the lead on the procedures. Murderer Stormchin, Guildmaster of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom. We are returning from a quest with a casualty and an injured noble. At the mention of his title Guildmaster, the caller straightened up and was already giving the order to open the gate. The gate's speed doubled when he mentioned the injured noble. Anisha guessed none of the guards wanted to be held accountable if the noble died because they took too long to open a gate. Nobles have placed blame like that before. The streets of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom were not as nice as the older and more established cities. Their roads are still dirt, with only some stone pathing just recently being placed in the town center. The market square was still a hive of activity that they had to sluggishly way through with their cart and passengers. Rusted flecks, can't they see we're trying to get through here? Murderer cursed as the crows around the stalls seemed to be an immovable wall now. All the citizens seemed to be taking their time at the markets recently. With the increased gate security, few merchants have been making the usual trek to resupply their sellers here. Anisha guesses that today just happened to be a day when a fresh caravan of merchants have arrived. She recognized some of the kingdom crests that were displayed close to the merchants' stall signs. She saw merchants from Blanjadi, Clyfraction, Maudland, and even saw a group of dwarven smiths from Krosniath. Anisha thought Murderer might have been a little pleased to see some of his kin from his home. But he only gave an audible grunt before putting his focus back on trying to push his way through the crowd. The other dwarfs in kind didn't seem to pay much attention to Murdera either. Too busy working on their metalwork. Anisha always looked for others like her in large crowds. Half-breeds were uncommon but not rare. She saw a dwarfman working the kiln at the dwarf stall. In dwarf terms she was much taller than the other dwarfs and a bit more lean, but still had the characteristics of looking sturdy. In the crowd she saw a small family of horks. Noticeable by their paler green skin instead of the thick Calisted dark green orcs usually have. And to Anisha's sudden joy she saw another Helfman, however this one's hair was a mix of gold and brown, instead of Anisha's red and black mix. Meaning he was a descendant of the gold elves. Next to him clutching his arm was a very old human lady. Anisha guessed she was probably in her late 70s. In contrast the Helfman, who Anisha assumed was her son by how he carefully held her up and was patient with her as she chose her items from the stall, looked no more than 25. Anisha couldn't help but smile at them both. It was nice to see someone care for their aging parents. Being born of mixed races often came with both pros and cons. For those of half-elf blood, it was about a 50-50 chance you would age either a little bit slower or faster than one of your parents. Elves naturally had long lives, some even believing elves can live indefinitely in the right conditions. Anisha herself landed more on the lifespan of her father, who was human. She's aged a little slower, but currently looks about 23 when in actuality she's 28. A man who stood towering over the crowd got her attention. His steel and bronze-rimmed armor shined in the afternoon light like a beacon. He stood 7 feet tall and held a tri-leaf spear that looked as long as a flagpole. On his shield and chest piece an orange bronze oak leaf was embraced and polished to a shine that would make glass jealous. Sir Haltis Holyoke, Lord Knight of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom, marched dutifully through the crowd. Careful not to bump into others with his size, but it seemed unnecessary as the crowds parted for him. Guildmaster Murdera. His deep but pleasant voice boomed from underneath his great helm. I came as fast as I could when one of the callers informed me of your recent casualties. He said with a bit of pain coming through his voice. The Goliath of a man kneed down to be more level with Murdera, who was half his size. Leaning in he put his hand up as if to dampen his loud whispering to Murdera, but to no avail. Anisha, and she bet most people close by could hear him just fine. I came once I heard an injured noble was entering the kingdom. As Lord Knight it is my solemn duty to ensure his safety through these streets. Please allow me to escort you and your fallen to their destinations. Before Murdera could even respond, the giant shifted his attention to Anisha. While kneeling in front of her she stood above him, which was quite honestly a strange sensation, seeing him at a more eye contact level instead of craning her neck to look up at him. He placed his gauntlet hand on her shoulder, careful not to let its weight pull her down. He hovered it slightly. Miss Anisha. I am sorry for the loss of your compatriots. It's a sad day whenever our fine kingdom loses one of our valued adventurers. I'm sure that they are resting in the halls of Verdun and awaiting their reincarnation. With that he stood back to his towering height. All right, let's get this nobleman to a healer on the double. Murdera, hand me the reins on that cart. Don't argue, friend. You've carried your responsibilities long enough. Let me carry it the rest. Once again not letting Murdera protest, he slung his shield over his back, collapsed his long polearm into a half its size and shielded it on his back as well. Grabbing the cart, it looked like a child playing with a toy. He looked towards Anisha and asked. Forgive me, Anisha, but it seems I do not know any good healers in town. Perhaps you know someone worthy of treating a noble? Murdera mumbles something about Haltis being dimmer than a half-drenched charcoal. Before Anisha could give a name, Murdera took out the bag that held all the man's armor and slung it over his shoulder. Murdera? What are you doing with those? Anisha asked, unsure of what the dwarf was up to now. The man saved my life, seems fitting that I take his armor to be repaired, and after passing that their dwarfsmith's ways back I bet they can repair it to its previous quality. He said it as though it was the obvious thing to do next. Turning he started pushing his way back through the crowd. Ignoring Haltis' words of so chivalrous, and that's why he's guildmaster. Hoisting the cart easily, Haltis yelled out to the crowd around them. Make way. Move aside for the injured. On his command the sea of people parted, a wide alley down the center of the market cleared right away. Anisha was impressed by how they all obeyed and moved just because he said to. Where to Miss Anisha? She couldn't see it, but he knew he was smiling at her under his helm. A few minutes later Anisha and Haltis were in front of Mrs. Melissa Healing and Herb's clinic. A small but tall building nearer to the town center and close to the guild. She was the predominant healer for serious injuries from adventuring. She's seen it all, and if it bleeds she can heal it. How does Anisha know this? Well, because she's also Anisha's magic teacher. The one who taught her everything she knew about magic. how to control her gait, how to mix the crystal's power with her own mana. It was her that inspired her to study the arcane arts and specifically with a focus on healing. A pale white Eurasian, with 4 large white petals for hair, greeted them at the door. Lifting her goggles up, her reptilian-like eyes blinked at the peculiar view in front of her shop. The 4 petals that lined both eyes opened and closed repeatedly as if a sign for Anisha to explain herself. Anisha. What brings you here? Shouldn't you still be out on your first quest for a few days? Don't tell me Murdera backed out again of your detail. The white flower petals on her head began to flap up and down as her anger rose. That stubborn dirt eater, I'll teach him a lesson the next time he comes seeking my healing. Maybe I'll just lace his armor with spiral dust and ocean clippings. Snapping her fingers, an action Anisha learned to mean listen up. What are the effects of combining those 2 ingredients? Anisha's back straightened immediately. Years of being subjected to Mrs. Melissa's rather unique style of teaching caused her body to react on instinct and an answer to leave her mouth before telling her teacher why they had come. By combining those 2, you get a cream that causes skin irritation and can often lead to rashes, itching, and if ingested, a week-long sickness. That's the correct pupil. Nice to see you haven't been slacking on your studies while away. The large smile that almost split her face in half showed pride in her student. Melissa's eyes went up, looking up towards the large armored knight that stood behind Anisha. And you big guy, are you here for healing or just looking for a job as a new front yard decoration? She asked, completely ignoring his clear ranking in the Lord's Guard. Mrs. Melissa. Anisha began, alleviating Halta's flustered state. She guessed he wasn't used to people treating him like that so openly. Murdera didn't do anything wrong, in fact he did take me on the quest. The Eurasian's face softened from that, but confusion soon appeared on her face instead. Then what brings you here? You look fine? You are fine, aren't you? No, I'm fine, Mrs. Melissa. She struggled to say the words to her teacher. She wanted to tell the truth so she could hopefully heal the man. She didn't know if healing didn't work the same on a summon as it did on a living person. Additionally, the guilt from before resurged with even greater effect now that she was standing in front of her teacher. As a failure. I am so sorry. She started to cry openly now, and just as the tears began to run again, her teacher of 8 years rushed to embrace her. Her hand wrapped around the back of Anisha's head and cradled her into her shoulder. That action brought out everything else Anisha was holding in. All the fear, shame, and guilt was finally being let out. I couldn't do it, Melissa. I couldn't cast. It's all my fault they're dead. I couldn't do anything to save them. Anisha said out loud, muffled in her teacher's hair. It's all right, young pupil. Let it out. Her teacher's soothing voice worked its magic. Anisha could feel herself getting control of her emotions again. After some time passed, her teacher pulled her off her shoulder and set her square in front of her. Anisha, you shouldn't blame yourself for not being able to do what you were not ready for. A first quest almost never involves something that can fight back, so something must have gone wrong. It's not your fault you were caught unprepared. Why don't you spend the night in my study and rest? And we'll talk more tomorrow. Anisha sniffled a few more times before nodding her head. Wiping her tears on her sleeve, she turned to the cart, gesturing to the man. I wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for him. Please, can you heal him? Her teacher looked back, only now realizing the injured man that laid in the back of the cart. As sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, my pupil. She walked over to the cart and placed her hand on Anisha's summon's forehead. For a moment nothing was happening. Then the blue crystals that hung off a golden chain on her teacher's hip suddenly began to glow and levitate slightly. Her teacher's face twisted in concentration. Anisha waited on bated breath, fearing that her teacher's soft words would soon turn to anger. Get him inside now, she ordered Haltiz, reacting as if he just received an order from the Lord of the Kingdom himself. Haltiz lifted the man's body up and, having to duck his head to get inside, carried him in. Inside the building, she heard Melissa shouting orders to her 2 staff. Venus, her husband, and herbalist came from the back room, still wearing his gloves and apron. Without hesitation, he discarded what he was working on and quickly began to help his wife clear a spot for the man. They placed him on a long wooden table in the middle of the shop. Around the room were hundreds of shelves that held all manner of specimens, samples, and other odd trinkets she's collected over the years. Is he gonna be okay? Anisha asked, seeing the speed at which Melissa was working alarmed her. Was he that close to dying? She thought he was stable and recovering. I don't know. If you had come any later, there might have been nothing I could do for him. Her blunt answers showed that she was focusing on the task at hand. not wasting any time to give Anisha another surprise test or questions. "Where's that weed sodden dryfolk?" Melissa yelled out to no one in particular. As if on cue, a black cat dryfolk girl came down from the upper study. Kamiko Shig, Melissa's other student and Anisha's best friend, seemed to have just woken up. Her black second set of cat ears on her head drooped a little, and her tail hung limply behind her. "What's going on?" she said through a yawn and stretching herself out. Her body was extremely flexible. Twisting her back, she was almost able to spin her torso all the way around. "Kamiko, take Anisha to the study and heal any of her wounds. Once that is done, come back down and help me here." Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Kamiko's eyes widened and she quickly began doing as her teacher instructed. Masterfully jumping down that last few steps and landing with a quiet thud, she gracefully bobbed around the two healers as they moved quickly around the room. Instead asking Haltaz to move his massive body, she instead jumped and crawled over his back and slid down his shield, landing near Anisha. Kamiko looked at her friend in concern. Her eyes hung on the man their teacher was working on. Her face was pale, and she noticed that her eyes were red from crying. She reached out and grabbed Anisha's hand. But this didn't seem to break her focus. Pulling her along, Anisha followed behind, but at a slow pace. It took some time for them to reach the study, but once they did and Kamiko closed the door behind them, Anisha slumped to the floor next to her old coot. She sat there in a ball for a bit before Kamiko slowly approached her and sat next to her. "I'm gonna check you for injuries, okay?" Anisha gave a little nod, though she didn't uncover her face and stayed curled up. Kamiko began the magical process of checking for injuries. Using a blue crystal that hung off her side similar to her teacher's, she used it to penetrate Anisha's very body. Not seeing any serious damage besides a bruise on the side of her head, she quickly pulled out a green crystal and began healing the injury to Anisha's head. Within seconds, the bruise vanished. "How do you feel?" "A little better, thank you, Kamiko." Anisha finally said something, which made Kamiko relax a little. She had never seen her friend like this. She has seen other patients that Mrs. Melissa treated before. They always had a far-off look and seemed to not be in the present moment. The fact that Anisha was starting to unball herself continued to relieve Kamiko's concerns. I did it," Anisha said after a few more moments of them sitting in silence. "You did what?" Kamiko asked, her head tilting far to the side, causing one of her ears to flop over. Instead of answering, Anisha slowly moved her hand to her back satchel and pulled out a piece of leather fabric that was well worn and in tatters. It took Kamiko a moment to recognize what it was Anisha was showing her. She jumped up to her feet, unable to contain her excitement. "You used it. How was it? Were you able to control your magic using the crystal? What did it feel like?" She had 1,000 more questions she wanted to ask, but her stream of thought stopped when she saw Anisha didn't share her enthusiasm. I didn't want to use it. I tried, the skittened knows it, I tried to use every other magic I could think of. But when I lost my other crystals and Murdera was left to fight alone, I didn't know what else to do." "Oh gods, you didn't let Murdera see you use the black crystal, did you? You know he'd report you to the guard as soon as you got back if you did." No, he didn't see me. But I didn't have a choice but to use it too." Anisha choked off at the end. Her body shook as she tried to hold back more tears and guilt. To what? Kamiko was starting to get really concerned now. What had her friend done that had her like this? The dash. The man downstairs, he's not alive. Kamiko finished her friend's sentence for her. Anisha nodded slowly, head now buried in her arms again. Anisha, do you know what this means? That I'm a crypt defiler necromancer who's gonna be executed if anyone else finds out, Anisha said glumly through her balled up state. No. Well, yes. But also no. Anisha, this means you completed one of the hardest spells known to mortal kind. Summoning Bruin was one thing, he's an animal from Moda. But making a pact with a full-fledged human. And completing the ritual. Anisha, this confirms my suspicions. Your magical attunement is to black crystals. Anisha could only look up at her excited friendly glumly. That's not a thing to celebrate, Kamiko. That's like telling me I have the power to feed on people's souls. Or raise the dead. Anisha's glum words didn't seem to dampen her friend's mood though. Anisha. For the longest time you and Mrs. Melissa believed that your problem with using other crystals was from you not being able to control your gate. But now we know that it's because your soul an incredibly strong attunement to black crystals. How is that even possible? The gods never made us compatible with the corrupted crystals. Let alone be attuned to Moda. In order for me to be that attuned to the Dark River means I was probably a horrible Avist worshipper in my past lives, or something even worse. I probably deserve this punishment for what I've done. Anisha buried her face back into her ball form. Kamiko was really getting tired of that. She kinda wished Anisha would act her age rather than how she looked. Anisha, you are the kindest person I know. You told me that you wanted to become a healer so that you could make people feel better. To fix the wrongs of the world. Does that sound like someone who was once a worshipper of the literal god of treachery? Anisha seemed a little comforted by her friend's honest words. Looking at her friend, she asked. So what now? What am I supposed to do with an undead nobleman as a summon? We worry about that. Wait, did you say he's a nobleman? No, deal with it later, right, later. For now you let me worry about your summon and you get some rest. Her never glum personality started to rub off on Anisha. Slowly she lifted herself up and laid down on her old cot. Draping a blanket over her, Kamiko shut the blinds and silently stepped out of the room. Kamiko couldn't help but do a silent dance on the other side of the door. She was so excited by the news. For the first time in recorded history, someone was born with an attunement to black crystals. Heha. She could hardly believe it herself, even though researchers had theorized about the possibility for a while, but once Anisha first told her about how she had summoned Bruin about a year ago, and Anisha showed no signs of corruption, she knew there was more to it. Summoning was extremely dangerous, and what made it even more dangerous was the total lack of knowledge about it. Years ago, when the magic was first outlawed, every book on the subject was burned and anyone practicing necromancy was arrested and usually executed to keep them from spreading the knowledge of how to raise the dead and summon familiars. She couldn't believe her luck as a researcher. In all the world, heck, in all the realms the gods have ever created, how did she end up being friends and fellow student with the one person in known history to have a connection to Moda so deep that she can summon even as a novice mage? She had to go see this summon for herself. She had so many questions to ask him. Dashing down the hall quickly, she jumped the stairs and landed on the floor with another quiet thump. In front of her, her teacher, Mrs. Melissa, had her gloved hands that went all the way to her elbow were covered in blood. Lord Knight Holyoke was nowhere to be seen, probably seeing that he was no longer needed. He had left to give the professionals room to work. The man that no one except Anisha and herself knew was a rotted corpse a few days ago. Laid on the table. His gray tunic peeled back to show his bare, rather well-defined chest. Bloodied bandages were strewn about the room. Venus held the man's head in his hands. A blue crystal around his neck floated close by, glowing from use. He's still blocking me out. I can't tell if anything we're doing is helping, he said in frustration. His petal eyelids twisted with concentration, and his wide mouth curved down in frustration. Then we'll have to fix him the old-fashioned way. Hand me the pliers. Oh good, you're back finally. Quick, grab that thread there and bring it here. I'm gonna have to sew him back together. Melissa's knowledge of the human body was truly remarkable. Healing was usually done by the person's own body, and the healer simply supplied the mana for it to repair itself at a faster pace. To repair damage like this by hand was quite the feat even for her teacher. When Kamiko went to hand the thread to her teacher, she saw the damage to the summon. A hole the size of a spear shaft was punched straight through his entire body. If she looked, she thought she could even see his lungs moving on the inside. Taking on her role as assistant and pupil, she stood at her teacher's side, grabbing every odd tool she requested. Some of them were buried behind years of old experiments and samples that their original purpose has long since been forgotten. Hours went by, and it wasn't until the sun had set long ago that Melissa put down her tools and slipped off her gloves. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she slumped onto a nearby stool and hunched over, chin resting on her hands. She stared defiantly at her patient, who laid in front of her. Venus slumped into the stool beside her. Exhaustion evident from maintaining the blue crystal's power for so long. Well, did we do it? He asked, dabbing his forehead with his handkerchief that was covered in so many alchemy stains Kamiko couldn't tell which one was the original color of it. He'll live. But it'll take months, maybe even a year, for that wound to heal properly. Snapping her fingers, and without looking at the exhausted assistant, Melissa started another questioning. Pupil. We are unable to heal our patient through the use of magic. Why is that? Kamiko, even though she was exhausted, shot up from her seat, stiff-backed and alert. But she didn't know how to answer the question. At least she has a few theories. Like that fact that perhaps traditional healing magic does not work on a summon. And he could theoretically only be healed with more black crystals. Does that apply to other magics? Would a gray crystal not be able to strengthen his body to resist injury? Would use of a red crystal to enhance his reflexes? Could a blue? The blue crystals, Venus wasn't able to perceive his mind. Could that mean? Yes, it's possible, having been made entirely of a corrupted crystal, it could be hypothesized that his very existence acts as a cancellation to all other forms of magic. Pupil. She'll have to write these experiments down somewhere and make Anisha help her with her research. She could stand to learn so much from this golden opportunity. Pupil. You've got 2 sets of ears, don't you? Mrs. Melissa was not a very patient person, and her annoyance was convened clearly through the ruffling of her petals on her head. Ah. Kamiko zoned out again. She had to think of some answer that wasn't true but also wouldn't make her teacher think she wasn't smart enough to figure it out. B because Venus wasn't able to make the mind connection. Therefore his body wasn't able to be told to start repairing itself with the supplied mana? Melissa nodded slowly to it. Yes. But for the love of Biscuitin, why not? I've never experienced anything like it. I'd have a better chance digging a hole through the city's wall with my bare hands than connecting with that man's mind. It's like a bastion of steel. I feel I nearly cracked my gate just trying to press through it. There must be something blocking me from his mind. Venus looked the most exhausted out of all of them. His lime green skin has faded to a lighter version. His eye petals dropped, almost covering his eyes. Melissa, when that Anisha pupil of yours wakes up, we're gonna have to ask her some questions about how this man got injured. Mentioning the wound made Kamiko look at the man again. His chest, rather barbarically she had to admit, was sewn together by nothing more than a piece of thread. Her teacher had to do what she called a tissue transfer, where she had to cut out layers of skin from another part of his body. She cut out several square sections of skin from his forearm, chest, and leg, and reattached them to make a complete seal of the original wound, as there wasn't enough material to patch it up. She couldn't see what work she did on the inside of his body. Her hands blocked her view, and she was so focused that Kamiko didn't dare approach the table unless especially asked to. She'll have to ask her teacher more about this method of healing. Something isn't right about this. Her teacher finally concluded after a few more minutes of silent contemplation. Her husband leaned over and placed his hand on her shoulder. Melissa, my dear, we've done all we can for the man. You're the best healer in the kingdom, hey, maybe even in the world. His remark made her smirk a little, but she maintained her concentration on the man as if waiting for something to happen. Come, my dear, it's late. Why don't I make us some singwood flower tea and get some rest? When she didn't respond, he let out a sigh. Standing up, he looked to Kamiko, who was still studying the sticks on the man's body. How about you, young pupil? The singwood arrived just this morning. It won't taste any better than if you have it tonight. Kamiko didn't register what Venus was saying. Instead, she reached out her hand to trace the sticks, curious if the style of sticks was important to the healing. A strong hand gripped her wrist and pulled her away from the observations. Don't touch the threads, pupil. Mrs. Melissa's tone showed that she was truly angry. But for once Kamiko didn't know why. Sure, she knew she had a habit of zoning out, but her teacher always encouraged her intellectual curiosity. Malice. Mrs. Melissa. You're hurting my arm. She finally said. Her voice tinged with fear, looking at her teacher. She'd never seen her this angry. All her petals were outstretched, making her look bigger than she actually was. Her eye petals spread wide, showing her eyes in full detail. Melissa, my dear, calm down, the pupil just wanted to study your work. Venus tried to defuse the situation. But it only earned him a glare from his wife. My work, my work. What good is my work if I can't even heal a single scratch on this man? Blood of the gods. It should have taken effect by now. Kunskap knowledge, why do you forsake me now? Melissa's use of the gods in her language didn't bode well for her mood. Teacher, what do you mean? He is alive, and you fixed him by sewing him up. Surely you have done something. All I've done is put a fabric patch over a dress that's half burned to ash. The thread spool, hand it to me. Kamiko quickly acted, not wanting to bring any more anger her way. Grabbing the spool of thread off the counter where she left it, she quickly handed it to her teacher. Unwinding the thread a few times in her hand, her teacher, without warning, took one of her small thin blades she used during the healing and cut a gash in her own hand. Melissa, the tea that Venus was holding on a tray crashed to the floor as he ran over to her side. What in Moda are you doing to yourself? Turning to the side, he quickly grabbed some white cloth and was gonna wrap it around her hand to stop the bleeding. Not seeming to care one bit of what she just did. Melissa took the twine and snapped the thread loose from the spool. As she did, a light shot through the thread, slightly illuminating the room. Melissa clenched her fist and steam arose from her fist. Quickly the thread in her hand disintegrated into nothing. Both Kamiko and Venus stood back and watched in amazement as Melissa opened her hand. Her uninjured hand. By the how. Venus's eyes went wide in shock. Kamiko figured her eyes probably looked the same too. The Earthborn call it miracle thread. A magical substance that doesn't require any mana from the user to heal a wound. Very rare, glad to see I didn't waste my money on a regular spool of cloth. She said this, flexing her hand open and closed as if testing to ensure there was no pain left. Seeming satisfied with her little demonstration, and the bewilderment on both her pupil and husband, she stood up and approached the man. She ran her finger across the stitches, feeling each bump and twist of the miracle thread. It should have healed the skin at least. But it seems using the thread did nothing at all. Might as well have been a thread bought at the local seamstress shop. But as you can see here, holding up her hand to the light, it works just fine. I supplied no healing or mana to it whatsoever. What could it mean? Kamiko asked her teacher, wanting to know. I have no idea. That response seemed to pain her to admit openly to her pupil. It would seem I have no other choice. This man's care is out of my ability to care for. Setting her face, she stood up and headed to the front of the store. Kamiko and Venus right behind her. Putting on a satchel and cinching her knife to her belt. She draped a dark purple cloak over her. Her front two hair petals just barely sticking out the front of the hood. I'm going to see the Oracle. Her face distorted with her own declaration. Kamiko panicked at the mention of the Oracle. The Oracle? Her exclamation caused her teacher to stop halfway through the door. Yes, though I'd rather remove my own arm with a dull scalpel than ask Novisky for help. I'm out of options, and my priority is my patient's well-being. I will be back as soon as I get the answers I want out of her. Are you sure you should disturb her at this hour? I mean, it is late and you know the Oracle doesn't like to be disturbed. Kamiko's mouth opened before she had time to think of a better response. She had to keep the Oracle away from her newly acquired research subject. Frankly, I don't care if she's in a meeting with the kings of every kingdom. She'll have to make time whether she likes it or not. Get some rest, pupil, I'll be back as soon as possible. And with a flourish of the cape, she disappeared into the dark streets. Venus, who had just finished picking up the shattered teacups, sighed again. Accepting his wife's stubborn attitude, he didn't protest once she set her mind. Don't worry, pupil. I am sure everything will be all right. How about you go check on pupil Anisha while I tidy up down here? Kamiko's slow stride to her upstairs room gave her time to worry even more. The Oracle's involvement with the summon wasn't good. Wasn't good at all. Chapter 5, The Ox Oracle. Melissa's boots splashed in the freshly pooled puddles of rainwater that spotted the empty streets. All the lights in the streets have long since been put out as their residents got some sleep. Moonlight was the only way she was able to traverse the streets without a lantern. Light rain still drizzled onto her cloak, finally stopping when she reached the castle at the center of the town. It was an elevated design, originally used for an output. Its raised stone foundation made entry difficulty to attackers. But after being converted to a place of noble negotiations and grand displays of influence, long flat stairs were added to the front entrance. Once inside the keep and making her way through the halls, Melissa stood outside the Oracle's chamber. Its large wooden doors stood high as if in opposition to her. Setting her resolve, she tidied her cloak, pulling it flush, and casually sweeping off some of the water onto the well-maintained stone floors. Straightening her back, she knocked on the door. The sound almost damped out by their sheer size. When no answer came, she knocked again, a little harder this time. When still no anger came, her hair began to flare a bit in anger. Blood of the gods, I know you can hear me in there. Melissa blurted out, abandoning all prior attempt at civility. If that Avist spawn was gonna toy with her now of all times, then she would not give her the Lugari of seeing her being polite. The guard at the door's side stirred uncomfortably where he stood. Indecision clear on his face. Melissa guessed he'd never seen anyone address the Oracle in that way before. She's seen how people look at this door, uncomfortable glance, and hurried steps by the servant when they had to cross its path. And here Melissa was, a middle-aged Eurasian woman drenched in water and wearing peasant's clothes, banging on the Oracle's door at an ungodly hour. Melissa raised her fist a third time, preparing to really give that door a beating with her fist, when her actions were stopped by a small voice, just barely piercing the door. Enter Melissa. The guard, seeming to want to get this interaction over with as soon as possible, took a key from his belt and slid it into the large keyhole. Iron bars retracted from the sides, and with a sturdy pull, the guard slowly opened the Oracle's chambers. About time, Avist spawn. Melissa muttered under her breath before marching into the dark room like she owned the place. Stiff-backed and a large scowl of her down-turned lips was not a pleasant appearance most could withstand. Years of teaching spoiled youngsters in the art of magic have taught her how to deal with those who didn't know the meaning of respect. And she would teach the Oracle that one day. But not today. She didn't intend to spend a minute longer than she needed to in this defiled place. Getting straight to the point, she walked to the center of the cylindrical room. Not a single light was present, the oracle didn't need light. As she stood there, she felt her hairs stand on end. At first she heard nothing in the dark room. The faint light that came from the hallway illuminated the room slightly. It took her eyes some time to readjust to the dark again. The room was almost barren, a stone floor with the oracle's seal on it. Two eyes facing in opposite directions, encircled by a ring of gold. Melissa had seen it before a few times when she had come to the oracle before, and after each and every visit she swore she'd never come back in here. But her needs always seemed to lead her back. "Close the door," came the quiet voice again. It came from Melissa's right, and against her own resolve she turned her head quickly, trying to find the oracle in the dark. She'd never come this late in the night before, and usually the room's singular source of light, its fireplace in the corner, was lit, but now it stood dark and cold. As the heavy door slowly started to close behind her and the remaining light in the room faded to a sliver of light before plunging her into complete and utter darkness, Melissa's heart started to race in her chest. What was the oracle up to now? In the darkness she could hear it. Faint footsteps, not of shoe-fed feet or bare foot, but hooves, clomping on the cold stone ground. Clack, clack, clack. Melissa's heart jumped to her throat. She's out? Who let her out of her cage? Her eyes darted back and forth in the dark, trying to conceal her rising discomfort. She would not show any fear to the oracle. Then her eyes saw them, her white and gold eyes pierced through the dark and straight into Melissa. The monster's eyes lingered, locking her in place. It made her skin crawl. In those eyes were the eyes of Moda itself. Avist gazed through all Oracle's eyes. Behind those eyes contained unfathomable collection of information, which was the only reason it was tolerated to live in this room. What was once fear turned to a boiling rage. How dare you look at me with your accursed eyes? Cover your eyes this instant. She mustered her response to contain all her accumulated renown as a teacher to give that command. For a few moments the oracle was silent. Her eyes still pierced the dark before disappearing. My apologizes, healer, it seems I've forgotten my covering, I was not expecting company tonight. Oracle replied, a hint of mocking amusement in her voice. Her hoofed footsteps echoed in the dark. Melissa jumped at the sound of a cage door slamming shut, and the locks engaging. Now what is it you want, healer? Melissa, wondering if this was just another trick from the oracle, using some of her mana, she produced a magic ball of light in her hand and held it up. In the back fourth of the room a wall of iron bars divided the circle room. On the other side she saw the oracle standing behind the shut door. It wore long robes of purple and gold that trailed back 2 spans. Its hands were unkempt with long nails. From her head sprouted faded blue hair and 2 long spiked horns, longer than a spear head. On her face a white and gold band wrapped around her head, covering her eyes. Does seeing me in here put you at ease, healer? Now please tell me what you seek so that I might return to my meditation. The oracle's voice no longer held any mischief in it. Rather it talked in a similar way a lady of the court might talk. Matter-of-factly and clear. Nothing would make being in a room with one of you put me at ease, oracle. I'm only here because of one of my patients. The oracle, unperturbed by her remark, simply nodded for her to continue. One of my pupils brought him. A noble with a wound from a lant leg piercing his chest. I've tried everything I can think of to heal that wound, but it will simply not heal. From the most basic of healings for scraps and bruising, to using earthborn miracle thread. Yet his body resists it like it has no effect. I fear the man will die soon unless something is done. Melissa didn't want to beat around the bush, she wanted out, and hoped that her desperation didn't show in her voice. I see. The oracle said. Moving away from the bars she sat on the floor and took a meditative stance. Her eyes, even through the thick fabric on her face, began to glow through. 2 white circles pierced through the cloth and up at the ceiling. She began to float off the ground and hovered in the air. The eyes darted back and forth as if reading an invisible manuscript. This was no normal form of magic. No magic crystals were used from what Melissa could see. It only proved just how unnatural oracles were. The process went on for a while. Melissa paced back and forth as time went on. She knew they didn't have much time left, and as much as she wanted to tell the oracle to hurry up, she didn't want to make any more mistakes tonight. Whatever it was the oracle was doing, her eyes slowly faded, and she lowered back to the ground. Rising from the ground she spoke to Melissa. There are no known cases of any living entity being unable to be healed by miracle threat. I fear I will not be able to help unless you bring him here for me to see him firsthand. As if I'd let you lay your eyes on my patient. Check again, you must have missed something. I've checked as thoroughly as I can. All that I can recommend is that you bring him here. If you are insisting that I not gaze upon him, then allow me to connect to his mind. I should be able to gain access to his mind in ways you and your husband cannot. But moving him now might worsen his condition, he could die just moving him. All the more reason to bring him faster. I cannot go to him, so you must bring him to me. I cannot know for certain unless I can see him for myself. My guards will fetch him from your residence. Along with your pupil. I have questions for her. You leave my pupils out of this. She was there, was she not? Tell me, Melissa, have you considered the possibility that your pupil is lying? Why you? She bit her tongue before continuing her sentence. Very well, we'll do it your way. Melissa wanted to turn down the idea, but what else could she do? She was out of options. I'll make preparations for your return, have a few of my guards accompany you back to your clinic to help bring him here. Do be quick about it, Melissa. As you said, time is of the essence. With that, the oracle turned back to face the inside of her cage. Melissa knocked on the large door. It took a few seconds for the guard to unlock it and pull it open. She didn't dispel her magic light until she was completely out of the oracle's chambers. She made her way out of the castle, and by the time she made it to the bottom of the stairs, she saw 2 guards standing at the bottom of the stairs, with a torch and card in hand. On their chests were the same symbol that marked the oracle's chamber, marking them as guards of the Order of Oracles. Not wasting any more time, she barked an order for them to follow, and they did so without protest. When she finally reached the clinic, she opened the door and showed the 2 guards to the table where the nobleman laid. His face had gotten paler and his breathing became labored. Rushing over to him, she placed her hand on his head, and her crystal began to glow bright as she checked over his body. The mental block that she guessed was the reason for him being unable to heal was still there, but it didn't stop her from checking on his body. His left lung was filling with liquid and struggling to breathe. Then she called out. Her yelling brought not only her husband, but also both her pupils. Anisha and Kaneko stood at the top of the stairs. Anisha looked like she didn't get much rest, and Melissa felt guilty that she would be prolonging the girl's wireliness without a proper rest. Both her and Venus quickly moved around the table, trying to keep him alive just a bit longer. Put him on his side, and pupils, you might want to look away for this one. Melissa pulled out a thin syringe usually used for alchemy, but today she needed to use it for something else. Felling for the gap in between her patient's ribs, she stabbed the metal tube into his chest and pierced his lung. The noble gave sputtering breath, and his body tensed from the pain but quickly slumped back down. Anisha gasped and looked as if she wanted to throw up. Meanwhile, Kenko looked as curious as ever at this new technique she just witnessed. Blood pooled out of the straw, and his breathing slowly returned to a more normal rhythm. Venus, help the guards put him into the cart, we're taking him to the oracle. Are you sure, Melissa? Perhaps there's simply nothing we can do for him. Her husband had similar reluctance as she had, but there was no going back now. She swore to her pupil he would live, and she wasn't going to break her promise. If she did, then what kind of teacher would she be? If he's gonna make it through the night, we will need the oracle's skill in mind magic to break through what's ever stopping us from healing him. I know you concerns, my dear, but I must do what I can for him. And Anisha. Her Helfman pupil looked up to her, with dreary eyes and a slumped posture. A far cry of her once tall stature and determination. The oracle's mocking words echoed in her memory. Have you considered the possibility that your pupil is lying? Why would your pupil lie to her? What could she have done to lead this outcome? Grab your cloak, you're coming too. Anisha, though feeling like her boots were made of pure stone, followed her teacher's request as fast as she could. Heading upstairs, she draped her cloak over her shoulders, a plain gray-green fabric. Looking to the corner of the room, her staff stood leaned against the 2 walls. New crystals seeming to have been replaced by someone. Reaching for it, she held it in her hand. She knew what was going to happen now. She wasn't sure if her teacher already knew was simply putting on a tirade to lead her to be imprisoned, and to have her summoned executed. But she knew that would be tonight's outcome, one way or another. Turning to head back down the stairs, Kamiko stood in front of the door, blocking her way out. Her brows furrowed and a serious gaze was on her face. You can't go with them, Anisha. Sneak out the window, I'll stall for time. You should be able to get to the woods if you reach the gatehouse before the guards start searching for you. Kamiko expected her to protest, to tell her she had to do what's right, but who gets to decide what's right? She knew who Anisha was, and she wasn't going to let her just throw her life away for a mistake that she encouraged her to do for the sake of her own research. She was the one that gave her the crystal. If she hadn't, Anisha wouldn't have used it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have given it to you. You don't deserve this. I thought we could keep it a secret. Anisha's arms wrapped around her feline friend, and both held tightly to each other to what seemed like too short of a time before Melissa yelled for her to hurry up. I don't blame you, it was my choice, and now my punishment. I will not disgrace Melissa anymore by being a runaway, nor murderer. I've caused enough problems for everyone over the years. It seems now I've finally reached my limit. Kamiko couldn't bring herself to stop Anisha as she put her hood on and walked down the stairs and to Melissa's side. Their teacher gave her a nod before placing her hand on Anisha's shoulder and leading her out the front door. When the door shut behind them, the house felt quieter than a crypt. The rain had picked up again and small streams of water ran through the center of the street. The two guards pulling the cart grumbled occasionally as their heavy steel boots got stuck in the mud. Every time they slowed down, Melissa would tell them to hurry up with her whip-like tongue. The cart was taken to a side entrance where Anisha guest supplies were delivered to the keep. Large bar doors with 4 guards with pikes stood by at all times. Upon their approach, they pulled on the large chains connected to the top of the gates, 2 men per chain, and pulled it open. Once inside, the cart was left with the other wagons and carts the keep used. She saw the royal treasury carriage, and next to it the horse stall, where the once asleep horse neighed in annoyance at being woken up by the loud noise. The guards carefully lifted the stretcher that carried Anisha's summon. Up the winding staircases, and down some long hallways, lavishly decorated in fine silk curtains, and long red carpets covered the floors. Each door was as tall as 2 elf. And the handles were what Murdera had told her once made of the 3rd best dwarf smiths in Krosniath. Anisha never asked him how he could tell the difference. She just figured it must have been a dwarf thing to be able to tell. But now she wished she had taken the time to ask him. Give her something to distract her from what was just ahead. The oracle's chamber was wide open, and the flicking light of a fireplace shone off the opposing wall. A group of guards, about 6 men, all wearing the same purple and gold garments as the 2 that carried her summon. They stood stock still, grizzled faces with a sword and shield at their sides, ready to be used at any moment. In front of them stood a disheveled woman who looked like she was pulled out of bed and dressed no more than a few moments ago, her hair still in a knot around her head and her eyes drooping, as she rubbed them under her large round glasses as if trying to wipe away her weariness. Serm Rocco was the keep's bookkeeper. It was her job to record all important events going on in the keep, and to compile any relevant events and news from the kingdom, and reports directly to Lord Sog, who was nowhere to be seen this night. Greeting healer Melissa, it's nice to see you again. I was told there was a noble in need of healing. I'm here to get his name and family name, so that I might inform Lord Sog. She said this while flipping through a small leather-bound book and a quill in her hand, ready to write down the information. It's a pleasure to see you too, Serm. But we don't have time now to figure that out. He must be treated to this moment. Melissa led the 2 guards inside the lit chamber. Anisha and Serm followed close behind. She tried to insist that she need the information, but the bookkeeper let out a quick yelp and clenched her logbook close to her chest. The oracle was walking around outside of her cage again, going in a circle around the center of the room, placing 5 blue crystals around the circle in an even pattern. The sound made the oracle stop for a moment, but she turned back to placing the final crystal, which pulsed with the other 4 crystal. Just Melissa and her student, the rest of you leave. Serm turned and nearly ran out of the door, looking back only once she was out of the room, still clutching her logbook, as if protecting it from the oracle. The 2 guards placed the summon in the middle of the circle before leaving and closing the thick door behind them, which sealed with a loud and heavy CLI clunk, sealing Anisha and Melissa in with the oracle. In the large room, the only sound was the crackling of the logs in the fire, but Anisha could feel her heart pounding away in her chest like a drum. Both Anisha and Melissa stood side by side just a few steps back from the oracle's circle. The oracle walked over to where her summon's head laid on the cold floor, his breath weak and barely noticeable now. If the oracle didn't hurry up, he would die. Which was an outcome that still conflicted within Anisha. If he died, then maybe no one would know what he was, no one would know she's used black magic. But after saving them and getting hurt, she couldn't just let him die, not without trying to save him and send him home. Let us begin, said the oracle. She sat at his head and placed her hands on his head. Both of you take a side and place your hand on his chest. Melissa gave Anisha a comforting nod when she didn't move at first. Both of them moved to either side and did what the oracle instructed of them. Sitting this close to the oracle made Anisha's skin crawl, and judging by Melissa's stiff posture and her looking anywhere else but the oracle made Anisha guess that her teacher felt the same. The blue ring of crystals began to pulse, faster and faster, and with it the oracle's eyes began to shine through the mask she wore to conceal her corrupted eyes. 2 golden orbs shone blindingly through the fabric and shone down on the summon's face. He stirred a little. Much weaker than before. The once kind-faced and tired man she met in Moda was now a pale ghostly mockery of what he was. What was he really though? Him being a noble was only a guess from the crest he had, but for all she and Murdera knew that could have been anything. He could have even stolen it from an actual noble. The thousands of questions that Anisha had been put to a halt as the oracle's magic increased in flow. The oracle grimaced from the effort, even through the blindfold they could see the strain on her eyes, that glowed brighter but started to flicker slightly. As the oracle pushed, the more the crystals pulsed, faster and faster they went. Until nothing. The golden light faded from the oracle's eyes and the magic circle that had started to form around them dissipated. Both Anisha and her teacher looked around in worried confusion. What happened? What went wrong? Asked her teacher as she got up onto her knees to check his pulse. He's still alive, but barely holding her own blue crystal in her hand it glowed, her focused face turned to frustration and then sorrow. The barrier's still there, and as strong as ever. She looked over to the oracle, expecting her to say something similar. But instead the oracle had taken off her blindfold. Her golden swirling eyes stared at her own hands as if seeing them for the first time. Then her head snapped back and her eyes darted side to side, mouth moving but no words coming out. The eyes glowed brighter and brighter until they were the dominant light source in the room. Pupil, get back! Malisa yelled as she too stepped back from the oracle. The oracle began to float again, a few feet above the air. The eyes moved, casting beams of light through the air. Her head slowly lowered back down and gazed at Anisha's summon's body, studying every part of him. Don't look at him. Anisha couldn't help but yell it out. What was the oracle doing? She was forbidden to look at anyone with her Avisti eyes. The yelling made the oracle's gaze fall on her now. The golden beams absorb everything about Anisha. They saw every part of her, she could feel it. Piecing straight through her gate and into her soul. Stop. Please. It felt wrong, like a dark tendril was burrowing its way through her whole being. Pulling at everything she had done, searching for information she didn't want to give. Please. Don't look at me. But the oracle's gaze didn't break for a moment, each second she continued to look at her felt like hours. That's enough. Yelled a voice, but Anisha couldn't see who it was. There was a sudden burst of energy that pushed Anisha to the side and out of the oracle's view. Once she was out of the light, Anisha was brought back to reality. She was sprawled out on the ground, her arms shook as she tried to push herself up. Across the room the oracle laid on her back, her eyes no longer glowing. Melissa stood in between Anisha and the oracle. She held in her hand a gray crystal, which pulsed with energy, showing she was still ready to use it at any moment. Don't you ever try that again, you Avist spawn, or so help me I will not hesitate to send you back to whatever pit you crawled out of. Anisha had never heard her teacher sound so threatening. Her petal hair stuck out, and she bared her sharp teeth in her wide mouth. The oracle, on the other hand, after pushing herself up onto her side, looked as if Melissa's words were of no concern of hers. Just what in the gods' names did you think you were doing? What were you trying to do to my pupil? The oracle continued to look uninterested in Melissa's demands for an explanation. Instead she turned her attention back to Anisha's summon. Standing she held her hand to her head, which Anisha could see was bleeding now. I was just confirming a suspicion, Melissa, said the oracle matter-of-factly. She sat back down near his head and placed her hands back on her summon's head, not caring that her own head was still bleeding from the gash across her brow. What suspicion? Enough with your games, Avisti. Melissa's anger grew the more the oracle wasted time. They should be healing the man, fighting each other. What was the oracle doing? The suspicion that his mind doesn't recognize this body as his own. That's absurd. How could his body? Her teacher trailed off. Her petals fell back down around her face as she considered what was just said, as if realizing something for the first time. Blood of the gods. And knowledge of Kunskap. How could I have been so blind? What's going? What does she mean? His mind doesn't recognize his body? Anisha really was confused. How could someone not recognize their own body? Melissa took over the explaining. Switching to her lecture tone she began. It's rare, but it's been reported that sometimes, when someone is healed, they are healed too much, and instead of healing the body to look like it did before the injury, a mage can go too far back in the person's memories, even as far back as a past life, and start healing them based on that old body. But since the mind has spent its current life in one body, waking up in a different body causes the mind to reject it as it does not know it, therefore can't tell what's wrong when injured. People who have experienced this would never heal again, even a small cut on their body wouldn't close up. After her explanation, Melissa's face dropped a little and her eyes furrowed. There's no known way to reverse it. Melissa looked pettingly at Anisha's summon, coming to the conclusion that there was truly nothing they could do. But if that was your suspicion? Anisha asked cautiously. Then why did you look at me? The oracle turned to her, her eyes were covered again with her blind fold, but it now had a deep red stain above her eyebrow. A knowing smile creeped across her face. An unsettlingly and clearly unpracticed action. As she bore her teeth awkwardly. I was curious to see if you could heal him yourself. And me? How could I heal him? I couldn't heal him when he first got injured, I tried and failed. Melissa and Venus are far better healers, if they couldn't do it how could I? Anisha. The oracle said her name, neither Melissa or her used her name. How did the oracle know her name? Did she learn it from just looking at her? What else did she see? Please, come here and try. The oracle took a step back, gesturing for Anisha to take her place. Anisha hesitated for a bit, but determination forced her up off the ground, finally lifted herself off the stone floor. She slowly headed to where the oracle sat. But before she made it a few steps, Melissa grabbed her shoulder, stopping her before leaning in close to her. You don't have to do this, Anisha. I fear at this point there truly is nothing we can for him, and the oracle. I'm not sure what she's planning, but I do not trust it. If he dies, it is not your fault, pupil. We can leave right now, and do what he can for him so that he passes peacefully. Melissa's grip on her shoulder softened when Anisha took hold of her wrist and gently lifted it off. It is my fault. Pupil, we don't know how his mind got confused. It's my fault, I'm the reason he's hurt, I'm the reason he's here. I have to try to make this right. Her words had a double meaning. It was her fault he was here at all, not just here in the keep, but in this world at all, and alive again. Melissa gave her a slow nod, but didn't hide the fact she didn't like the choice as her mouth curved down. Anisha approached her summon, who was on the brink of death. She could feel it like a quiet drumbeat slowing down. Sitting down, she focused on their link. Even with her eyes closed, she could see the chains that linked them together. Use your connection. The oracle whispered in her ear so Melissa couldn't hear. Anisha hadn't noticed the oracle had moved to be right beside her. Her long nailed hands grabbed Anisha's and placed them on her summon's head. Why was she helping her save him? She knew without a doubt that the oracle knew now, or how else would she know about their connection? She knows he's a summon, she knows she used a dark crystal, so why was she helping her save her summon? Now. Enter his mind. The oracle poured her own mana through Anisha's hands. It was strange, she'd never done magic with another person before. She could feel the oracle doing most of the work, guiding the mana into the circle that began to expand around them again. However, this time the blue crystals that were stationary before lifted up and started floating around the circle, similar to how Anisha controlled the black crystal during the summoning ritual. I'll supply the mana and help you control it. You guide me on where to put the runes. The crystals began to disintegrate as they flew through the air. The cursive design of the magic circle was much easier than the original summoning circle. This one didn't need to make an entire human or transport her to another realm. No, all this one had to do was let her connect to her summon's mind. Once the final rune was complete, the world around Anisha disappeared. The oracle's body against hers vanished, along with the heat from the fireplace and the feel of the stone floor beneath her. She was now in a void of nothing. Chapter 6, Nightmares or Memories. In her meditative state, Anisha could feel the mana coursing through her. The oracle's magic seemed to guide her through the dark. An unseeable hold on her, leading her to an unknown place. The empty void moved around her, but unlike Moda, it wasn't a raging torrent of forces trying to break her down and grind her to nothing. But instead was a still calm fluid that, to her disconcert, still had the taint of Moda in it. She shouldn't have been so surprised about that. He is from Moda. So of course there would be signs of this within him, a magical residue that marked him as a summon. Yes, feeling for the taint of Moda is one of the main determiners used by royal courts to determine if a living being is actually a summon. The oracle's voice sounded like it came from every direction in the void. And the sudden introduction of sound in the void made Anisha's heart jump a few feet. How are you, Dash? You haven't entered his gate yet. You are in a in-between state between your mind and his. I understand you struggle to control your gate, so I will handle moving you into his mind. But once inside, you will be on your own. The oracle didn't let her finish her first question, but now she had even more. Like, how is she supposed to help his mind accept his new body? What will it be like in his mind? Can she even use magic here? Making it obvious that the oracle could read her mind, she began to answer those questions. Unlike a normal healing where all you have to do is supply mana to his gate for his gate to start using his own memories to heal him, you will need to find him in his own memories before he got that injury. Then use your own memories to guide his body to repair itself. But you must be careful, Anisha. Your summon is currently stuck in an unending memory of the day he died. The oracle trailed off for a bit before continuing. You must stay out of those memories. Because if you and his own mind remember his death in detail, then he will die. You must not let that happen. As the oracle made her warnings clear, Anisha began to realize just how difficult the task at hand will be. Some part of her stupidly thought that it would be easy to fix him like how it was easy to summon him. But no, clearly she was way out of her depth here. And it didn't give her comfort that. The oracle's direct insistence on her summoned survival unnerved her even more. Why was the oracle helping her? Anisha waited for a response, as she knew the oracle knew what she was thinking. But her voice didn't come again. Also choosing to remain silent, Anisha tried to ready herself as the oracle continued to move her about the darkness. It took a few more minutes, but Anisha saw something appear in the distance. A large ring spun in the darkness. Its true size becoming apparent as it got bigger and bigger. The whole ring was the size of keep they were in now. Large walls stretched upward. Around the ring were 13 circles, or 13 gates. 12 of them were sealed shut, but the 13th. Approaching it, a light shone through large cracks in the gate. Large chunks of rubble floated around the broken sections of it. And going straight through the gate, a green chain. A chain that led right back to her. I broke his gate. Anisha's guilt began to rise again. This was unrepairable. There is no possible way to repair a broken gate. For the rest of his existence, for every 13th life he'd live, he would be born with a broken gate. There is nothing you can do for him for that, Anisha. What's done is done. Now please hurry, enter his gate. The oracle's words pushed Anisha forward towards the gate. She stood before it like a massive castle gate. Reaching out her hand, she touched the gate. The darkness that once enveloped Anisha flowed over her like a wave and dispersed. When she re-emerged, she was no longer in the black void, but in a large open field. The sky was red and orange, and the air smelled horrendous, and she choked on the thick clouds of smoke that endlessly poured from large craters that surrounded her. What is this? Where am I? Anisha said this out loud, hoping for some answers, even from the oracle. But she didn't get a response. Instead, the ground shook so violently that the ground beneath her feet broke apart and sent dirt flying into the air, covering her. What came next was an absolute deafening crack of thunder that caused her to instinctively cover her ears and crouched down, seeking cover from the lighting. But no bolt of light appeared in the sky. Instead, there was a crash like a mountain collapsing, followed by another earthquake and deafening crack of thunder. She tried pressing her hands harder against her ears and pulling in her legs tighter, trying to keep out the sound, the absolute painful sound, and trying to make herself shrink to not be a bigger target. The ringing in her ear faded slowly, but when it did, she could hear something else out there. Footsteps. Someone was walking close by, stepping through the loose dirt. Which now closer to it, Anisha could see the very ground itself was burnt. There was no soft soil or a single blade of grass to be seen. Risking a look, she uncovered her face and ears and peered up. She was inside one of the craters, and above her on the ridge stood her summon. His white armor and gray undercloth apparent, standing out even in the dark smog. He wore a helmet now. A bizarre design that had a single orange eye, a flattened beak at the front, and 2 wings sprouted from both sides. He held an even bigger version of the weapon he had used in Moda. Where that one was the size of her forearm, this one was almost as tall as she was. He held it loosely with 2 arms at hip height. Hello. She said this in a voice so low she even wondered if she had actually made any sound at all. She cleared her throat and pushed herself up, straightening her back. Hello. Do you remember me? Anisha wasn't sure what to really say to her summon, especially here. But to her confusion, her summon didn't look at her. Instead, his gaze scanned the thick fog as if able to see through it. Verdun in Het. Her summon yelled through his helmet before hefting up the weapon, and unleashed its terrifying power. Hundreds of red projectiles shot out of the end at unbelievable speed. Instead of the single crack of thunder she heard in Moda, it was a continuous roar of power and sound. She covered her ears again. The ringing returning, and the continued exposure to it was extricating to her. When it finally went quiet again, she couldn't stop herself from trying to get away from him. She desperately crawled up the side of the hole and ran a good few spans before turning around and truly seeing what was around her. He wasn't the only one there. Behind him, large metal contraptions opened wide, spreading their wings like a protective eagle, and from behind it hundreds, no thousands of similarly clad in white armor warriors emerged. All of them tall and imposing, and to her own amazement, many of them were female. Distinguished by 2 flaps on the side of their belt harness. Though even with the few key feminine details, she could hardly tell the difference between the men. There was another call of Verdun in Het. Echoed by 1,000 voices. The metal birds joined in the war cry by lifting their heads. And thunder exploded from their throats. The ground shook from the sound, and as Anisha stumbled trying to keep her footing. The thousands of warriors didn't so much as flinch or lose their footing from the shaking. Anisha knew what was coming next. Preemptively covering her ears, she waited for the second shake and explosion that always followed the first. When it came, it was nothing like she experienced before. An invisible force 1,000 times stronger than the oracle's threw her back 10 spans. A wave of air slammed into everything around her, knocking the air right out of her lungs. On the ground, she struggled to get in any air from the polluted fog. It hurt to even breathe. Her ears no longer ringed, but were completely silent. She couldn't hear anything anymore. Not the thunder, not the shouting. Not even the footsteps as the line of warriors charged out into the smog. She felt the beat of their boots through the ground like a charging cavalry line. But no noise. She moved her hand to feel her ear, but pulled them back when she felt something warm and wet. Blood was on her finger. She can get hurt here. Her heart pounded in her chest. It was a weird sensation. She could hear her own heartbeat inside, but nothing else. Its fast beat only seemed to increase the more she realized that that's all she could hear. What happened to her hearing? How could being thrown to the ground take away her hearing? Was this some kind of spell? And how were all of the other people here unaffected by it? Then a more concerning thought crossed her mind. What kind of enemy must they be facing in order to need such weapons? The burnt ground, choking smoke, and magical spells beyond her comprehension made her consider the possibility that what they were facing was a dragon. Yes, that had to be it. Then, as if to confirm her suspicion, fire. Liquid fire poured from the sky. The heat was so intense that even a good ways back Anisha could feel her skin start to burn. The flows of fire fell like water but singed both machine and man caught in its path to nothing, yet the white-armored warriors didn't flinch or falter. They continued their charge. Few stayed behind to pull their injured allies from the pools of fire, however. The sight of the carnage made her sick. Bodies half burnt away were pulled out of the flames by their allies. She couldn't hear any scream of agony, but she knew that's what she would hear. Anisha couldn't watch it anymore. She turned and ran. She didn't care where she was running to as long as it was not this memory. This God's forsaken memory. She didn't like this, she didn't like any of this. One of her pupils shows up after her first quest went south, carrying a wounded man that no one could heal, a man who's had his memories from a past life override his current gait. And her pupil acting as if she's the one that did that to him. Anisha's struggles with gait control was a thing she and her have worked on for years. While Kamiko picked it up at a natural rate, Anisha took twice as long. She knew her pupil couldn't do any magic strong enough to do that kind of damage to someone's gait. It was simply impossible, like a tiny trical trying to carve a canyon. And then there's the Avisti Spawn Oracle. Daring to look at her pupil with those accursed eyes. She can't even imagine what that must have done to her. With every new scheme, the Oracle pulled her and Anisha into the more she was willing to end this facade right here and now. But something stopped her. Call it a gut feeling, or manipulation from the Oracle, but Melissa couldn't shake the feeling that Anisha was not telling her something. But what? Melissa didn't like being left in the dark, and she especially didn't like it when people kept things from her. Come the morning tomorrow, she's going to visit Murdera and get his side of the story. With any luck, his story will match Anisha's. That being, they were in some ruins, got attacked by Lance, but were saved by this stranger, who now lies on the ground. Dying slowly. Melissa bearded her teeth at the Oracle, whose eyes open, but covered by the bandana, silently sat next to her pupil. Moda, damn that Avisti spawn. Making her question her own pupil like this. Her anger flared again, petals rising even higher and further outstretched, but her anger was quenched by a smell. A familiar smell. Blood. Melissa's eyes went wide as she saw blood slowly pour out of her pupil's ear, and a new bruise form on her face. There was no sound, no grunt of pain, just one moment she was fine and the next, she looks even worse than when she arrived to her clinic that morning. That wasn't all, the smell of burnt flesh permeated the room, and not just her skin showed sign of burning, but so did the man. Blood pooled from his ears, and he had bruises on his face, and burn marks on his hands. Melissa couldn't hold back, her muscle memory took over. Quickly crossing the room, she kneeled down next to Anisha, pulled out a green crystal, and started to heal her. Melissa let out a sigh of relief as she watched the bruises on her face slowly fade, and the blood from her ears stopped flowing. What was happening to her? Was she straining herself to control her gait? Was she overusing her gait? Melissa didn't know much about what the Oracle was doing from what she pieced together. The Oracle conclusion that the reason he can't be healed is because his body can't rebuild something it doesn't know. So she asked Anisha to help. But help how? How was Anisha supposed to fix a problem that's had no known cure for over 1,000 years? She didn't move over to heal the man, however, she knew it would do nothing. She had to save her strength now, in case her pupil needed healing again. But she was tired, very very tired, she hadn't got any sleep, and was tending to the man since morning. But she would persevere. She made a promise and she would keep it. Anisha ran, she didn't stop running even when the world around shifted and warped around her. After leaving the field she was in an empty street with buildings taller than the mountains, and bodies everywhere, then she was in a desert that burned like a fire, a silvery room with a small desk and bed. Her running was only stopped when a person suddenly appeared in front of her. She was in a small room crammed tight with 20 of those white armored warriors. The room she was in lurched up and down, and there was a loud constant thrum rattling she could feel through her whole body. While the world could affect her, she seemed to have no effect on it. No one seemed to be able to see or hear her even when she stood right in front of them. The people were stock still like statues, and she had to bend herself around them to squeeze out of the group. Breaking free from the tight grouping, she looked around again, trying to figure out where she was now. She saw light coming from a small corridor in front of the group. She cautiously moved towards it. Just a little further ahead was another small room. 3 more white armor-clad humans sat. But these ones were different. 2 of them had blue markings on their armor as opposed to the red on most of the armor. They also had 2 large ropes coming from the sides of their helmets that lead to a backplate that lit up with pulses of energy. The other had tan coloring on his armor. He was off to the side in a small cramped booth surrounded by... Well, Anisha wasn't sure what she was looking at. It was transparent and colored like tinted glass, but the images on them changed at the man's touch. Thousands of symbols she couldn't read crossed the many glass windows, and the man sat there seeming to read them and understand all their meetings. Lonarm Kaelagar, he said. For STA, replied one of the blue-marked ones. He raised his hand to a lever that was above his head, grabbing it. The other blue-marked one that sat right next to him said something to Braije Bufel Advel LSE. At the pull of the switch, Anisha suddenly felt weightless. Her hair started to rise up, and her side bands that hung off her belt lifted up too. Then her feet actually lifted off the ground. And not just her, small items around the room that weren't secured down slightly raised up. A small metal cylinder rolled out from somewhere and floated up to her. Then as suddenly as she started floating, she was actually falling. She hit the hard metal floor when the blue-marked man pushed the lever forward again. Oh. Anisha pushed herself off the ground again, but she now felt the opposite of her weightlessness before. Now she felt twice as heavy, as if her own body weight was threatening to keep her pinned to the ground. What is going on? I don't understand any of this. Anisha said out loud, but she still couldn't hear her own voice. All she could do was hold tight to the ground and wait. The room she was in faded away. The rattle of the floor ceased, and the magic glass with symbols vanished. She was now alone. In a dark, cold tunnel. No longer crushed by her own weight, she didn't try to stand up, but instead crawled over to the side of the tunnel she was in and raised her knees to her face and held herself in a tight ball. She couldn't do this. What was the Oracle thinking sending me here? I can't do this, I can't. Did the Oracle know that and send her in here anyways? Why would she? Anisha held tighter to herself as a thought occurred to herself. Unless this is my execution. The Oracle could kill her using her own summon's memories, and her summon would die from his wounds. Yes, that had to be it. She was a fool for trusting in Avisti. The Oracle didn't tell anyone what she did because she wanted to kill them herself, in a cruel way, and would be able to get away with it. After all, everyone knows she's no good at magic, so they could just chalk it up to an accident. Anisha wouldn't fight it anymore, she couldn't. Every part of her hurt, her skin burned, her hearing gone, her face was bruised from hitting the ground. Everything hurt. And she was just exhausted from it all. In the dark tunnel she sat for a long time. She waited for the inevitable to come. She felt very faint vibrations through the ground and occasional dust fell from the metal struts that supported the roof of the tunnel. But nothing as bad that happened before. Another vibration that shook the ground a lot harder jolted Anisha from her seated position. Lights, hundreds of them appeared, going in a line down the tunnel. But just as quickly they appeared they vanished and Anisha was left in darkness once more. Pushing herself up again, she stood looking down the long dark tunnel, one of them leading up while the other lead down. She wasn't sure what pushed her to the decision, but Anisha started walking again. Following the path that was once illuminated, she slowly made her way through the cave. As she walked, she realized that it wasn't really a cave, but a mine. Murdera had had her delivery supplies to mines before, so she got to see some of the common tools and look of how mines operated. There were large chunks of metal that protruded out of the wall. They didn't look natural, however. They were more like a piece of worked metal, melted and twisted by immense pressure. She couldn't tell what it was, but the mine was clearly designed to extract it. Not only did she see the ore that was harvested, but the tools also to break them out of the hard stone walls. There were pickaxes and chisel, and many other tools that she couldn't make heads or tails of. One looked like a large chisel with an absurdly large handle, and 2 more handles came out of both ends. Another looked like a stone cutter's blade, but was attached to a small handle and had no clear way to spin the blade. The ground shock again. They had gotten stronger the farther up she goes. So that means she was getting close to the surface again. She wasn't looking forward to re-emerging, and at this point she truly didn't know what to expect here anymore. Trying to make sense of her summon's memories was like trying to read a book in, well, whatever language those glass tablets used. Thinking back to the first time she saw him, she did remember him speaking a different language. But it was no language she had ever heard of. Growing up in the Adventures Guildhall exposed her to just about every language, dialect, and culture on Boruton. And yet, he and his people were completely unique. How could that be? Could he be from a much older civilization? Does anyone on Boruton even speak that language? The more she thought of all the obstacles that lied ahead of her, the more overwhelmed she was by everything. She needed some time to rest. Murderer always said to any adventurer, whether new or a veteran, that pushing your body to the point of call aspen is a good way to kill yourself for the monsters. Well, for once she was gonna listen to the dwarf and take time to just rest. Chapter 7, Doing the Impossible. Anisha felt the mana enter her body before she felt the healing begin. Her headache went away, her chest finally loosened, allowing her to get a full breath of air for the first time in what felt like hours. Rancid thin air, but sweet air filled her lungs. And along with it she heard herself take the deep breath and slowly let it back out. Ho! Aho! Anisha felt her face, the bruising had disappeared and her hearing returned. How? Who? Anisha stood up now. While she still felt unusually heavy, like she was wearing full plate mail, she felt her strength return to her. Was this the Oracle's work? No, she would never, then perhaps. Melissa? Even after everything, her teacher still fixed her up. She couldn't stop the small smile that brightened her face. Melissa was the kind of teacher who never let her pupils quit. She'd stuck by Anisha even though it took her years to be able to perform some of the simplest magic spells. Never giving up on her. She can't let her teacher's efforts go to waste. She had to keep going. She was going to save her summon and survive the Oracle's trap. After that, well, one step at a time. Setting her mind, she set off for the next memory. Choosing a random tunnel in the endless mine, she followed it, deeper into the ground. The darkness of the tunnel finally gave way to a slight red glow in the distance. On the ground were 3 dead men, in armor that was no longer its brilliant white shine, but was stained a deep red. Some of them had red mana crystals sticking out of their body. They were killed with mana crystals? How? No one ever used a mana crystal as a physical weapon before. So barbaric. Perhaps it was some kind of undiscovered magical creature? Some golems were known to have magic crystals grow on their rocky hides. As if to bring an answer to her questions, a dark beast emerged from the dark. In the dim light she couldn't make out its shape, but saw its 2 massive red eyes that glowed in the dark. How had she not heard it approaching? With her restored hearing she should have some inclination to its arrival. But nothing. The creature moved fast with careful and deliberate footsteps that struck the ground with power, launching it forward but minimized sound. And was heading straight for her. Instinctively she moved out of the way as the creature charged past, its bipedal form just barely glancing past her. Its 2 flat tails that trailed behind it were the last thing Anisha saw before it disappeared into the tunnels. What in the gods' creations was that? Was that able to bring down all these armored soldiers? Was that what killed her summon? A forgotten concern raised back to her mind. She didn't go too far into his memories, did she? Listening carefully, she could barely hear the monster's continual gait head further and further away. But heard nothing else. Bending down, she began checking for her summon amongst the dead. One of them was missing his head at the shoulder, but the other 2 still had their helmets on. She checked for the unique symbols her summon had on his helmet the first time she saw it. While she didn't know what they meant, one looked like a ring, and the other a twisting snake. Only one here had a ring symbol on his helmet, but it was followed by a straight line. The other's helmet had symbols that were more complex, comprising of 3 individual symbols. He wasn't here, that was good. Turning back to where the monster had fled from, she continued down that way. It didn't take long before she was able to hear what sounded like voices. Turning a corner and saw 2 more white armor-clad warriors, one significantly shorter and smaller than the rest she had seen, and to her relief and worry, her summon, and he was in trouble. Her summon stood hunched-backed, bearing a large beam on his back, the artificial cave ceiling collapsing down upon him. but he just barely managed to hold it up. She saw his muscles bulge under his gray tunic, blood poured from beneath his helmet, and in his right shoulder a red mana crystal protruded out. A thick stream of blood pouring from the wound. His chest rose and fell with the effort to hold up the beam. This had to be it. He was about to die. She had to act fast. Ignoring the creaking of the ceiling that was slowly collapsing down on her summon, she ran to his side. Now finally coming face to face again with her summon, she never realized just how tall he truly was. Even hunched over, his height came to her shoulders. A white gas hissed from his mask, its odor smelt familiar, like one of Melissa's healing agents. Close by, the other warrior, who was in much better condition, stood by, seemingly trying to help her summon escape from beneath the beam. He placed his much smaller frame beneath the beam and pushed with all his might, but nothing budged. Cab. Cab. Her summon yelled out. The two began talking in their shared tongue. While Anisha had no idea what they were saying, the tones in both their voices allured to some amount of kindship between the two. Using his head, her summon gestured forward back from where Anisha had come from. The smaller one turned to look too, but shook his head and began pulling on the beam again. Noble Cabshiel. Her summon yelled out again. Teos. Jagkanike, the smaller one replied, defiance in his voice. Her summon continued to talk in a raspy and tired voice. Clearly his strength was giving out. He was probably trying to get the other person to leave and get to safety. The smaller one had a similar symbol on his helmet, a ring followed by a snake that wasn't wrapped around itself. Another blast of white gas hissed out of the sides of the helmet. And with great effort her summon straightened up, pushing not just the beam but all the stone debris back up along with it. He stood now, legs spread, bearing the weight of part of mountain alone on his shoulders. He looked like one of the great carved dwarven statues of their deep hallows. Ike. Cab. Verdun and Het. He grunted out. More commanding than before. Hesitantly and reluctantly the other one began to back away. Turning, he ran off back up the tunnel, but not before turning back one last time and crossing his arm across his chest. Straight-handed, he gave a loud yell back. Verdun and Het. Before running back up the slopes. Her summon's shoulders gave way as the other left the area. Falling to one knee, rocks began falling from the ceiling. Anisha was forced to dive to the side to avoid being crushed by a boulder the size of a hay bale fell where she was just standing. She had to get out of here quick. Moving quickly to her summon's side, she wasn't sure what to do. She had no idea how to reconnect his mind to his body. So she did the first thing that came naturally to her. She tried healing him in his mind. Placing her hands on his injured shoulder, she tried to send mana into him. And letting his gate do the healing. Nothing happened. It was like she was trying to pour mana straight into a rock. Her efforts just ran off him like rain on a roof. She moved her hands to his helmeted head, which now hung low, and tried again. Putting everything she had into it this time. But nothing happened. What was she supposed to do? Why isn't it working? She was running out of time. He was gonna die again if she didn't figure this out. What do you want me to do? Anisha yelled out to the oracle. She knew she couldn't hear her. No one could. Even her summon couldn't hear her. She was like a ghost, watching things play out in front of her and being unable to do anything about it. The ground around her began to vanish. Her summon no longer moved now, but was as still as if he truly was a dwarven statue column. The room she was in suddenly shifted. Her summon and the collapsing tunnel were gone. Now kneeled down on the ground, all she saw ahead of her was an empty tunnel. No. Anisha grasped at the empty air, trying to see if any part of her summon remained, but only grasped nothing. She looked around for him. If she was moved to another memory, then perhaps she still had a chance. Standing up and turning around, she saw the smaller white-clad soldier facing the wall. His fists were wrapped tight in fists, and he hit the wall with them. Teos. Creatin. Jeg Beklag, he said, his voice saddened by leaving her summon behind. Teos? He had said that before. Was that her summon's name? If that was the case, then this one's name was Cabshiel. Why was her summon's memory here? She looked around expecting to see her summon, but it was only her and Cab in this tunnel. Cab reached for the back of his helmet, flicking something on the back. The helmet let out a small hiss before removing it. The face below that helmet was one she recognized all too well. A boyish face with black hair and a strand of hair sticking off to the side. This was her summon? She tried to mentally compare the two in her head. No, this couldn't be him. Her summon was very tall, according to Murdera, a skilled fighter. He was, well, shorter than she was. His body, while still muscular, was more average. But the face was undeniable. Thinking back to any amount of info she could, Murdera highly suspected he was a part of some noble house. And Tyos, the one she had thought was her summon, had called him Noboel. A weird pronunciation of the word, but it supported their guess. She now looked at her summon in a new light. She never truly knew how much the summoning changed his body. Part of the deal she had made was to give him a body in its prime, which explains the change. This was her summon. She reached out her hand to him. Placing her hand on his face, she hesitantly pulsed mana into him, fearing she might still be wrong somehow and that her mana would just pour off again. But that didn't happen. Instead, the mana went into him. She felt it flow from her and into him. Taking her hand back for a moment, she couldn't contain her relief. It worked. Setting herself upright, she placed both hands on his head as he hung it against the wall. I'll heal out. Everything's going to be all right. Anisha didn't try to using healing magic, however. She couldn't deny his reality anymore. He was a thing of Moda, made from its essence. If anything could heal him, it would be that. So she poured her mana into him and imaged a summon circle around them. Melissa stayed crouched next to her pupil. A few more minutes has passed since she gave her the healing, and luckily she hadn't needed any more since. However, healing was being done in the room. The man's burns and bruises slowly, ever so slowly, began to disappear. By the gods, Anisha was actually doing it. From the corner of her eye she glared daggers down at the oracle, who sat stock still, unmoving, unblinking. If this truly worked, she didn't know what she would do to that thing. She was enraged by its actions towards her pupil. But so far it seemed Anisha was able to do something, but what was the girl doing in there? She'll have to ask her later when they were done here. A wish she hoped would come sooner rather than later. Unseen by Melissa, as she now focused on the man's slowly closing wounds, the oracle gave one small but deliberate twist up of her mouth, a slight knowing smirk. Anisha modified the summoning spell in hopes to have it be used for healing instead of summoning a new entity from Moda. If the current spell circle could create a body, then there should be no reason the same one couldn't be sued to repair the body as well. So she went about removing the contract parts of the spell, along with the protective wards, as she didn't plan to enter Moda while still in her summon's mind. She's not even sure what that would even entail. But she bet Kamiko would have wanted her to try for research purposes. Unlike any other type of magic, modifying this type came naturally to her. It was easy to control the symbols in her mind. And the new version of the circle was complete within a few minutes. Within that time, her summon had moved away from the wall and was pacing back and forth a bit, routinely checking weapon that hung at his side. She now recognized it as the one he had used on her in Moda. She still had no idea what it even really was. Murderer tried to explain it as some kind of magical crossbow that could fire thunder. Okay, it's ready. She said out loud to her summon, even though he couldn't hear her. Anisha couldn't help but talk to him. It seemed more friendly or polite. She reached out for him to finish the healing. She only got a few moments in before the room around them shook violently. She managed to keep her balance this time, but the explosion was much closer than any of the others. Her summon straightened, his head snapped up quickly and darted up the tunnel's pathway. Free. He donned on his helmet, and it quickly sealed around his head with a hiss and click. And without another word or hesitation, he ran off towards the explosion. Wait. Your healing's not done. She yelled out in veil, letting the magic disperse from her. She ran after him. She couldn't let him escape her sight. She didn't want to risk getting shuffled around in his memories again. There was no telling where she would come out next. But her summon, despite his shorter stature, ran at an unbelievable speed. She couldn't keep up. His boy disappeared into the dark tunnel ahead, and with his leaving, the tunnel around her disappeared too. No, please don't change, she pleaded, but the world around her changed anyways. Now she was suddenly in a much bigger room. Around her were the bodies of more white armor-clad soldiers and some without armor. All dead. No, not again, where are you? She moved around the dimly lit room. The only light that was there came from a small crack in a wall that let in a beam of sunlight and the red glow of crystals that lay desugared in the dead and the ground. Walking past a large chunk of ceiling that had fallen in the middle of the room, she found her summon. He was laying bloodied on the ground, red power crystals protruding from his chest and arm. His helmet was removed, and his head rested in another's white armored soldier's lap. The other, also without their helmet, was a beautiful woman with a long singular braid that hung over her soldier. Her face was bruised and tired, but she smiled down at her summon. He likewise gave a weak smile back. Anisha walked over to them and kneeled by his side. His face was pale and was bleeding a lot. At first she thought she was too late again and that this was his death. But he didn't have the large wound in his chest. Though red crystals stuck out of his armor, none left gaping holes like the one in his armor had. She didn't waste any time. She poured mana into him and started the healing process. He might still have some injuries from this battle, but she needed to heal that chest wound if he had any chance of surviving at all. The circle appeared and she felt the mana began to pass from her to her summon. The amount of mana she was pouring in felt like a waterfall's amount. In all her years of training her gate, she's never felt something draw this much mana in such a short span of time. She felt her strength begin to diminish fast. She couldn't maintain this much longer without risking breaking her own gate. She was almost done though. She could in a way feel his body healing itself through their link. She couldn't see it in his gate, but she knew it was still there. Her summon gave a gasping grunt, which caused Anisha to look up from her meditative state, and she was struck with fear. The monster had returned. It stood up behind the woman with a braid. It had massive teeth in what looked like a mockery of a human smile. In movement that Anisha couldn't track, he stabbed the woman in the exposed part of her neck, and the only sound that came out was sharp intake of breath before falling over. Anisha couldn't stop herself. She reached out for her, trying to place her hands over the wound, but the blood pooled through as if her hands weren't even there. Her summon too reached for her, but struggled to move. Free. Free. Arar recurrent. He glared back at the monster that now stood over him. A large spear made of metal bar. And with great force the monster stabbed it into his armor. For a moment the armor held against the blow, but the monster didn't give up and brought the spear down again, crashing through the armor. The second strike was so much stronger that it went through all the way and pinned her summon to the ground. He let a horrifying gargling yell of pain. No, she waited too long. She reached for magic out of desperation and with practice Motinos tried to push the monster back, but just like everything else she had no effect on it. But the monster did react though. Its red eyes fixed on her. Their glaring hate-filled eyes froze her in place. Her head began to hurt like it was under a ton of pressure. Then she felt as if something grabbed her from behind and pulled her into the dark. Anisha was on the ground. She felt the smooth ceramic floor beneath her. She stared up at a ceiling with a domed shape and an old chandelier that hadn't been used in years. The fireplace still burned but was now down to a much lower flame, comprising mostly of embers and mostly burnt logs. Melissa flower-like appendages appeared in her vision. They were flared out, and her teacher stood above her, magic crystals glowing bright from use. As she started to get her bearing, she could hear her teacher yelling something. Anisha. Anisha. Are you all right, pupil? Her teacher looked back to see if she was conscious, but maintained her defensive stance. Anisha struggled to get to her elbows to prop herself up. She's never felt this spent before. She felt completely and utterly drained of mana. Her movements were slow and it took her some time to register what was going on. In the center of her room, her summon no longer laid on the stretch. He was now standing up in the center of the room. His left hand gripped tightly around his bandaged side. He stood almost at full height. His new body towering over everyone else in the room by a good head. His eyes darted from side to side, as if looking for a threat. HVA. HVA Jag. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he fell to the ground, unconscious again. What was all that about? Melissa set out to one in particular. Her petals slowly lowered back down and her magic crystals on his belt faded back to a lower glow. I think he was just scared. Anisha struggled to even talk. It was not like she was physically tired. But was experiences the side effects of being tired. Her mind felt fuzzy. She unsteadily got to her feet. With the help of her teacher she was able to fully stand up. I wasn't talking about his reaction, pupil. Your healing. What went wrong? Her teacher questioned, not letting her eyes leave the man on the ground. Wrong? I healed him. I fixed him. Words were getting even harder to say. Fixed? Her teacher scoffed. You might have just made him live through that wound again. He was almost healed. I watched his chest wound slowly close. I don't know what you were doing, pupil, but it was working. Until it wasn't. You went too far, didn't you? Her teacher said that last question with not anger but more concern. Yes. I didn't have a choice. Memories. Kept changing. She moved over to him, ignoring the oracle who still laid on the ground, its eyes closed and unresponsive. Neither of them moved to check on it. The wound was closed. Along with it her eyes closed too, and the world faded to black again. Chapter 8, The Summon Awakes. Despite Melissa's clear instructions to rest, Anisha simply couldn't. As soon as her teacher had left the keep to get some rest of her own, Anisha got out of her bed and began pacing the floor. The events of last night rushing through her memory. She'd done it, she really had. She healed what people thought was unhealable. She couldn't believe it at first. When she woke up in the small servant's room, Melissa had been by her side applying her own mana to her body to help her recover her own mana levels. You nearly killed yourself trying that. Melissa had chewed her out as soon as she was certain Anisha wouldn't pass out again. But on the tip of her harsh tone, Anisha picked up a little bit of what she thought was pride. I don't know how you managed it, pupil, but you healed him. The wound? Anisha had asked her teacher. Completely sealed. I was able to heal it closed after you passed out from using too much mana. There's still some scarring and he'll have a hard time breathing, which means he'll probably never fight again, but it's not gonna be the death of him. He's resting in the other room, should be awake sometime today. Anisha had to see it for herself. She believed her teacher's words, but honestly it was hard to believe her own memories. Had she really done it? Fixed her mistake and without getting caught. She moved to the door of the room, undid the latch and swung it open. Not so fast. Anisha. Across the velvet carpeted hallway, Kamiko sat on a chair opposite of Anisha's door, her cat-like tail swishing back and forth behind her seat, and her ears twitched in what Anisha has come to recognize as a sign of annoyance and anger. Melissa made it very clear you are not to leave this room until she comes back. And rightly she has put me in charge of seeing to it that you do just that. Kamiko said in a bossing tone and crossing her arms. Since when did you follow her rules so precisely, Kamiko? Anisha said defensively. Her friend jumped to her feet with incredible speed and approached her quickly and jamming her finger in her face, forcing Anisha to have to back up into her room to avoid being rammed into by her. Well, maybe I started caring when I was told you nearly broke your soul trying to save your she cut off, not finishing the sentence. You wouldn't just be dead, Anisha. If you had used just a drop more of mana you would have completely shattered your soul. No afterlife, no reincarnation, complete and utter oblivion. You escaped execution, just to nearly get yourself killed for good. What in the gods' names made you think trusting an Avisti oracle would lead to anything but that outcome? So, Melissa told you what happened? Yes. Mind magic, with the oracle? You may have a higher tolerance to being corrupted from Moda than most people, Anisha, but that was just pushing it too far. Kamiko's was really angry about this. I would have expected you to be fascinated with it. You always liked asking me questions about summoning, and other things. Yeah, I did. When you were doing it safely, with wards and spells. This was opening yourself up to pure corruption. Maybe even a worse fate than if your soul had broken. Better you had let him die than risk that. Kamiko muttered that last part under her breath, but not very well. He saved my life. I couldn't just let him die. Anisha said on rely, now crossing her arms and setting her own stance now. Kamiko glared back at her and strained her own back. She turned and closed the door before addressing Anisha in a hushed but angered tone. He's already dead. Anisha. Sure you brought him back, but he's not really back, is he? Face it, Anisha, he's more of your puppet with your contract you made. He's probably not even himself. He is alive. And that is him, I never finished the contract. Anisha said sheepishly at the end, her voice fading off. Wait. You're telling me he's not even under your control. What do you think he's gonna do when he's conscious again? If he has any idea of what you did to him, he might just attack you himself. Kamiko now paced the room like Anisha had done a little bit ago, her tail swishing side to side with each new potential outcome. I don't think he'll attack me. And what makes you say that? Feeling, I guess. Like your link with Bruin, can you sense him right now, what he's feeling? Anisha focused on her connection to him. The green chain materialized before her eyes and she saw it go through the wall to the room next to her. For the first time since summoning him, their bond felt calm. His nightmare finally ended. Yes, I can feel him. He's calmed down now, knowing that he was all right, even though she couldn't see him gave her some amount of relief. She released the connection and sat down on the edge of the bed. Her whole body suddenly felt a lot heavier. In her rush to check on her summon, she never really noticed how she felt herself. Perhaps she should listen to Kamiko and Melissa's advice this time. Besides, not like her summon was going anywhere. After a few minutes of silence, Kamiko sat down on the small table in the room, her tail still flicking side to side and ears twitching occasionally. It seemed seeing Anisha finally give in hadn't been as fulfilling as Kamiko had hoped for. And she stared out the window, a clear pout on her face. Are you sure you don't want to hear about what it felt like to do magic with an oracle? Anisha asked quizzically, hoping to relieve some of the tension in the room. Kamiko attempted to give her uninterested expression, but it didn't last long. Well, if telling me all about your experiences tonight will keep you in this room, then fine. I guess I'll hear you out. and fluid motion of action practice 1,000 times. Kamiko pulled out her journal from her side satchel, opened it to a new page and looked Anisha expectantly, excitement clearly bubbling under the surface. Start from the beginning, please. Capsule Atsambal's eyes opened slowly. Rubbing them to clear the blurriness in his vision, he opened them again, and his sight slowly returned to normal. The first thing he saw was the white plastered ceiling. That's not a standardized building material. Cab thought. Soft form building materials haven't been used in contraction for over 100 years. At least in his home country of Roclitia. Where am I? He stirred from his covers and sat upright in the bed. The movement was painful, however. The pulse of pain he felt in his chest made his hand instinctively go to where he had been stabbed, and take a shaky deep breath, as if the very action of breathing was an uncommon thing. The air was painfully thick in here, and it gave him a headache. His left lung hurt and felt like it was crushed, unable to get a full breathe. He began inspecting his chest for anything causing it. His hands landed on thick bandages that wrapped around his bare chest and shoulder. Recent medical treatment. Okay, so he had his injuries tended to, so that's good. But where in Verdun was he? This wasn't any standard Roclitian med room he's been to or seen in his life. Perhaps it was a Dryland or Astrisdan building? Had their advancing forces already unified the city? He looked around the room now, and his eyes fixed on one particular item in the room. Across from him against the wall in the very small room was a wooden table? An entire table made of wood. He couldn't believe it. He leaned over, reached out, and placed his hand on it just to verify that it was in fact real and in front of him. The wood wasn't like the small wooden slab his father kept on his metal desk he saw when he was just a kid. That piece of wood was old and had faded gray and worn smooth from years of being blasted by the heat and sand of Verdun. This wood was smooth too, had a thick coating of some clear polish. It was a vibrant brown, and was shiny like it was permanently wet with water. He's heard rumors about such creations of wood. Free had told him once that the High General actually had an entire door of wood leading to his private quarters. But Cab always thought that it was just some absurd rumor they used to tell each other when they were kids and were just recruited. Wood was valuable keepsake and almost never used for anything as meaningless as furniture. He figured the more worldly Akajian merchants probably did this. Many not knowing how they were desecrated some of the few remnants from the past. Cab couldn't be angry at them for not knowing any better though, but there were some days he wondered just how much had they lost due to the selfishness and incompetence of nations. All the more reason to hasten Verdun's unity. Out of curiosity, Cab grabbed the underside of the table and tried to lift it slightly. He had always heard that wood was a self-growing material that was incredibly strong and light. It would never be as strong or light as Gratal armor plating, but the fact it could be grown fascinated him. The table lifted with little to no effort. In fact, it was so easy to lift, Cab accidentally lifted it too high, and the contents on the table rolled off making a loud noise as they hit the ground. A water bowl and towel fell to the ground, followed by a small box. Oops, Cab said out loud and rubbing the back of his head in self-imposed embarrassment. The table was way lighter than he thought it would be. It was almost nothing in his grasp. He lowered it back down and reached for the mess he had made, but his hand froze a few inches above the wooden floor. Cab straightened up and began to really start looking around his surroundings. It wasn't the white walls or the desk that stuck out now. The siding, the windows, the chair, the bed, everything in this room was made of wood. Cab had to rub his eyes for a third to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. And sure enough, as soon as he opened his eyes again, he was still there. In a room made entirely of wood. This wasn't right. No one, absolutely no one, had access to this amount of wood across all of Verdun. No Roclitian structure would be so lavishly decorated. It was a complete waste of resources and time. And if he was in recently unified territories, then no fleeing army would have left this behind. Cab was more certain he was not in Roclitia anymore. He moved to the window, and suddenly the small wooden room he was in didn't seem to be the most impossible thing he'd seen that day. Rows and rows of wooden structures stretched into the distance. From his elevated position, he surmised he was most likely in some sort of tower or barrack, perhaps judging by its strategic position and height, perhaps some centralized command post. He could see a thin wall that encircled the settlement. Smoke poured from multiple chimneys, but the air wasn't full of smoke like it usually was in Astridan. The orange-gray sky was instead replaced with a blue and white sky. Clouds were rare in the drylands, but here they seemed to blot out the sky. The roads were a dark brown, misshapen and poorly maintained, marred by deep trenches and footprints. The people that walked them wore colorful clothes in a variety of shapes and cuts. Beyond the wall was a flat plain of some green ground covering, what was it called again? Grass? But it couldn't be. If that was grass, then that would mean he was in Begum. which was on the opposite side of the Astradan volcanic mountain range. How'd he get to Begum? What was he doing there? Perhaps Begum finally put aside their selfish nature, and finally decided to unify with Roklicia. It's a possibility. Maybe he had been out for longer than he thought. He looked out the window again, expecting to see the Roklician flag flying from a pole, or at least see a few squads of white armor-clad Roklician soldiers walking the street. But that's not what he saw. On one of the guard towers, connected to the wall, a single triangular flag flew from a post, and it was not a flag Cab recognized. A visual that finally confirmed his fear. This wasn't Roklicia-controlled territory. Which means he was probably taken prisoner in the last battle. A mistake his captors were sure to regret. Roklicians do not take kindly to their own being taken. That thin wall out there and wooden structures wouldn't stand a chance against Roklician might and artillery. Perhaps once they saw how hopeless it was to resist unification, they will unify peacefully and Roklicia won't be forced to destroy all this wood in the fighting that would surely ensue. If he stayed put and waited, he's certain his brothers and sisters of the Roklician army would be here to get him in no time. So without a worry, in his mind he laid back down on the wooden bed. And tried to pass the time with trying to remember what exactly happened leading up to this. The mine, ambushed, explosions out of nowhere, casualties, Mats, Alta, Petra, Kraden, Teos. Free. Where were they? Was she here with him? Or was she? Cab sat upright again. He didn't like that idea, so he decided to not consider it an option. Free was a noble-raised Roklician. If he survived, then so did she. But the thoughts of just before he blacked out unnerved him. A recreant Astridan soldier or Ikagian mercenary, he still wasn't sure. Stabbing her in the neck, could she had survived that? What if she hadn't? What if they took her armor? Hold on a moment. Where is my armor? Uhuhuiahia. / murder a Stormchin, you son of a bastard goblin runt. You must tell me where you obtained this armor. Bellowed Graven Vane, the dwarf forge master of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom. Around him his 6 apprentices, all gathered around the white armor murderer, had brought to be repaired. He had dropped it off yesterday and hoped to have had it repaired by this morning, but frustratingly that didn't seem like a possibility now given his dwarven's brother's ogling of the craftsmanship. Have they been doing that all night? Murderer thought. While annoyed, Murderer really couldn't blame them, he was equally curious of the armor and the material of which it was made. It's the armor of some unknown noble adventure I came across. Ask him his price. Graven was uncomfortable close and Murderer could smell his morning mead on his breath. I'll pay whatever it takes to get just a sample of this. It's that good, huh? Good. It's an unbelievable work of pure art. Murderer, come follow me. Graven lead Murderer to the back of the shop. Graven was large and wide even for a dwarf. His bulk pushed aside lesser projects of craftsmanship, swords, axes, and chest pieces fell to the wayside. His golden beard braces clinked off each other as his beard swayed side to side with each step. Pushing his apprentices away from the armor stand that held the white armor, Murderer could see they had at least cleaned the blood off it. But the huge hole in the chest and backplate were still there. All right, Graven, what is it about the armor that is so special it's got your blood melting? Well, for starters, Murderer, take a look through this. Graven disconnected his magnifying eyepiece from his headgear that was a banded array of jeweler's eyepieces, and one large eye cover used for the forge for high-temperature forging. He handed the eyepiece to Murderer. Murderer took the eyepiece and gazed through it at the armor. His dwarven silver-filled heart skipped a beat. It's perfect. Murderer stuttered out. Not a damn single sign of a hammer strike. Graven exclaimed. Was it casted? Murderer asked questioningly. It had to be. That was the only explanation to such a smooth and perfect surface of armor. No, I looked all over the damn thing, examined from end to end, not a single seam to be seen. And that's not all. Graven waved his arms around to motion everyone to stand back. The groups of dwarven smiths and Murderer made a ring around the armor stand and the forge master. He started speaking in his lecture voice. It was lower than his usual boisterous volume, but he spoke clear and emphasized his points. As you all well know, casted metal is much weaker than forged metal. Melting a metal down to a liquid breaks its materials bonds that have been carefully crafted to weave together by nature. Forging was the only way to maintain that strength while shaping the metal. Since there are no signs of hammer strikes, we could conclude it is a casted piece, and that would explain the damage to its front and back sections. However, observe carefully. Graven pulled out his belt knife, a blade of incredibly thick haft. Its blade was as wide as Murderer's thumb. It was a forgeman's knife, designed for puncturing armor, for riveting leather to the armor. It was incredibly strong and sharp, holding its edge even from some of the mightiest of blows thanks to its thick coating of drastil. A knife like that was the sign of a true forge master. In the other hand, Graven hefted his smithing hammer. Once Murderah realized what he was about to do, Murderah tried to call out to stop the Forge Master. The armor was already damaged enough, a strike from the blade and hammer will shatter it even more. Graven. Murderah called, but it was too late. The Forge Master brought down his hammer with all his might, and struck the large flat pommel of the knife. There was a loud bang and the breaking of metal. But to the amazement of everyone around, it wasn't the armor that broke. Graven now held only the handle of his forgeman's knife. The blade had not only broken off at the guard, but had shattered into several pieces that now laid in the sand-covered floor of the blacksmith's shop. And yet, Graven continuing his lecture from before, unfazed from the fact he just shattered a Forge Master's knife like it was his mother's pottery. It's strong enough to resist a Drastal-enhanced forgeman's knife. That Murderah is what makes this armor so special. The Forge Master tossed the handle of his broken knife into the forge, and began now moving to Murderah with a purpose burning in his eyes. I don't care how much it takes, or costs, if I have to sell everything down to the clothes on my back and the hair on my face, and have to travel across the world on my hands and knees just to hold the position of forge assistant again, I will do anything to learn the craftsmanship of this. Graven's gloved fist tightened with the declaration. Well. Murderah began. He wasn't sure what to say to the Forge Master. He knew next to nothing about the man, and if his hunch was right, he doubted the man would willingly share the strengths of his people's armaments. But perhaps there was a way they both could get what they wanted. Well, Graven Vane, I'm certain that the noble would be most pleased and be willing to take you up on your offer if you were to repair his armor for him. Graven's eyes widened at the suggestion. Yes, of course. I must show that I and my hammer are worthy to work on such quality items. Say no more, Murderah. I will have this armor patched up and ready before mid-morning mead is served. Graven turned back to his apprentices and began yelling orders. Stock the fires. And bring the ore samples. Every other order can wait. Satisfied with the increased effort from the smiths, Murderah made his leave and headed back for the guild. He still had a mountain of paperwork he was now 2 days behind on. He let out a sign, lucky him. Anisha's story about what it was like going through her summons memories was cut short by a sudden bang and the sound of splashing water. Kamiko jumped reflexively a foot into the air, her fur frizzled and tail was stiff like a log behind her. What in the dash? I think he's awake. Anisha said, trying to keep her voice level. Trying to hide her own nervousness. She had checked up on him a few times while Kamiko and her talked. She felt his mind begin to stir a few minutes ago. She reached through their bond again, and a wave of sensation she's never experienced before slammed into her like a bucket of cold water. Confusion, amazement, concern, fear, loss, pain, happy, fear again. It was so much to handle in such a little amount of time. Bruin never felt like this. He, being an animal summon, had more simpler thoughts. He often thought about food or sleep, and would either see people as friend or enemy. Her new summon's thoughts were a hive of activity, multiple emotions mixing together. The sensation would have made her dizzy if she wasn't already sitting down. But then one emotion shone brighter than the rest. It struck with unbelievable force and accretion over the rest. Anger. Capsule wasn't gonna let some recreants steal his unification from him and his squad mates. They've sacrificed too much already to be lost to random chance of reincarnation. He bounded from the bed and pushed down the pain he felt in his chest. A soft knock at the door, however, stopped him from opening it. A person, a woman by the sound of it, spoke on the other side of the door. The wooden door muffled it beyond any recognition Capsule could understand. He debated moving back to the bed, perhaps faking he was still asleep, or moving to the side of the door then rushing whoever it was on the other side. Capsule had to mentally shake those thoughts from his head. What was he thinking? Ambushing a lesser enemy? What was he, some sort of Astristan soldier in a border war with Begum? No, he was a proud Reclitian. He would face whoever held him head on, as his people always had. The door was knocked on one more time before the door slowly opened. Capsule felt his muscles tense in preparation for the fight. A short black-haired woman peeked her head in. Her eyes went wide seeing him. She slowly opened the door more. She was much shorter than him, had long black hair, and her clothes were strange to say the least. They were loose-fitting and puffy, with an array of belts and sashes tidied around them in what Cap could only guess as to having no tactical reasoning besides appearance. So there was a chance this was a civilian and not a combatant. Capsule's muscles didn't relax a bit though. Anyone other than a Reclitian can be deceiving. The woman lowered her head and began muttering what to Cab sounded like absolute gibberish. She raised her head back up and continued to mumble her words in such a way he couldn't understand a single thing she was saying. Capsule wasn't sure what to do. She wore no armor and displayed no weapons in the open, but that didn't mean she wasn't dangerous. When he didn't respond to her mutterings, she tilted her head, and her strange head, where that looked like two triangles of fabric, moved unnaturally, twitching slightly like a mechanical arm glitching from crossed wires. She looked him up and down, when her eyes got to the floor, then moved to the spilled bowl and box. She muttered something again, this time a bit louder, though it didn't seem to help her pronunciation. Capsule got more and more annoyed with this stranger. She wasn't understandable at all, and at this point he was suspecting this was some sort of trick they were trying to pull on him. Trying to distract him with her nonsensical words. If she wasn't gonna speak real words to him, then he would, and he would make it painfully clear what he was saying. Where is my armor? He spoke in a harsh tone. Probably harsher than he should have. This still might be a civilian after all. The woman took a step back, her head garment now straightening upright. She mumbled a response, but it was still nonsense. Don't toy with me, recreant. You will give me back my armor, or I will be forced to take it back. And Capsule meant it. He would die before he let them do anything to his or Freeze. Or any Reclician's armor. He'd die before letting a single plating of armor be taken by them. The woman raised her hands defensively and took a few more steps out of the doorway. She looked to her side and started talking in her mutterings. Was she talking to someone else? How many were outside this room right now? Capsule was done wasting his time with this. He approached the woman, who shrunk back against the wall. Her mutterings got louder and sounded with a bit more panic in them. The hallway he entered was, like the rest of this place, a wooden structure, with soft red carpets he felt beneath his bare feet. The halls were long but narrow, and lined with small metal shapes that held fires. From the room to his left a red and black-haired woman emerged. She was taller than the black-hair one, but was still shorter than him. Her face was worn from what Capsule recognized as exhaustion. But that wasn't the only thing that stuck out to him. This woman looked familiar somehow. The woman straightened, but used the side of the door to support her own weight. She opened her mouth to speak. Ulvala, Ulvala. Capsule let out a sigh. More gibberish. I don't understand your muttering, civilian. Tell me where my armor is now. He hoped this one would be more compliant, but his anger only grew when in response she covered her own mouth before looking to the black-haired one, and the two started muttering to each other as if they were speaking some incommunicative way. But to Capsule it was nothing he'd heard before. He muttered recreants under his breath before turning away from them and choosing a random hallway to start his search for his armor. The two followed behind him, becoming increasingly more frantic with their noises. They were annoying, but as long as they didn't try to stop him or fight him, then Reclician doctrine dictated he couldn't do anything besides ignore them and continue on with his objective. The red-haired one ran up to his side and seemed to be trying to get his attention. Her mutterings became more simple, she emphasized each one, but seemingly tried repeating the same one with slight variations to it. Ka. Cabal. Kavdal. Ka. Mal. Kaval. Capsule didn't stop for her to form actual words. He continued to make his way through the building. As he passed some doors, another person rounded the corner. This time it was a man, wearing a black and white suit that was more pristine than what the other two were wearing in comparison. In his hand he held a metal tray, and a small fabric cloth was wrapped around his forearm. His eyes opened wide as Capsule approached him. He was also much shorter than him. He only came up to his shoulder. Where is my Reclician armor, officer? Capsule assumed the man had some higher rank, as his uniform had intricate detailing on the shoulders and chest. A common mistake other military forces made, blatantly marking who were their leaders made them easy targets. Of course Reclicians didn't target leader figures like that during combat. It was against doctrine to do so. The man stammered before muttering sounds in a concerned tone. He went from looking at him to peering back to the two behind him. All three began making noises together. How long were they going to keep this up? Couldn't they see that their trickery wasn't working on him? Your mind games will not work on a Reclician. Now end this nonsense, or get out of my way. Cab motioned with his arms in a way to hopefully convey he wanted the man to move. The man's mutterings came in short bursts. He straightened his back, bowed his head and moved to the side. Good, at least that understood that. As he walked through the building he couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right with this place. Well, obviously they lacked unity, and judging from how that officer reacted to him, they were also cowards. But the strangest thing was that he had expected some resistance at least. Sure, these two still followed him as he went from room to room, clearing each area before moving on. So far all he's seen is other people who didn't speak real words, and would look at him like he'd grown a second head or something. As he walked he made a mental note of each room, its contents, and the layout of the building, a learned skill and now habit he'd picked up from his training as an infantry recon man. Mapping out complex tunnel systems in his mind was easy to him, so this building with its linear passageways were easy to remember. From what he can tell, it's a relatively large building. Most of the rooms he'd come across seemed to be oversized personal quarters for only a handful of civilians and/or engineers/manufacturers. While the large building was impressively sturdy looking, despite the weaker building materials, it was nothing compared to Roklishan infrastructure. The building lacked any form of security or defensive positioning that he could see. It seemed these people put all their effort into looking nice, rather than being productive and defendable. Large paintings of men and women lined some of the walls. He'd seen a few paintings in his life. Trainer Scal actually had a family heirloom painting he kept on his desk. He called it a reminder of what we lost, and told us that if we wanted one of our own, we'd have to fight and die for the unity of Verdun. But here, they seemed very plentiful. There were even larger ones, of people in even more strange clothing. Men in purple and blue shirts with huge puffy sleeves and round pants. None of it looked functional. It gave an enemy too much to grab onto, and could easily get snagged on rubble in a battlefield. Just who were these people? Cab needed to get a better understanding of his situation. He needs to know who his captors are, and he won't know for certain until he gets outside. So that's what he started looking for next, an exit. Anisha and Kamiko chased after her summon. Hastily offering apologizes to the now traumatized servants of the keep who were definitely not expecting to see bandaged half-naked Nobel come barging into their personal quarters, the kitchen, storeroom, and whatever other room Anisha's summon seemed to just want to go into. Both of them kept trying to assure him he was safe, that he wasn't in danger, and that he needed to lay down. But there was just one major problem. He didn't speak the same language. Anisha tried other languages she knew, Dwarvish, Red Elf, Common. And Kamiko tried a few others, Souther Folkmen, Eurasianese, Eurasian Bush Talk, which she was pretty sure Kamiko used just to insult him and his god. And Avishjan? Anisha clamped her hands over Kamiko's mouth. Before whispering in her ear. What are you doing speaking the language of Moda in public? Aha HMMHMHM. Anisha moved her hand away so she could actually hear her. I said, since he's well, I thought maybe he'd just come with the ability to understand that. But apparently not. She hissed out, glaring up at his back. What are we going to do, Anisha? Sooner or later he's gonna burst his way either into an armory full of guards or the Lord's personal chambers. How are we gonna stop him if he doesn't understand Common, and you can't give him orders? Anisha watched her summon as he barged into yet another servant's quarters. They heard one of the servant girls scream from the sudden arrival of a complete stranger. But just like all the rest, her summon didn't even so much as bat an eye. He just looked around before turning back out the door and heading to the next door he saw. Kamiko moved to start apologizing to the servant. So far the only excuse they could come up with was he was confused from an injury to the head. But considering how rigid and determined he seemed to be, she wasn't sure how many believed that. What exactly was he trying to do? She could only guess that maybe he was looking for something, or someone perhaps. If they couldn't talk, then maybe they could communicate a different way. Anisha and Kamiko had to run to catch up to him. By the gods, he was fast for someone who was on death's door a few hours ago and should have half-functioning lungs. They tried everything from standing in front of him, waving their arms, even laying their heads on their hands to gesture for him to go to rest, but nothing worked. In another vain attempt, Anisha tried to use his name. She had heard it in one of his memories, but for the life of her she couldn't really remember what it was. She knew it started with a K and A, so she kept guessing. Kaval. Kakakadale, Karshal, Karldal. Kamiko grabbed Anisha's hand and brought her to a stop. This has gotten out of hand, Anisha. I think we need Melissa's help to calm him down. Anisha was gonna protest. She just knew her teacher was gonna chew them out for this. He's supposed to be bedridden and not moving at all, not going for a casual stroll through every room in the entire keep. Recovering from mana withdrawal or not, she'll make both of them do beginner exercises in the pouring rain until they drop unconscious again. Anisha gave a moroful nod. Go, I'll try to stall him. Kamiko gave a nod before running back the way they had came. Anisha saw for a moment her friend pulling out a red crystal from her satchel. A few minor incantations later, a red aura surrounded her, and she went bounding down the hall, now at twice the speed. Sending Kamiko is the best option. Since she can actually use normal mana, she can consistently use spells to enhance her speed. Melissa should be there soon. They were going to handle this and everything was going to be fine. Now all Anisha had to do was stall. Where did her summon go? Chapter 9, A Run-In with the Guild. Cab was a little relieved when the two unwanted companions stopped following him to whisper their own gibberish-filled conversation. Honestly, he would have expected them to give up by now. If they weren't trying to stop him from finding his armor, then what were they doing? At one point one of them had spoken something he understood a little, but the red and black-haired one stopped her. which only confirmed to him that they can in fact speak real words, but for some reason weren't with him. It was also inefficient. He just needed to find his armor, find out where on Verdun he even was, and then... Well, he wasn't sure what to do after that. He could try contacting Roklicia, but he didn't see any communication towers or antennas when he looked out the window. Not to mention he hadn't seen a single sign of anything running on Mactite energy in this entire place. The only light in the building came from open windows and some sort of fuel-burning light, judging by the smell and thin ripples of fumes that came off it. The lack of any actual powered light made the hallways a little darker than he was used to when inside. It wasn't just that lack of lights that caught his attention. Cab couldn't find a single conduit of wire, a power box, or a van pad anywhere. How did these people control their systems, or communicate with each other at long range? Perhaps this was another trick? Maybe the people of this country hide all their technology and also speak gibberish to outsiders as some form of deterrent to attacks? That might work against a raider looking for valuable Klarsteins to steal, but to another country like Astristan, Skamand, or Ekog they'd be claimed by them in no time. So they must have some other form of defensive options. Cab shook his head in annoyance and refocused his efforts to either getting out or finding his armor. So far he's been going in straight lines, but it only lead him to more crew quarters, so instead he began taking more left turns. If he was on the right side of the building at the start, then there was most likely an entrance closer to the middle. And sure enough, after a few turns he came to what was quite possible the biggest wooden door in the whole world. Each door stretched about 8 standard units high. They were both also caved with what Cab had to admit was beautifully made engravings that he'd never seen before in any building. He couldn't explain it, but the swirls and repeating patterns were appealing in a weird way that didn't seem logical. Cab looked for some sort of van pad on the walls to open the doors, but like the rest of place there was such visible technology. Instead, he noticed after a second look at the door a pair of golden doorknobs that were crafted in such a way their flowing design meshed with the wood engravings behind it, almost like camouflage. He twisted one of the handles expecting them to be locked. If there was a wall to his prison he would have expected this to be the exit, and so it should be locked. But just like everything else today, it surprised him. The knob twisted with no resistance, and with little effort, which surprised him even more. He pushed open the large door. And immediately his nose was assailed by horrendous smell. Like a latrine that hadn't gotten its scheduled cleaning. And Cab saw the source of the smell. Strange four-legged creatures stood in wooden confines that lined the wall. Their faces were elongated with a thin strip of hair running from the top of their large heads down their neck. 2 ears stood upright on the top of their heads, twitching and moving every few seconds. Their bodies were huge, bigger than any non-insect-like animal back in Roklicia. A plateau bug was still quite a bit bigger, but they weren't as muscled and moved slowly through the sand dunes. These animals here looked like they could keep up with a scout sled on flat ground. Near one of the animal's confines a young man was shoveling out what Cab guessed was the animal's waste. And disposing of it onto a wooden sled, but instead of, well, 2 thin rails, or a Zakamite hover system installed, it just had 2 round constructions, also made of wood. Behind the cart, however, was a site Cab had been looking for. The animal containment room lead out to the open sky just ahead. Cab couldn't help but feel relief to finally be out of that place and be outside again. Ignoring the confused and startled stares from the young man in the room, Cab headed for the exit. And hopefully home. "I thought you said you were going to get some rest?" Venus asked Melissa while placing yet another cup of herbal tea that smelt of garish vine and lupin petals in front of her, careful not to set it on any of the hundreds of scattered documents and manuscripts sprawled out over the large table that split their clinic in half. "I can't rest, not till I figure just how my pupil was able to do it." Across the table in an organized mess of papers was every record on the effects of having a mind not recognized the body in Melissa's collection. There were only about 10 written accounts of it, each one detailing the patient, theories, and attempted remedies, all failing and eventually leading to death. From her research, it took a tremendous amount of mana to be able to enter a person's mind to the point that you entered a previous life, and then tried to heal them. Few could do that on their own, so perhaps it was some group of mages that did this to him? Was it accidental or deliberate? Was this all some assassination attempt by another rival Nobel family? And were her and her pupils now involved in that mess, or was something else going on? She ruffled her hand through her petals in irritation now, as she was thinking of nonsense rather than solutions or answers. "Melissa, my dear, you've read those over 100 times. I don't think there's anything in them that you don't already know." Venus sat down next to her. His skin had darkened to its proper lime green again, meaning he was the only one out of any of them to have gotten any rest recently. His handsome face and well-kept petals were distorted with concern. He was right, she knew he was right, In fact, if she saw someone else pushing themselves the way she's pushing herself, she'd call them a fool and send them straight to the closest bed with a batch of Venus's herbal sleep remedy. But she just couldn't. Something made her guts writhe about this whole thing, and she couldn't stop till she got to the bottom of it. What had the oracle seen inside her pupil that allowed her to fix what had always been shown to be unfixable? When Melissa had told Venus that part of the story, she heard him mutter a rather strong word in Eurasian bush talk, specifically targeted at their specific oracle. And their own Eurasian god for putting such a creature on their world. But most Eurasian insults usually ended with them cursing their own god regardless. It wasn't just that the noble was a mystery all on his own, but her pupil. Her pupil could barely hold simple practice spell for longer than a few seconds. But last night she formed one of the most complex magic spells without a sign of strain or unsteadiness. You should have seen it, my dear. Melissa said, sipping from the warm tea in front of her. The way my pupil moved the crystals to form the circle, it was masterful. She couldn't help but smile at the memory. She was proud of her pupil, but there was still a major problem with that. Where in the world did she learn to make that magic circle? And not to mention the runes themselves were in a language Melissa had never seen before. All of the runes flowed into one another in one continuous line, unlike how runes are usually formed individually. One mistake and the whole thing probably would have been ruined. How had her pupil learned of this new way to cast magic that works for her? And more importantly, why hadn't she told her about it? She was her teacher after all. Where had she failed in her own personal study that led to this outcome? The door to the clinic opened quickly, bashing into the side of the wall, and in came her other pupil. Kamiko, red-faced and panting. Teacher. Venus. It's the noble. What happened? Venus said, standing up but putting his hand on Melissa's shoulder, softly hinting that she should stay put. Is the noble all right? Melissa asked, finishing down the tea, and clenching to the mug a little as if trying to squeeze any amount of energy she could from the drink. Because deep down she knew she was gonna need it. Well, he's fine. But too fine. Both Venus and Melissa looked at their pupil in confusion, then to each other, then back to Kamiko. He's running around, barging into every room. We think he's looking for something, but we don't know what. And we've tried to stop him, but he doesn't speak common. Or Dwarvish, Elf, or Eurasian. Wait a minute, pupil. Melissa's eyes turned threatening and her petals moved in irritation. What do you mean are you referring to Anisha? By the useless blood of the gods, pupil, I told you not to let that girl leave her room. She shouldn't even be able to move more than a few steps after how much mana she used. Well, I tried to keep her in there when the noble woke up, but then he started causing a commotion, and when he started trying to leave I just didn't know what to do. Where is she now? Where the Moda did her summon go? Anisha abandoned calmly walking through the keep and instead was now running as fast as she could around each corner. He was going in a straight line before, but he must have taken a random turn at some point because she couldn't find him. And unlike before, there wasn't a trail of confused servants. In fact, now she was the one that stood out and got weird glances from those in the keep. She tried asking them if they saw a bandaged noble walking around, but they just looked at her like she was the one who needed help. This mess was just getting worse by the second. Anisha's frantic search was only brought to a stop when she almost ran straight into the bookkeeper Sir Rocco. Her hair was no longer disheveled like last night, now it was up in an elaborate bride with 2 silver and gold hairpins holding most of her brunette hair up in a professional style. She pushed her large-rimmed glasses back up after they had almost slipped from her face. Good heavens, miss, you startled me. Are you all right? My apologize, Miss Rocco, but have you seen the noble from last night? Recently? No, I wasn't expecting to talk to him for another. She began flipping through her large pile of papers before pulling out what she must have been looking for. Yes, here it is. Melissa said he wasn't due to wake up until midday, which isn't for another few hours. Is he already up and about? Do you happen to have his name yet? Yes, and no, he woke up a little bit ago. I think he's hallucinating or something and is wandering around confused. I lost him and haven't been able to find him. Has anyone by any chance reported a strange person in the keep? Rocco put a finger to her lip, thinking for a moment and then pulled the top 2 paper from her stack. There was a report from multiple servants about some creep in the servants' quarters. And oh dear, a report from the stables about a man in bandages leaving through the keep's rear entrance. I just gave this report to the guards as I had assumed some criminal had snuck in somehow, and told them to tell the guild to be on the lookout for this person. That was the noble, was it? Rocco's face paled in fear as she may have just sent guards to arrest a nobleman. And Anisha's face paled because her summon was now loose in the city. With the town guard and guild members all looking for him. Cab walked the streets in utter bewilderment. He had to be dreaming, right? Got hit on the head too hard and can't think straight, like a vehicle whose onboard computer system took a direct hit and has few cracks in its van might array. Yes, that had to be it. Because there was no possible other explanation to this place. It wasn't just that one building he had been in that was strange. The people in this country were, well, different. He wasn't even sure if they were people. Sure, he saw other people, but there were others that were covered in thick colored plating that connected straight to their skin, like fish scales, and their faces were elongated out in a triangular way with rows of sharp teeth that protruded out. And from their backside sprouted the actual tail. The one he was looking at turned and gave a guttural growl, but it didn't dissuade him from continuing to stare as he saw it was holding a smaller version of itself in its arms. There were others with dark green skin, some with red skin but had horns that came from their head and twisted in random ways. And from what he could see, it wasn't some sort of headpiece that could be removed, but was in fact actually growing out of their heads. He kept walking, hoping to find at least one thing that made sense. But instead of everyone else looking around in confusion like he was at all the strange sights, they all looked at him like he was the one that was wrong. A Roklian without his armor was a strange sight, though, Cab thought to himself. How was he ever going to get back home, let alone find his armor in this whole mess? He stopped in the middle of the street for a second, just to gather his thoughts. He racked his brain for some explanation, some sort of basic training education class that where his instructors had mentioned a country with differently shaped people. But nothing came to mind. Taking the time to stop and think, however, made him realize that he was in fact still very much injured and in a tremendous amount of pain. It was only years of training to ignore exhaustion that had kept him going, even though he felt like he hadn't slept in a week. As his adrenaline began to fade, he could feel the wound in his chest. One lung felt like it couldn't expand fully, like it had some giant weight on it crushing it down. He tried to force it open, tried to get just a bit more air into his system, hoping that it would clear away what he was seeing. But when he tried, it only brought on a painful coughing fit that showed signs he hadn't really been patched up properly, because his hand now was stained with his own blood. The Lord Sog is a drunken oaf that's going to be the death of this kingdom. Broncus, the Eastern Frontier Kingdom treasurer, mumbled to himself as the treasury coach made its way through the still drying muddied streets of the town, bumping and jostling him to no end. He mendaciously stacked this month's tax collection on the small table in the center of the cramped coach. If he just let me increase the tax rate by 10%, we could afford actual paved roads. Instead of trenching through this mud heap, it's like a pig pen. The coach came to a sudden and very painful stop, which sent Broncus sprawling forward and scattering his well-organized and stacked pile of collected gold coins across the floor. Brah. Gods. What is wrong with you drivers? He could hear the horses still neighing and shifting their hooves on the ground nervously as they had just been pulled to a stop suddenly. My apologizes, Master Broncus, but some ragged-clothed street rat just stopped in the middle of the road. Oh, for the love of. Then either get him to move or run him down. I've got important business to be about today. Broncus went about picking up the now scattered hundreds of gold coins. If he lost any, he was gonna dock it from the driver's pay. You got muck in your ears, scum. I said move it. Or I'll make you. The coach shifted as the hefty driver climbed down from his seat atop the coach and now made his way to confront the rift raft. Broncus gave an approving grunt. It was hard to find some actual help with a backbone in this backwater town. Too many of these guards wouldn't treat the common scum the way they deserved to be treated, especially when they were hindering the work of nobility. That's it. I warned you, ow. Wait, ahhhh. Broncus stopped his collection when he heard the yelling and the notable gasp of the surrounding commoners. Just what was going on out there? Undoing one of the window covers, he stuck his head out the window and his eyes went as wide as a gold coin that now dropped from his hand. In the road laid his driver, either unconscious or dead. Broncus didn't know or care. But standing above him stood a tall man with black hair. His body was mostly covered in bandages and gray pants that were bunched up around his waist. He was barefoot in the mud and in his hand he held a bloody knife. A thief. Come to rob the people of their hard-earned taxes. You won't get away with such greed. Guards. Thief. Cab disarmed the attacker as he approached him with an unsheathed knife. He wasn't sure what he had finally done to cause these people to drop their facade, but now they were trying to kill him. The man continued to make sounds he didn't understand, but when he started waving a weapon at him, he understood that just fine. That was a declaration of war. So Cab obliged. With practiced motion, he stepped forward, grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it, forcing him to release his weapon. Then in one fluid motion, he caught the knife and slashed it upward, cutting the man's wrist, ensuring he couldn't attack with that hand again. Then with his other hand he threw a full-force punch into the attacker's face. Cab felt and heard the man's jaw break from the force that also sent the man spinning as if hit with a tank round and fell to the ground, without another move. Cab was surprised by the force that went into him. He didn't think he had hit him that hard. Resetting his mind, he gripped the knife, testing its weight. It was no talon knife, but it would do for now. Roclician doctrine usually didn't allow the use of enemy weapons unless in situations of unique circumstances. And Cab would bet that this would count. Another man emerged from the wooden vehicle that was pulled by 3 of those long-faced animals he had seen back in the barracks. They were hitched together, and to his amazement and also confusion, it seemed they were used to move the vehicle, instead of using Mactite-powered Zakamite system that most sleds use to operate. The man started yelling in very loud gibberish, but from what Cab could tell from the man's face, he was furious with what Cab had just done. Had they underestimated him as a Roclician? He may be missing his armor and weapons, but he was still a proud Roclician soldier, part of the sacrificial generations that would see Verdun unified once more, so of course he wouldn't go down without a fight. I will not die so easily, Lost One. Now, return my gear and me to my people or face unifications through Roclician attrition. The man ignored him and continued to yell gibberish, but showed no sign of aggression. Cab instead glanced around the ground that had formed a semicircle around him. All of them flinched away from his glare as he asked whether or not they were civilian or combatants. But Cab had learned that these enemies mask their intentions and who they are. It's like their whole culture was built around it. The man who attacked him looked no different from the common citizen, most likely a strategy to get close to him and then kill him. So any one of them could be a threat. Just how far had these people fallen from unity that they would employ such backhanded tactics? They were almost as bad as an Ikagian mercenary. When no one stepped forward to challenge him, he took it as a sign that he had won this battle for now. And he began to look around again, for anything that might lead to his escape. His glancing around stopped when his eyes landed on what he guessed was the exit to this place. 2 buildings in the distance marked the wall, and he could see the way out was open. All he had to do was reach it. He gave one more look around, assuring that all threats in this area had been dealt with before dropping the bloodied knife to the ground and making a run for the exit. Roclician doctrine didn't permit him to keep any enemy weapons, nor did it allow any form of retreat. However, since this was not an active war zone, and the circumstances are, well, not normal, Cab came to the conclusion that he would be cleared to move back to Roclician-controlled borders. He would just have to find those once he got out. Murderah hefted the sack of now repaired armor over his shoulder. Graven Vane stood triumphantly next to him, covered head to toe in forged suet and metal shavings. While all his apprentices were looking haggard and like they were reconsidering apprenticing under Graven. This, my friend, is the finest work I, Graven Vane, Forge Master of the Eastern Frontier Kingdom, has ever made. You be sure to tell that noble just that, and also bring up my request. And in exchange the armor repair will be free of charge. You have my silver blood oath on it. With a specialized ring he pricked his finger, and silver blood slowly dripped from his index finger into his palm. He then took a stamp, dipped it in his blood and stamped it down on a piece of paper, sealing it with a silver seal with his family crest in the center. A hammer in the talons of a phoenix. Murderah gave an acknowledging grunt and nod before heading off back to the keep. He made it a few stalls away from the forge before curiosity got the better of him and he had to see exactly just what he had done to the armor. He had seen some of Graven's former work before and it was immaculate. Setting the sack down on the ground, he undid the knot and pulled on the top chest piece. Where there was once a gaping hole on the left breastplate, was now a beautiful seam line, like the vein of an ore in the side mountain. The patch was made of black datite for strength but was coated in a layer of grey holdar and silver for added strength, leading to appearance of a polished silver blue with specks of black. The techniques to combine those materials in such seamless way where it look as though the two metal belong together takes a level of precision truly worthy to the title of Forge Master. He placed the plate back in the bag and resealed it. But he only made it a bit further when a commotion up ahead got his attention. A large group of townspeople were gathered in a loose cluster around the treasury coach. The circle then opened wide and a man ran out from the center. His chest was bound in bandages and wore a gray pair of pants. His black hair ruffled as he ran past Murderah. And a all too familiar triangular hair strand stood out. Was that the noble? After him, men. Don T let him get away. A group of armored guards with pikes ran in close group after him. Was that the keep's guards? That's the thief from the keep. Quick after him and the reward will be ours, yelled Aldrin Null, an adventurer in Murderah's guild. He hefted his long sword on his shoulder, cast red magic to increase his speed and bounded off. Why was his guild looking for the noble? Wait, don't hurt him. It's just a misunderstanding. Anisha yelled, running after the group, waving her arms to get their attention to no avail. What did that thorn-eared do this time? Cab had made it about halfway before he had to start slowing down. The pain in his chest grew ever worse the more he pushed himself. But he couldn't stop, he had to get back, find out what happened, find his squad, and come back to find his armor. Also, he just wanted to get away from this strange place that seemed more like a merchant's tale than reality. From behind he heard more shouting and the clinking of metal. He turned back to see a group of armored men with long spiked poles chasing after him. Why were they using those? Couldn't they just shoot him? It would have been much easier than trying to stab him with some piles of sharpened scrap on pole. He stopped running and slid to a complete stop, spun back around, turning to face the new attackers. He would not run from an enemy even now. There were 5 heavily armored men, most likely hard case armor plating, meaning there was little chance of piercing it anywhere except for the joins. The armor was similar to Scamand hard case designs, but were smoother and had a layering of cloth on the top that had some imagery of another animal he'd never seen before. They came to a stop, put their long sticks sharp end down and pointed at him. One of them that had some gold trim to his cloth covering began yelling at Cab, but Cab didn't understand any of it. So instead Cab took up a fighting stance, bracing himself for the eventual charge. It would be unlikely he could avoid all the poles, but if he managed to just slip below the first attack he would be able to close the distance and enter the lines in close-quarter combat. Without his armor he is more vulnerable, yes, but also freed him of the weight, and gave just a bit more flexibility to his movements. Those armors looked heavy and more cumbersome to use than any other he'd seen before. A weakness he'll have to capitalize on. The line of spiked poles moved towards him at a slow speed. Cab braced his legs for the charge, ready to do what was necessary, ready to die here for Verdun's unity if he made a mistake. A shadow overhead, an instinct however, made him react on in a different way. He, instead of charging forward, dashed to the side, just narrowly avoiding an attack from a red hair man who just appeared from nowhere and came falling down towards him with a large sharpened piece of metal, that when it struck the ground causes a slight explosion of force that sent out a literal gust of wind. What on Verdun was that kind of weapon? The man raised his head up, gave a cocky smile, and hefted what Cab now thought was a ridiculously oversized knife over his shoulder. It was as tall as he was, had 2 metal bars that came out above the handle. The sharpened end tapered to a fine triangular point. A weapon like that was impractical in most circumstances, but Cab had to admit that right now, it could still kill him. The ground where Cab had just stood moments before was a small crater. If that weapon had hit him, he would have been cut in half. Yura no dons mondo lol, aldrin null. Utabe grol makalul. The red-haired enemy said gibberish with such confidence that he had to be mocking him. He took his weapon and with 2 hands held the handle down, but the tip pointed up in a stance that was very clearly offensive and defensive. He would be able to move to attack and guard from any potential attack Cab did. So he was limited to waiting for an opening when his opponent made an attack. But the man in front could also just be another distraction of some kind, something to keep him unaware of his surroundings. Perhaps they were moving a sniper into his blind spots. It would be a brilliant move against him, but something in his gut told him that wasn't what they were planning. He hadn't seen a single gun in this whole place. Only sharpened scraps of metal. Did these people only engage in close-quarters combat? If so, why? What advantage do they have that would lead them abandoning the clearly superior firepower and tactical options a firearm brought? Hey! Yura Gult Duvat Nagalarish? The red-haired one turned his head and now pointed his sword directly at Cab's chest with one arm. A horrible decision because it completely left him wide open. Twala? Yura Hatlish dash. Cab bounded forward, and with his hand shoved the blade aside at the tip with all his might. The opponent's eyes went wide as he desperately tried to bring the weapon back into place, but it was too late. Cab had closed the distance between them and entered the man's range where his oversized weapon would be difficult to use. The moment of confusion only lasted a few heartbeats. Seeing Cab's move, he responded with his own. Cab didn't understand how, but the man glowed a bright red for a split second, and with one back step, launched himself backwards an impressive distance, clearing him of Cab's grappling attempt and putting Cab back into the lethal range of his own attacks. He swung his weapon from a high position from where Cab had knocked it before, and brought it down towards his neck. Cab ducked the edge of the weapon, only managing to cut a few strands of his hair rather than his neck. The tremendous amount of force the enemy put behind his attack made it continue to move from the momentum. Before he could bring it back around, Cab moved in again and instead of going for a grab hold, grabbed one of the man's arms, spun his back to him and tried to disarm him while also throwing him to the ground. The enemy was caught completely off guard by the move and tried to resist the pull, but was pulled off his feet and over Cab's shoulder. A sudden and intense pain in Cab's chest however led to him losing his balance, and the both of them were sent into muddy ground. He let out a pained yell. It felt like he had just been shot by a light caliber round. Was he wrong? Was there a shooter concealed somewhere? Cab placed his hand over his bandaged chest and felt a warm liquid. Blood was beginning to stain his bandages. A new coughing fit began. And blood spilled from his lips. Cough no, not shot. I to cough tore my cough stitches. Despite the serious medical situation, Cab forced himself back up to his knees. He wasn't gonna die lying down. His other opponent also got to his knees. Using his weapon he stabbed it into the ground and used it as a crutch to lift himself up. His face no longer concealed with confidence. His eyes were furrowed and his mouth downturned. Talando clearata Udaveda guhile, haha. Jukulata, he brushed mud away from the red and brown clothing he wore. There was no visible armor besides some thicker fabric material that crossed his chest and went down his shoulders. Rare to see someone who fought with almost no armor. He must be truly confident in his fighting ability. He got back into his original position, keeping his weapon in place ready for whatever attack Cab threw next. His posture and face showed that now he was taking this serious. Why was he doing that? I'm clearly injured and open to attack. He also holds the advantage in manpower. Why had only he attacked me when there were 5 other armored men just standing there instead of joining the fight? Karashal. Malda Gresha Li Moda. Enough with the cough gibberish already. Another cough of blood left his mouth. He could feel his left lung filling with liquid. He'd be completely unable to breathe soon, and he doubted they would treat him a second time. The red-haired man's head turned in confusion at his words. Kula? Jugish Wordy Hosko? Cab let out a bloody exacerbated sign before pushing himself back to his feet. Holding his right arm over his now reopened wound in a vain attempt to slow its flow. Very well. But know this. My death will only bring my people, and even if I die without my armor and become lost like you, I will still gladly die for Verdun's unity. Cab straightened his back and crossed his chest with his right arm, a salute of his people. And readied himself for the fight. Fully intent on meaning what he said. The man responded with tightening his grip, resetting his footing and giving a resolute nod to him, understanding that Cab wasn't backing down. Kab, yelled a voice from the crowd. Free? Cab turned his head to the crowd. But it wasn't his squad mate Freedoff who he thought called his name. Instead his eyes met that of the red and black-haired woman from before. K-Cab. Yura Galil Cab? How did she know him by that name? Only his squad called him that. Movement from his left made him curse as he now remembered he was still in a fight. There was a blur of red and the butt end of the man's weapon struck Cab in the side of the head, and the world faded to black. Anisha felt their link go quiet. As she had gotten closer to him while trying to find him in the city, she could feel his emotions more and more the closer she got. She used it to find him. At first she felt how he was confused, angry, happy, sad, proud. All the emotions at once. It made her own head hurt as she tried to process all of them. But now it was quite. Aldrin delivered a strength-enhanced handle bash into her summon's head, knocking him to the ground. And he wasn't getting up this time. She didn't think this would be the outcome. When she finally remembered what his comrade said to him in the caves, something like Kabatsul, she thought calling out his name would get his attention, maybe calm him down. But instead, it led to him only getting hurt even more. She had to stop this now. No. Stop, she called out, and ran out of the crowd, and just barely avoided being grabbed by one of the guards that reached out to pull her back. Aldrin hefted his sword, eyeing her summon as if expecting him to get up again at any moment. Ready to deliver another attack that would be sure to keep him down permanently. But Anisha wasn't gonna let that happen. She placed herself in between the two. Anisha? What are you doing? Move away from him. Aldrin didn't relax his stance. The guild has a bounty on this man. I don't know what your history is with him, but dash. He saved me. She yelled out. That made Aldrin's posture change a little. What do you mean? My first quest, it didn't go well. We were overwhelmed by Lance, Jilu, and Nathal didn't make it. I only survived because he was there and saved not only myself, but also Guildmaster Murdera. The Guildmaster, he looked back at the bandaged man on the ground now, as if seeing him for the first time. If this is true, Anisha, then how do you explain this? Aldrin finally lowered his sword down, but gestured to the crowd of onlookers, the guards, and himself. How could she explain this that wouldn't lead to them both being executed? He was seriously injured in his last fight. That's why he has bandages on. He was on the verge of death for days and was having nightmares of battles past. When he finally woke up here, in a place he doesn't recognize and coming from just a fight for his life, he was probably just scared to wake up in a place he didn't know. Please let me take him back to a clinic to heal him again. He just needs somewhere safe so he can calm down and heal. I think not, yelled Bronchus as he pushed his way through the crowd and soldiers alike. This wild man was out to kill me and claim the gold for himself. I saw it with my own eyes. That's not true. He's a noble, he wouldn't do such a thing. Bah. A noble? I refuse to believe this disgusting pile of clothes is a noble. I've never seen him before. If he claims to be one, then that is just another charge against him. One that will surely get him executed for impersonating someone of higher class. That is not for you to decide, coin counter. Murderous Stormchin, hefting a heavy sack over his shoulder, emerged from the crowd of people. Anisha was at first relieved to see him, but the disappointed death stare she got told her he didn't feel the same way about her right now. The guild has a quest against this man, and seeing as C-ranking adventurer Aldrin Null was the one to apprehend him, he fall under my authority. Murderous tone was authoritative and was said in such a way that didn't invite much debate. But the sniveling treasurer decided to push it anyways. Stormchin. Even you must adhere to custom. We have no way to know if this man lies or not. Your student here may be able to explain his rabid behavior caused by a confused mind, but we cannot know for certain if he's a noble as he claims unless we bring him to the oracle. If it says he's a noble, then we'll drop this whole thing. Bronchus said this in the way a parent would make a deal with a stubborn child. Agreed, I likewise want to know just who this man is. Murdera gave the noble a look that Anisha didn't feel good about. Was Murdera starting to question her too now? He reached into pocket and pulled out the rectangular piece of metal that her summon had on him when they first tried to heal him. I've done my own searching into this man's history while waiting for the armor to be repaired. I couldn't find any record of a matching emblem in my logs. But I still have reasons to believe that this man truly is noble. Oh. And what reason would that be? His armor and weapons are of a grade I've never seen before, something only a A-rank adventurer or a noble would have access to. Murdera reached into the bag and lifted up the now repaired chest piece, showing it to all around. Forge Master Grave will attest to the quality of this armor. He could have stolen those. We already suspect him to be a thief. Bronchus argued. You are right in that regard, so I am in agreement with you that it seems our only options is to use the oracles, and see if he matches any known noble across the world. But I will keep him in the Guild Lodge cell until he has recovered enough to face the oracle's stare. I will not send a man in such a condition to the oracle, or else it would just be his execution. Very well. Guildmaster, but I will leave a few of my guards at your lodge to make sure there aren't any more incidents. I will allow this. Murdera said, clearing, stating that he was the one making the final decision in this and not Bronchus. The treasury clearly got the meaning, sneered and turned away. Back to his coach. Out of my way, peasants. I've got work I need to get back to. Anisha heard Murdera curse in Dwarvish as the man turned away. Rust-bloodied inbred. Null. Murdera turned to Anisha and Aldrin. Yes. Guildmaster. Aldrin straightened and took a respectful stance. Lift his legs, we're taking him back to the guild. Wait, he's hurt, let me try to heal him a bit before you move him. I think you've already done enough, Anisha. Murdera said back, not sparing her a second glance. If you want to be useful, go back to being a courier and get Melissa. We need someone who can actually use magic. Ah. Why yes, more dash. Guildmaster. I'll go get her. Anisha turned, leaving her summon and her dreams of being an adventurer behind. Chapter 10, Confinement. If. That. Half. Brain. Moron. Of a child of Nisjurig. So much as scrapes his knee, so help me on leg, I will peel his hide off, heal him again. And then peel it off again. Melissa held her hand over Anisha's summons, who was now, thankfully, lying in bed, which now was in the guild's basement. And inside a cell with thick metal bars. A sight that was sure to freak him out more when he finally woke up, but what other choice did they have? He laid on the bed unmoving, but unlike before, Anisha was sure he'd wake up again, and sometime soon. She reached through the bond and felt him stirring. The nightmares didn't come back, thank Kunskap. He was calm. The overwhelming sense of emotions from when he was awake was a stark contrast to it now, from what felt like a roaring storm calmed to a ripless lake. Melissa petals rose and fell as she continued to mutter curses and punishments to not just the summon, but to everyone who seemed completely incompetent at their jobs. Drudge-filled adventures fighting my patient, murmuring pupils not obeying clear instructions. Blood-drained nobles. Fools. The lot. Could no god make a single species that could actually think? Well, clearly not. This round of healing had only taken a few minutes. Melissa had to siphon some mana from one of the adventure mages upstairs just to reseal his chest wound that was on the very edge of ripping open. Seeing her 2 days of work almost be undone in a matter of an hour of consciousness has elevated Melissa's anger to a height neither Anisha or Kimiko had ever seen their teacher show before. Which was why they both now sat in the cell right next to her teacher, head bowed, not daring to move an inch. Or else face their teacher's rage head on. Kimiko's tail and ears flopped down as a sign of humbling. She'd already received her portion of Melissa's rage, it was her duty to keep both Anisha and the noble in their rooms, and according to their teacher she had failed spectacularly. But it wasn't all her fault. Anisha was the one who caused all this. When she tried to speak up on her friend's behalf she was quickly hushed by her teacher in a way that clearly stated, "Your turn will come." So they both now sat, waiting. Melissa's blue crystal slowly lowered itself down and its once blue shine dimmed as she slowly closed her gate, cutting off her mana supply to the crystal. She let out a snort of air from her nose like a beast as if to intimidate her summon into staying put. "You two out." Melissa got up from where she was kneeling. She didn't spare them a glance as she walked past them and out the cell, clearly expecting them to follow like they had been told. Both of them did so, heads still bowed low. Murderer, who had stood off to the side with 2 of the noble's personal guards, slid the cell door shut and inserted the large key into the lock, and with a twist the cell was firmly shut with a loud cacklunk. "From no one is to talk to the noble except me, or the guild master. No one is to enter and disturb him while he rests. And for the incompetent love of your senile gods, don't let him out again." The 2 heavily armored guards gave only a slight tilt of their heads in acknowledgement. Satisfied that she was being obeyed she turned to leave the basement. Her pupils and Murderer followed behind her lead. Once they reached the top of the stairs, Murderer took his leave, staying until he had more research into the noble's lineage and running the guild. "I'll keep you informed of his condition, Murderer. He'll be fine, but he is not ready to meet the oracle, won't be for at least 3 days at the soonest if I apply healing every day. As much as I'd like to make him heal the old slow way, I doubt the treasurer Bronchus would allow such a time restraint." "And Melissa?" Kimiko croaked out. "What can we do to help?" Their teacher's petals rose up for a split moment of anger, ready to lash out, as she hadn't given them permission to talk yet. But the anger was stifled by a very exhausted-sounding breath their teacher let out. Both watched as they watched Melissa face switch from the stone-cold healer and teacher to a very exhausted Yurishin. "Don't think you're getting out of any punishments, pupils. What happened today could have had tremendous consequences. But luckily, somehow by sheer luck, the noble's not dead. Had he died under our care, his house surely would seek some sort of retribution or consequences." She rubbed at the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes, clearly imaging the scenario in her head. "If you want to fix your mistakes, you can start by helping collect some ingredients for me. Kimiko, you will do this. Head out of the walls, and in the south part of the forest, near the river, there should be some bark spores growing on the stumps of old trees, and if you can manage it, get some willow mint from the market." Kimiko's ears rose as she was not given something to actually do. "I'll do it, Melissa. I'll be back with as much as I can carry." Kimiko turned to run out the guild hall, but Melissa stopped her with her hand outstretched to stop her. "I wasn't finished yet, pupil. When you are done with that task, you are to go to Venus and take over mucking out the specimen cages for him. For 3 weeks. Emphasizing the length of her true punishment. Kamiko's face paled and she visibly gagged at even the thought of the task. Kimiko's stronger sense of smell always made her stay clear of that part of the clinic. "Why yes, teacher." Kimiko's enthusiasm before had completely vanished, now replaced with barely stifled abject horror. Melissa watched one of her now cowed pupils solemnly stalk up to perform her tasks, visibly happy with choosing the correct punishment for her. "Now then. Anisha." Her teacher now turned her full attention to her now, the momentary smile now replaced back to the stone face of a professional. "Here it comes." Anisha's blood ran cold as she prepared to receive her punishment. "Come with me to the training hard." Excuse me?" Her teacher didn't explain herself. Instead, she made her way to the back entrance of the guild, which opened up to a small fenced-in dirt patch that was mainly used for teaching new adventurers. Melissa made her way to the middle of the yard and looked around until her eyes landed on one of the older training dummies. It was hacked, cut, burned, and missing an arm, but was still standing. "Yes, that will do. Pupil. Come stand right here." "Oh, come on, not gonna bite, girl. I'm just checking something." "Good, now begin running through your mana control exercises." Nothing intense. Despite your ability to walk right now, I'm not risking you over pushing yourself. Anisha wasn't sure what her teacher was up to, but thought it best not to argue and did as she was told. She ran through the steps she had practiced over thousands of times in her lifetime. She first started by closing her eyes and picturing her gate in her head. This was the very basic foundation of doing any magic. And it was what Anisha struggled with the most. Whenever Anisha tried to picture her own gate, she pictured it as a small ring floating between her hands, but her mind had a difficult time maintaining that image. Oftentimes her gate would flicker in and out of her conscious thought. She'd struggle to just keep it still in her head, but it was like trying to catch a wet fish. It always slipped out of her grasp after a few seconds. Relax, pupil, you're tensing up. Melissa moved to her side and moved her hands from that of the traditionally taught method of having both your hands face outward to one they had spent years finding worked better for her. She cupped Anisha's hands into the O shape that for some reason helped her picture her gate easier. Better? Anisha could only give a slight nod of her head as she was putting all of her effort into just maintaining the image of her gate. Okay, now, just like we practiced, I want you to slowly open your gate and let the mana trickle into this. Though her eyes were closed, Anisha felt her teacher place a familiar feeling crystal into her hands. It was a gray one. Usually used for creating barriers or making materials stronger. Each type of crystal felt different when you used it. A gray one felt like you were coating your gate in cold stone. It was rough but sturdy. A red one felt like you were running with the wind, pushing you along. A green one felt like grass or wheat, the essence of life itself. A blue one felt like you were submerged in crystal clear water. And black. Black crystals were supposed to feel like refiling through raw sewage, or burning your gate. At least that's what all the children's stories said, and what most magical scholars agreed with. But not for her. To her it felt. It felt like stability, control. Like if she had one right now, she could control her own gate and then she would be able to do anything with it. Anisha. If she had one, she probably could have healed her summon the night she made him. If only she had more, none of this mess would have happened. Anisha. Her teacher's tone cut through the haze of her thoughts like a knife, bringing her back to the current moment. What in Kunskap was she thinking just now? Wanting more of those occurred things. No, she never wanted to see another one ever again. She would never use dark magic again. No matter what. She wasn't going to get corrupted by it. Anisha. Her teacher's voice cut through her spiral again. Her teacher now stood in front of her, green hands cupping her face, carefully bringing her face to meet hers. Anisha, release your gate. She hadn't noticed it, but right now her gate was assailed by mana that was pouring out of her open gate. With nowhere to go, it was building up inside her like a flood threatens to break a dam. Anisha quickly dropped her hands and made the image of her gate vanish in her head. The flow of mana stopped, but her body was still pumped full of it, and it would take a few minutes for it to slowly dissipate. She was also breathing heavily. What happened, Anisha? What were you feeling? Anisha's hands shook as she tried to calm herself down and answer her teacher, but nothing came out. It's all right, pupil. I should have waited another day before checking your mana control. In my old age, I've become as hasty and foolish as the gods, it seemed. Her teacher continued to help Anisha calm down for a few minutes. Once it felt like her heart wasn't trying to escape her own chest, she managed to ask her teacher a question. Why were you checking my mana control? After seeing what you did for the noble last night, I had hoped it to be a sign that you had finally gotten over whatever barrier is preventing you from controlling your gate fully. Oh. I see. Anisha's arm crossed her chest and held tightly to her other and lowered her head. I'm sorry, teacher, I still can't control it. It is not your fault, girl. But I think I know what's going on now. Why you do? Anisha asked cautiously. Your control before meeting Moda Cursed Oracle was better. Whatever she did to you only seemed to make your control worse. I'm sorry I didn't stop her sooner. I should have never let things go that far. There's no telling what she must have done to you, and the noble for that matter. Of all the gods' mistakes, those disgusting creatures are the worst of them. Oh. I didn't consider. Anisha wasn't sure how to feel about the Oracle right now. She knows what she did, she knows that Cab, yes, that was his name, she wasn't going to forget it again. Cab was her summon, but didn't tell anyone. At least not yet, why not? Was her teacher right and the Oracle was up to something else? Oh, knowledge of Kunskap, of course it is. It's a Oracle, all they ever do is scheme and gaze into the depths of Moda. Get some rest, pupil. Some real rest. I don't want you to leave your room until at least tomorrow afternoon. And I'm certain this time you will listen to me? Right, pupil? Yes, Melissa, I will not leave my room. Anisha left her teacher in the training yard. Melissa continued to stand there hand on chin as if trying to work out some puzzle in her mind. A puzzle Anisha knew she didn't have all the pieces to. Anisha didn't like hiding stuff from her teacher, but what choice did she have now? She's drugged not only Kamiko into her problem but also Melissa, Venus, and Murdera. They were all trying their best to make things work, and here she was making things infinitely harder from everyone. Per usual. She made her way up the stairs past Murdera's study, tempted for a moment to knock on it to talk to him. She wasn't sure what she would say, but she could hear the shuffling of papers and the dwarf muttering something to herself that she wasn't able to make out. So she decided it would be best to leave him be for a while. In a roundabout way he had demoted her back down to carrier, so she thought it best to maybe just avoid him altogether unless it involved her work. Past the guildmaster's office and down a short hall, her room was not as big as the one she'd use when studying with Melissa. This room could barely be considered a one-person bedroom, as all it had space for was a cot that took up a majority of the space, and a small dwarf desk that when she sat down at her knees came up to the tabletop. If the door didn't open outwards, it would have been impossible to even get into. Exhausted from the day's excitement, Anayas was fully intending to follow her teacher's instructions. But there was one more thing she had to do before sleeping. She reached into her gate and focused on one of her bonds. But not her bond to Cab, no, this time she focused on her bond to her first summon. Bruin. He should be safely tucked away under her bed, in a hibernation-like state due to what Anisha had started calling a link rest, which happened whenever Anisha had to travel far away and couldn't bring her summon with her. Which she didn't do often. Bruin was a rather unique animal. Or rather, thing. She wasn't really sure what Bruin was. In his small form he looked like a small kid's toy of a black bear with a large purple, crystallized horn coming from his head. No bear on Boruton matches that description, so she wasn't sure where he came from. Just my luck I don't know anything about either of my two summons. Anish moved her spare clothes to the side and pulled out a small wicker basket from the bed. Bruin, I'm back, did you miss Dash? The basket was empty. What on Verdant was that thing? From the corner of his eye Cabshiel Atsambal saw some black hairy creature with a purple knife. Was that what was coming out of its head? Well, whatever it was. The animal stood on 4 legs and glowered at him from the shadows. It took him a few moments to see it, as his eyes had a hard time making out the shape of it in the dark, which it blended into exceptionally well. In a very low tone he heard it make some sound deep in its throat that sounded like grumbling. And he got this odd sense that it didn't particularly like him for some reason. Without much warning, or visible movement for that matter, the animal disappeared back into the shadows of his cell. Cabshiel decided to just chalk that up to just another trick because he didn't know what else to think at this point. He had been awake for about an hour now. But he didn't move from his new bed. The cold stone floor ceiling, darkness, and shuffling of armored boots nearby told him all he needed to know. He was finally being treated like an actual prisoner. He wasn't entirely sure what he had done to break the enemy's resolve and have them show him the proper respect of treating him as an actual prisoner, but he couldn't help but feel happy about it. If for nothing else, whatever mind tricks they were trying to use on him would hopefully stop soon. Being alone and isolated in this cell made him think this was how he was told things were supposed to be done in other countries. He was injured in battle, taken prisoner, and now they will either torture him for some information, or would try to negotiate some sort of deal with Roclicia for his release. It was all pointless, of course. Roclicia didn't make deals with other countries, because everyone who wasn't raised Roclician were liars and selfish. Making a deal with an outsider was a good way to just get you shot in the back. Something I know all too well, he thought bitterly to himself. Roclicia stood strong against every foe by ourselves, and Cabshiel believed it would be his country to finally unify Verdun again. It was only a matter of time. Which was all he seemed to have right now. His eyes traced the outlines of his cell probably 100 times now. He wasn't looking for a means of escape or that creature from before, but was instead looking for more wood. The place he was kept in didn't seem to be built of the stuff like everything else seemed to be here. It was oddly comforting to be surrounded by stone. Well, it's not like I'm a mountain carvings command or anything, I'm just glad it's not so weak. He admitted to himself. While wood was a very rare item on Verdun, it was exceptionally weak compared to all the other materials currently used in Roclician architecture. Seek-grade Binstel could withstand about 42% of the other country's strongest artillery bombardments for an extended amount of time. Wood, on the other hand, could be broken by hand if someone was strong enough. Which made Cab wonder if what he had seen was actually wood at all. Because who would build entire buildings out of such weak material? He'd seen the depths these people were willing to go to mask their true intentions, so perhaps even their very architecture was a mess of lies and misdirection. If Tyos was here, he'd probably go mad from being idle and not getting into a fight with someone. He might even have ripped his way through those metal bars and just made his way home by himself. Cab smiled thinking about his squad mate, but that smile faded as his loss came back to him. And these recreants took my armor, so I can't even engrave his numbers onto my chest piece. Did Free already carve his numbers into hers? Did she know he was alive? Was she even still alive? Cab felt his anger spike unnaturally again, something that started happening all too often. Since childhood he's been trained to control his emotions. But ever since coming here he's had to fight to keep them in check. The only thing that seemed to keep him calm now was trying to maintain a constant state of a meditative state. He slowed his breathing and heart rate down, and instead of trying to focus on the here and now, and the past, he focused instead on his past life's memories. It took a little longer than usual, but through patience he was able to see it. Any memory from a past life was always blurry, you could never truly tell who you were, or where you were, but you could still see snippets of your life. Currently Cab was going through one of his favorites. He believed it was his fourth life ago. Before Verdun burned and unity was broken. The sky was a swirl of blue and green. Huge metal buildings stretched high into the sky. Even fuzzy their emasculate architecture was something truly to admire. Not limited to their modern weaker materials, the people of Verdun had been able to make buildings that almost seemed to defy reality. They twisted and turned in the sky before coming back down to the ground. Higher in the sky, the Haven Needle floated around the world halfway completed. A far cry from the current needle, which was only 1/16 of its original size and only could be seen during certain times of the year. In this moment Cab felt it. True unity, he was happy. Not the kind of happiness you feel nowadays, which was messy and made you distracted, but a serene, almost quite happiness. It was comforting, so comforting that Cabshiel didn't realize that he had drifted off to sleep again. Murderer closed the another logbook and added to the stack to his side, which was in serious danger of toppling over onto him. With a resigned sigh he pushed himself away from his desk and began to pace his office for the 12th time. None, absolutely no record in any logbook of a noble crest with any semblance to his. Murderer turned and glared at the metal crest that sat on his table, almost mocking him. Sure, not every noble house is tracked, and every crest notarized. But to have a crest of such quality, armor of such craftsmanship and weapons of power, he had to come from one of the more financially wealthy ones. But nothing matched. If he's not a noble, then what in Delvet's Forge was he? Murderer sat down on one of the soft couches that were laid out in the center of the room. In the corner of the room, now polished back to its proper and beautiful metallic shine, his copper armor shone in the candle light. If he was some crook, then why did he stay and fight? He could have tried to escape as soon as he unleashed that first volley of magically produced lightning. But he didn't. No, instead he had stood his ground. For spilled silver's sake he charged into one with nothing but his bare hands and a knife. No crook, no matter how strong they thought they were, would ever risk their lives like that. They were cowards, a lot of them. Would rather die running away than die fighting. A soft but attention-grabbing knock on the door brought his attention back to the present. Guildmaster? May I enter? It was the grey elf, quest handler Ruven Illyra. Enter Illyria. The tall elf entered the room with little to no noise save it for the squeak of the hinges that Murderer still needed to fix. He made his way to the coach but stood across from him, stiff and rigid as always. He bowed his head before talking. I'm leaving for the night, Guildmaster. Is there anything else you need from me? His tone clearly hinting that he believed theirs was in fact more he thought he could get done, but had run out of his regularly scheduled tasks. Illyria was the kind of worker who, even if you told him to do a meaningless task like organize the quests by the type of wax seal they used, would get it done as if his life depended on it, and it would be done right. So perhaps it was time he utilized the man's attention to detail. Actually, there is something. Something I need to get to the bottom of. It was a very subtle movement, but the grey elf's ears perked up a little, a sign that Murderer had learned was comparable to someone giving a big toothy grin. He didn't show much emotion, few full-blood elves did. What do you need done, Guildmaster? He bowed his head again. He stood up and headed back to his desk, picking up the crest. He held it out to him. By any chance have you seen a noble crest matching this one? The elf took the emblem as if he was holding a delicate piece of glass art. He turned it over in his hands and with a neutral tone returned it to Murderer's hands and said, I'm sorry, sir, but I do not recognize the symbol. His ears fell down ever so slightly, meaning he was absolutely distraught with himself right now. It's all right, Illyra, neither could I or any of these logbooks. He gestured to the pile of over 30 years of logbooks. No quests, important news, or messages have ever come from this noble house, if it even exists. And that's the problem. This is the crest of the... Illyria trailed off for a moment as if carefully considering his words. The man who claims to be a noble in the cell? Yes, I heard from Mr. Null about what happened today. An unfortunate circumstance the guild seems to have found itself in. That's putting it lightly. We're delvers in a mine stuck from a cave-in. What do you mean, sir? The nobles found it. Concerning the guild has no nobility leadership or supervisor and have been on my boots' heels for years trying to weasel their way in. But Lord Sog, though a drunkard bastard he is, has done his part in quelling any of their real attempts at power over the guild. But this whole mess could be used for justification. Think of it like this, if he is a noble, then one of our own adventurers just pummeled the man to the ground who was already medically on his deathbed a few days ago. So of course the nobles will call for some form of punishment on us. And then the other possibility. If he's a liar. If he's not a noble, but a common criminal masquerading as one, the nobles will be out for my silver blood for protecting a fake and offering him aid. They'll use it to destroy my reputation. Explanations or not, I'm a smoldering piece of slag waiting to be hit with the hammer. Illyria didn't respond, instead his ears only dropped even more, and his eyes moved side to side as if assembling the pieces himself and coming to the same conclusion as Murdera. That is very unfortunate. Murdera could help but laughs at the elf's change of words. Yes, very. Bruin. There you are. Don't wander off like that again. You made me worried sick. Anisha scooped up her summon into her arms. He was a little heavier than a dog but no less energetic. He desperately pawed at her chest and face trying to climb up to lick her face. Yes, I missed you too. Bruin excitement usually wasn't this strong. He ran around the small room jumping from her lap to the floor to the desk back to her lap. He did this a few times before Anisha finally had to reach out with both arms and pull him into chest, scratching behind his ears and rubbing his face. Did you have a good link rest? I'm sorry I was gone for so long, but you need to settle down now, okay? She felt through their link that he was very excited to see her. In her mind she saw an image of a young cub digging its way out of a burrow with melting snow all around it. The cub began to run around just like Bruin was doing, enjoying the spring air and the end of winter. Bruin's thoughts were much easier to understand than her cab's were. She figured it must just be the difference between humans and animals. Yet now she had to manage having one of each. Oh Bruin, I have some news for you. The bear's head broke free of her tight hold on him and looked up at her, eyes wide and tongue flapping out, very much like a dog's. You now have an older brother. His name is Cab. Bruin's head tilted, showing he was confused, but a few seconds later an image came to Anisha's mind. It was the cub climbing out of the den again, but this time he was joined by another cub. Not quite Bruin, he's a human. Bruin's head twisted to the other side, and after a few seconds a new image came to Anisha's mind. It was the cub again, and Anisha's face turned as red as her hair. Cab was coming out of the den, but he didn't have any clothes. And his face was grossly disproportioned. He looked frail and weak, and his face was glazed over like he wasn't even thinking. He stumbled around, slipping in the snow and mud. Not quite Bruin. How did you know what he looks like? Bruin turned his head again in confusion and his eyes got all big and innocent looking. I'll just worry about that tomorrow. Anisha undressed and got into her nightwear, and once ready she laid down on her cot, patting the bed for Bruin to join her. Her summon eagerly hopped up and buried himself under her arm. His body didn't give off any heat, and even when he was running around his footsteps were very quiet. But his fur was very soft, almost like silk. He was a comforting presence that Anisha very much needed. 65, 60, 60, 67. That should be enough. Kamiko stuffed the bark spores into her alchemist satchel next to the few other ingredients she picked up along the way. She rose up from the ground and stretched her limbs out. Herga. I've been hunched over for hours. The sun's already down, so I better be heading back to Melissa's. When the sun had gone down, Kamiko had cast a small spell to create a ball of light that followed her. It was very simple and only required concentrating your own raw mana into a single physical spot. The light consumed little mana at its current brightest, which was comparable to a lantern, but instead of the orange hue that burning wood created, it was a bright white that made things just a bit brighter. She could see the town lights in the distance. She'd ended up going out a lot further than she thought she would. But she wanted to be sure she brought back enough that Melissa would be happy, and with any luck reduce her punishment by a week or two. Carefully making her ways through the shrubs and fallen trees of the forest, she eventually made her way back to the main road. It was obviously barren of people except for herself. Few were traveling far out past the walls this time of year, with all the raids on caravans recently. But since she was just one person and close to a capital, she figured it was safe. But just to be safe, she made her light disappear and instead put mana into a blue crystal that she then used to cast a spell to increase her hearing and sight just a bit more. Her feline-like eyes adapted to the dark quickly naturally, but with the enhancement it was instantaneous and almost like she could see everything as if it was in daylight. Her ears were also enhanced, allowing her to hear things bumping around in the dark. Off to her left about 30 feet there was raccoon slowly moving through a bush. And above her a bat glided through the night, only flapping its black wings occasionally as to not disturb its prey. And to her right a twig snapped. Suddenly all other noises faded away. On reflex her eyes turned to the right, eyes wide trying to take in as much information as possible. Another twig snapped, it was closer than the last. But she couldn't see what made it snap. Her body tenses ready to dash at the drop of a pin. Snap. It was getting closer. Snap. She could hear breathing now. Thick and heavy, and just around the one of the great oaks she saw something's breath fog in the night. She grabbed a red crystal and started putting mana into it. She prepared a spell that would shoot out a red slash of raw energy that could cut deep into anything that tried to attack her. Then, in her other hand, she prepared a speed enhancement spell. Ready to run as soon as she got her attack off first. Better to wound whatever was stalking her than just attempt to flee. Snap. A deep brown figure emerged from behind the tree. Kamiko braced her arm and was moments away from unleashing her slashing attack before she finally saw what it was. A moose emerged from the bushes and from behind the oak. Haha, you scared me, big guy. Slowly the adrenaline left Kamiko's body and her senses returned to normal. But everything was all right. She smelled something. Something vile and sick. The moose that she had dismissed a moment ago kept walking as if it couldn't see her. Even though she was a folkman, most animals avoided anything that remotely looked humanoid. But the moose kept walking closer and closer to her. And Kamiko realized that it was the moose that the smell was coming from. She covered her nose with her mouth and coughed and gagged as she saw what the smell really was. On the moose's back leg, deep gashes marred its leg, and she now noticed it was limping and struggling to stay up at all. Its huge bulky body swayed side to side and its legs struggled trying to balance itself. But it didn't stop its continual march forward. What did this to you? The moose didn't hide her words but continued on. Kamiko bit her lip, looking back to town then back to the injured moose. She couldn't let it keep suffering. She'll try to heal it. And if she can't, well, she'll end its suffering for it. She approached the injured leg, but firmly kept her forearm over her nose and mouth. It must be severely infected. Healing won't do anything unless I kill the bacteria. Well, lucky for you, I just happen to have some of the stuff I need to solve just that problem. She began digging through her alchemist bag and pulled out some dried lotuses, a bark spore, and just a few seeds of Keljan flowers. She stuck the ingredients in her mouth and chewed them before spitting them out into her hand and mixing them with her finger. Blah. Gross. But this should kill that infection real quick. Now stay still. And this is gonna sting a little. She reached out her hand and very gently began applying the antibiotic compound to the wound. The smell started to fade and was replaced with a smell that was very similar to Melissa's clinic. Hugh Venus would be so proud of me, she said to herself, pride physically beaming from her. Now let's make Melissa proud. Don't worry, this part doesn't hurt. She reached out and placed her on the wound again, taking a green crystal in her other hand. She focused her mana into it. I've never tried healing anything other than a cow or pig for a farmer, but this shouldn't be too different. She reached into the moose's mind and began letting the moose's own body do the healing. There we go. OWWW. Something feeling like shards of glass suddenly embedded themselves into her hand with an explosion of black and blood. Ow, what in the blood of the damn gods? She pulled her hand away from the moose, who seemed undisturbed from the now black shards of some shiny material sticking out of its wound that were not there a moment ago. She clenched her fist close from the pain, but it only made the pain worse. She had to slowly open her hand to see just what she's been stuck by. Dozens of tiny black shards stuck into her palm and fingers. Each one felt like a burning dagger digging deeper into her skin. The moose now finally stopped its continual marching. Its head slowly turned to her as she kept taking steps back away from it. Its eyes were black with purple swirls. A black viscous fluid began to drip from its mouth. And one of its large antlers broke off as if suddenly whitened down to almost nothing. It gave one loud grunt and a muffled scream with the fluid in its mouth as it fell over on the side of the road. Dead. Kamiko's heart felt like it had completely stopped as she now realized just what was injected into her body. Corrupted crystals. Panic was swelling inside her mind. She was gonna die like that moose just did. It was almost impossible to remove a black crystal from a body. It broke off and flaked into hundreds of smaller ones, and if just one flake entered her bloodstream, she was as good as dead already. No, 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 please no. Snap. Another twig snapped in the forest from where the moose had come from. Then another and another. Kamiko's head turned slowly to the noise. Another moose came out of the forest, then another, then another. A dozen mooses all walked unsteadily in a straight line. All of them bore deep gashes and black rotting blood spilled from their mouths as they walked. Gods. What is this? She began backing away from the infested herd. She had to calm down, she had to, or else it'll spread faster through her. She took deep breaths and reluctantly released all her mana. Since black crystals feed off mana, using mana only expedites its growth process. She needed to get help. Melissa would know what to do. She'll save her. A deep mocking laugh couldn't come from any god-made specimen cut through the night and locked in her in place. Behind the herd emerged a thin but monstrously tall giant. He wore a ragged cloak and hefted a scythe made of pure black crystal. Its jagged crystalline structure glinting in the night, which contrasted with its wielder's ghoulish complexion. It spoke to her. Bastard gods. Why do I have to understand it? It spoke in the language of the dead. The same language Anisha used for summoning. Virtut utera ut ignum cre, et uret. Use magic to create fire, and it will burn you.
Oh no, you didn't. Sucker tried to play me, but you never paid me, never. Oh no, you didn't. Payback is a coming, you will be running forever. Oh no, you didn't. Until I get my vengeance, I will never end this mayhem. Oh no, you didn't. I'm a mercenary, you ain't got a prayer, you owe me. Oh no.